The story begins with a story about one of the three best educational institutions for training hunters, Valhalla. Every year, countless hunters aspire to enter this prestigious place. However, many do not succeed. The admission rate here is 500 to 1. Therefore, less than 150 people can graduate from the academy called Valhalla. Entrance exams begin immediately after the briefing. At the first stage of the tests, entrants compete against each other. A senior instructor monitors the course of the tests. The current trials were watched by a senior instructor at Valhalla Academy named Lee Sancheol. He noticed that this time there were quite a lot of people who wanted to join. A guy named Yu Minjun, the heir of the Yoshin family, approached the instructor. He asked the boy if he was here to see his niece and noticed that there would be a lot of interesting things in this year's admissions process. Minjun confirmed this by saying that in his Yoshin family, they expect a lot from their heiress Soan. With a stern expression, the instructor repeated the girl's name. Yu Soyeon was the genius of the Yoshin family, which was one of the top 5 families. She was able to master mana at the level of a high schooler at the age of 10. And at 13, the girl was able to add mana to her sword. At the age of 16, she challenged members of her own family to a battle and won over all of them. The instructor emphasized that this was all that was written in her personal report and asked the boy if there was any other information he did not know. Majun replied that there were rumors that Soyeon could communicate with their family's guardian constellation. Lee Sancheol was shocked by these words, so he asked if it was true. The young man confirmed that this is so Yoshin's family expects a lot from the girl. The reason why there are 5 families in Korea is because of the guardian constellation associated with each of them. Generally, a hunter receives a blessing or contracts with a guardian constellation, but the constellations of the 5 families are different from the others. The guardian constellation of the Yoshin family was the Sword God, the Jengunsen family, the Holy Spear. In the Choijin family, the mischievous constellation was King Dao. In the Osun family, the King of Fistfight. In the 5th of the families, in the Dojun family, the guardian constellation was God Luke. 5 members of these families have been blessed with more talents and abilities from their constellations than other families. The difference between the usual receiving of a blessing and communication with a constellation is enormous, because the latter is carried out only under a contract with it. The instructor remarked that if it was true, then the girl was definitely a genius, to which Yu Mijun agreed. The young man asked how his niece was doing, to which the instructor replied that she had not yet started. It was supposed to start in 30 seconds. Mijun asked if he could watch it. He was outraged that the instructor told him to go down through the reporters if he wanted to watch. The young man asked to display the picture on the screen, justifying it by the fact that Lee Sancheol was his senpai. The instructor said with indifference that the young man only now considered him his senpai, but he was also interested in watching the competition, so he brought out the screen. On the screen appeared the image of the beginning of Soyeon's competition. Her opponent was a young boy. 17-year-old Soyeon prepared to unsheath her sword. The opponent was her peer Kim Ju-hyeok. Unlike the girl, he did not have a weapon. The instructor emphasized that both opponents were calm, and Mijun replied that the boy was so calm because he had already given up, because his opponent was Soyeon. The girl's abilities were quite widely known. Everyone hoped for her victory. However, the boy's facial expression did not show any concern. On the contrary, it seemed that he was bored. Lee Sancheol said that the boy had no fighting spirit at all, so it would most likely end quickly. Soyeon drew her sword from her sheath with 3 seconds to go. With an indifferent look, the boy prepared for the start of the battle. The duel began and the girl immediately swung her sword, sneaking up on her opponent. Soyeon stopped, swinging her sword, which sparkled with a blue glow. The sword strike quickly headed straight for Kim Ju-hyeok. The instructor praised such flawless swordsmanship and such exceptional mana control by the girl at such a young age. The sword strike was already right in front of the boy. For a moment, it caused some surprise on his face. However, after a second, his face broke into a smile. The senior instructor's expression darkened for a moment in surprise. Mijun opened his mouth in despair. So surprised was he by the subsequent events. Everyone in the hall was completely shocked. They could not believe their eyes. The reason for the surprise of all present was the defeat of Soyeon. The girl was lying right in front of her opponent. Kim Ju-hyeok was disappointed that everyone was so weak in the future 300 years from now. Events are transferred 300 years into the past to the Tower of Destruction. The 2 wounded heroes were fighting each other. Their battle was already coming to an end. The boss of the Tower of Destruction, the god of destruction Barsh, told his opponent that it was a great fight. The god of martial arts, Kim Hyuno, clearly did not share his delight. With one blow of his right foot, He blew off the head of the god of destruction Barshi. The boss's helpless body fell right in front of him. The boy let out a sigh of relief. A screen appeared in front of the martial arts god, notifying him that he had defeated the boss of the Tower of Destruction Barsh. The destruction of the world had been stopped. A loud sound from the destruction of the tower could be heard all around. The hero did not understand what was happening, whether the tower was collapsing from the fact that he killed the boss. However, the hero realized that this was not the end and he was just going to rest. The guy recalls that since childhood he was busy working as a hunter, and as soon as he earned a lot of money and received recognition, this mess happened. He doubted whether he should have brought his students here. The boss's strength was too high, so even if they came, this place would become their grave. Suddenly, due to the destruction of the tower, a huge stone fell on the god of martial arts, which became his killer. 300 years after the fall of the Tower of Ruin, he woke up in the body of a 17-year-old teenager. This satisfied the boy because the knowledge gained at the time when he was known as the god of martial arts remained, even though the body was younger and weaker. He believed that he could live in luxury and constant rest if he could adapt to this body, until the translucent window appeared again. It popped up in front of the boy with a warning that the Tower of Destruction would appear in 5 years. Kim Hyunan suddenly got angry. As much as he wished Barchi had died back then, but now he can't do anything about it. The young man was determined to destroy the tower once and for all this time. He dreamed that after that he would be able to live in luxury. But another inscription appeared on the screen for him to return his weapons and memories on the 3rd floor of the 5th room to the right of Valhalla. He understood what was meant by weapons, but he had no idea about memories. So first he decided to find a place called Valhalla. The day was sunny, and the 4th day of the competition had just begun in Valhalla. It was announced that people who have a desire to participate in the competition should go to the site. Kim Ju-hyeok was thinking about whether he should go to the competition. Events returned to the day after the victory of the boy Soan. The 2nd round of battles began. The public was clamoring. Today, there were more people than ever. The instructor suggested that the reason for this is that the children of all 5 families are here. But most likely, another reason was this newcomer, Kim Ju-hyeok. With 30 seconds left before the start of the match between the boys, Kim Ju-hyeok's opponent was the eldest son of the Osun family, Oh Seung-yuk. Oh Seung-yuk remembered that his opponent is the young man who defeated Yoo So-yeon on the first day. From the outside, the boy didn't seem really strong to him. He thought it would be great to beat him because his image would improve. Oh Seung-yuk shouted to his opponent that he would destroy him quickly. However, Kim Ju-hyeok said that the boy shouldn't be such a cocky fool. He was outraged that the boy dared to call him that, but before he could say anything, the match had already started. Seung-yuk had no flair for literature, strategy, or martial arts, but he still had a talent that surpassed all others. This skill was his strong physique. He could do things that other people could not do without mana. Even after a little training, his body was getting stronger and stronger. The boy was born with a top-level physique, so he was worthy of being called a genius just for that. After Kim Ju-hyeok called out to him, the boy was beside himself with rage and charged straight at his opponent. Kim Ju-hyeok understood that the body in which he was reincarnated would not win in a battle of physical strength. But just because he is physically superior does not mean that the boy will be defeated. The boy understood that his physique supported martial arts. With a light swing of his leg, he managed to knock his opponent off his feet. Oh Seung-yuk was shocked by what was happening, how he could lose his balance so easily. Throughout the fight, Kim Ju-hyeok watched his opponent. With unbridled fury, the boy charged straight at his opponent. With one incredible blow, he knocked Seung-yuk to the ground. The figure of an emaciated boy lay right in front of Kim Ju-hyeok's feet. The guy concluded that if the ability to martial arts and observation in battle are in harmony, then as a result the victory will definitely be his. He thought that even though this body was weaker than before the reincarnation, there should be no problem with hunting monsters. After completing his brilliant triumph, the boy headed off the battlefield. The expert was disappointed that Oh Seung-yuk was really defeated. The man next to her added that he did not expect that he would go on the attack so easily. Behind them stood the head of the Osun family, Oh Chulshin, the king of fist-fighting. With a thoughtful look, he was surprised. These two called it just an attack. He knew that it didn't matter that his son had never been interested in martial arts and was only improving his physique. He would be able to easily avoid the fist of any of his peers. But this time it was a punch that could not be dodged. His son lost his temper and just attacked Kim Ju-hyeok. He used magic that he rarely used before and charged at the opponent in an attempt to quickly end everything. However, Kim Ju-hyeok tilted his head slightly to deflect the blow. Since Oh Sung-hyuk thought that Kim Jo-hyuk was definitely defeated in one blow, he completely shifted his center of gravity. Therefore, with a quick kick of his leg, his opponent was able to knock Oh Sen-hyuk off his feet. The head came to the conclusion that the young man was moving faster than his son's maximum speed. And in the second move, Kim Ju-hyeok already had a plan formed. He admitted that this boy really had a terrible talent. He regretfully thought that there were still many people who also knew the value of this newbie, but they were all brainless. Chief Oh Chulshan decided that he would see to it that he was accepted into their family at any cost. Kim Ju-hyuk's next opponent was Choy Ain, whose name could be guessed from the shouts of her fans, who affectionately called the girl Nuna. The boy was annoyed by the fact that men who had already been in the army called a 17-year-old girl Nuna. The final match between Kim Ju-hyun and Choy Ain has begun. Choy Ain was a slender blue-eyed beauty, the second daughter of the Choi Jin family. When the match began, the girl was in no hurry to move. The boy was surprised that the girl was waiting for him to attack first. He admitted that she is already better than previous rivals because first she tries to assess the situation. With a defiant smile on his face, the young man headed straight for her. Choy Ain was ready to draw her sword from its sheath. Slowly pulling out the sword, it began to sparkle with lightning. The audience was shocked that the girl mastered the ability of the Chojin family to change the elements at the age of 17. She was ready to strike her opponent with her sword. The girl swung her sword, making her attack. But after the blow flashed by, the boy was nowhere to be seen in front of her. Just then, Ju-hyuk's voice was heard, saying that if she showed with her eyes where she was going to attack, it would be too easy to dodge. The girl was in despair when she noticed that the boy was standing on either side of her. Suddenly, the young man sent a strong blow straight at Choy Ain. However, the girl was able to defend herself with her sword, leaning back a little. Now the boy understood the reason why he did not feel the hit. With fear, the girl realized how difficult it was to defend herself from this blow. But before she could regain her composure, Kim Ju-hyuk approached her sword and placed his fist right in front of it. With a smile on his face, he told the girl to now try to dodge the next blow and directed his fist with all his might at Aaron's sword. Choy Ain was defeated. The girl fell to the ground at the feet of the protagonist. However, to his surprise, he realized that something was just wrong with this attack. It seemed to him that his stance had gone astray. But in the end, it didn't matter to him because he won. In the table of the top 10 students of Valhalla, Kim Ju-hyuk, ahead of all his rivals, took the first place. The boy was calmly walking down the street, but suddenly a crowd of reporters pounced on him. They surrounded him with microphones and begged him to listen to them. Each reporter only begged him to join his particular guild, praising it among others. From all the insistence of reporters that their guild is better, from please to join, he fell into a rage, and the next day he already became a star of social networks. The next day, the sun's rays illuminated the majestic building of Valhalla Academy. The freshmen were welcomed with a speech. Among them was Kim Ju-hyuk. He was bored listening to the story of Valhalla. He noticed that the boy behind him was looking sideways at him. The young man assumed that it was because yesterday he stood out too much among others. The boy remembered yesterday, the moment when a translucent screen appeared in front of him. He needed to get his weapons and memories back. Just going in and out wouldn't be a problem for him. The induction ceremony ended and the boy went to the academy building to the virtual combat simulation room. 24-year-old Valhalla instructor Kim Legan was not happy with this year's class allocation. Standing in the front rows was Yu Soyeon from the Yoshin family, and next to her was Arin from the Chojin family. Oh Sen-hyuk from the Osun family stood in the middle of everyone in a tense mood. The instructor was dismayed by the fact that although the classes were randomly assigned, 3 of the 5 geniuses of the great families ended up in the same class. He glanced at Kim Ju-hyeok, casually standing in the back rows. The fact that Kim Ju-hyeok was in the class with them only made the young designer feel worse. However, he controlled himself. In such situations, one should act decisively. He introduced himself to the students in charge of this class as Instructor Kim Lingen. The instructor leaned over the table and pressed a key on the keyboard. The students were surprised by what happened and looked around trying to understand what was happening. The walls of the room in front of them suddenly disappeared, replaced by the view of the courtyard. The students were surprised at where they found themselves because they had just been in the classroom. The instructor was going to show them some blood right here. Suddenly, an influx of goblins began to converge from all sides. They surrounded the students and were about to attack them. Oh Sen-hyuk understood that there are orcs and goblins, and there are about 100 of them. Several goblins gathered at once to attack the boy. But at a fateful second, a barrier appeared in front of the students. The ugly goblins began to jump on the barrier and hit it. The instructor was glad that the barrier still worked in time. He motioned for Kim Ju-hyeok to come to him. The boy walked up to the rostrum where instructor Kim Lee-gun was standing. With some mockery in his tone, the instructor asked if the boy would be able to deal with these monsters alone. The young man asked if he meant those monsters running around here. The instructor answered yes. He wanted to shake the boy's ego, because he thought that the students only saw monsters in books, so Kim Ju-hyeok is clearly scared. With a satisfied look on his face, he waited for the boy to say no. He was going to start the lesson as soon as his ego calmed down a bit. But at once his facial expression changed to fury, because he saw a smile on the boy's face. The instructor asked the boy if he was laughing because he would still be able to take care of the monsters alone, to which the boy confirmed his guess. He ordered him to try, thinking that he was still bluffing. The young man asked if there was a reward for this, because as far as he knew, there was no mention that the students would do something like this on the first day. With a disappointed face, the instructor asked if he wanted a reward. Kim Ju-hyeok asked that if he defeats all the monsters, what reward awaits him. The instructor promised that he would do anything the boy wanted within his powers. The young man agreed to his proposal, although it was not enough. The instructor noted that the monsters in this system attack in the same way as they would attack in real life, and the boy simply said to give him the sword. He justified this by the fact that he would not be able to fight against them with his bare hands. The instructor pulled out his sword and told him to use it. The boy accepted the sword and went out through the barrier to goblins and orcs. For a moment, surprise and concern appeared on the faces of all the students. Kim Ju-hyeok killed the monsters one by one with passion in his eyes. There was a hint of madness in his facial expression. He continued to destroy the goblins as easily as if it was a normal thing for him. It had been 300 years since he had held a weapon in his hands, but he admitted that he was pretty good at it. In the boy's past life, the world could not fulfill its role because of monsters, so he had to fight with everything that was at hand. But the sword was still quite a familiar weapon to him. The boy felt something approaching him from behind, so he looked away. A huge goblin with a crowbar flew straight at Kim Ju-hyeok. The boy, without a trace of concern on his face, dodged his attack. He was able to do this because the monsters moved in a pattern. He assumed that it was an NPC monster that was very well designed. Everyone watched in amazement at the sight that stretched beyond the barrier. The instructor did not understand how this was possible, because the sword he gave Kim Ju-hyeok was the most ordinary. He was surprised that the sword cut something so easily, because it has no magical powers. It seemed to him that the sword was devouring monsters. So skillfully did Kim Ju-hyeok wield it. Two geniuses from the 5 main families of Korea were extremely surprised by this madness. Only Choy Ain watched the battle in complete delight. The boy's wish was to get into the constellation room. All the monsters lay dead behind the contented figure of Kim Ju-hyeok. The boy's whole appearance reminded the instructor of his promise to do anything. The evening twilight illuminated the majestic building of Valhalla Academy. The instructor said that classes are over for today, and the students can go to rest in the dormitories. The students began to disperse, but Ju-hyeok sat alone, displeased. He was annoyed that the class was so long. He would just take what he needed and get out of here as soon as possible. The boy recalled that he had never gone to school before, and being a student had never crossed his mind. I want. And the lesson was boring. He took some information from it for himself. This was especially true of the story related to the constellations. He remembered that in his past life there was no such thing as a constellation. The boy mentioned that a constellation is a term used to describe the reincarnation of those who have achieved great success as gods. Most of the constellations are associated with hunters as their holy relics, which endow them with special powers. Valhalla Academy is the 3rd largest relic of the constellations. Ju-hyeok came to the conclusion that everything about swordsmanship and how to destroy monsters made no sense to him. His body was really weak, so he was going to go to a dormitory and take up martial arts seriously. He looked behind him and saw a slim, blue-eyed beauty, Choy Ain. Events are transferred to the teacher's office, where senior instructor Lee Chan-seol remarks to Kim Lee-gun that he has been through a lot. But he replied that it was more of an embarrassment than a difficulty. Involuntarily, he asked if the boy was really a high school student, since this time he created 120 virtual monsters as a test. The senior instructor questioned if the high school student, who had yet to meet the monsters, had really killed them all. Kim Lee-gun confirmed this is what he had already talked about. Lee Chancel said that the boy had no support, because he is an orphan who came out of a small orphanage in a very dangerous area. Another instructor suggested that he might be a faker, but Lee Chang-seol denied it because he did his own investigation into it. He asked the interlocutor if Ju-hyeok really asked for permission to enter the constellation room, to which he received an affirmative answer. After the first semester, the boy will really be able to get there if the senior instructor asks the director. He said that because of this, he has to take on quite a lot of responsibility. Kim Lee-gun expressed his concern about what might happen next year. It will not be easy for him to control his class because, in addition to Kim Ju-hyeok, 3 more students from 5 big families study in it. The senior instructor informed the interlocutor that an exchange student from the Ventri family was studying in another class. It was a student named Rodill Ventri. This news really surprised Lee-gun. Lee-gun remembered this boy. He had heard that he had been kicked out of the British Academy because of problems with his cousin. Hearing this, he felt relieved. He thought that his affairs would be better than in the next class. The story goes back to Ju-hyeok. He asks the girl what happened. She approached him with a request to teach her how to wield a sword. The boy pretended not to understand the girl's request. She reiterated that she wanted him to teach her the swordsmanship he had demonstrated today. But with a displeased expression on his face, the boy refused her request. Aaron asks, "Why? And Ju-hyeok, why is she asking him? He doesn't want to do it." After asking if she had anything to say, Ju-hyeok was about to leave. But the girl asked again to teach her how to wield a sword. Her words made the guy's face look angry. He repeated again that he didn't want to. He told her to stop clinging to him, accusing her of hearing problems. Ju-hyeok said he had no desire to teach her and left. The next day, the hero was sitting at his desk in his academy class. Rocking on the chair, Kim Ju-hyeok sat and thought. It was predictable, but his new body was much worse than he thought. Training in martial arts or anything else will be useless because he has no magical power and it is difficult for him to control mana. The problem with magic power can be solved if he finds a certain thing. For this, he needs to prepare some mana inside himself. Someone approached Kim Ju-hyeok, calling his name. In front of him, he saw 2 blonde people, a boy and a girl. It was Rodill Ventri and his servant Yuria de Felix, who was also 17 years old. With a casual face, Ju-hyeok asked the blonde who he was. Rodill thought that this was to be expected from an ignorant person. He doesn't even know about the Ventri family. He introduced himself to the boy and was going to ask him something directly. With an ominous expression on his face, he asked if Ju-hyeok wanted to become stronger. In most families, side branches of the family line have a harder time achieving power and wealth than members of the main family line. However, the Ventri family has a mask with a beak, which is the guardian of the constellation, and this distinguishes their family from others. But the Ventri family decided to make a contract with a family member who was not part of the main lineage. It was a way for the chosen person to make a contract with the constellation without controversy. The Ventri family has a lot of power in Europe, so they can choose anyone as a contractor. In this way, a side branch of the family could even have the same power as the main line, and Rodill Ventri, who was supported by his family, became too high-minded because of this. Not so long ago, there was a commotion in the British Academy, because of which he was expelled. His maid followed him from the British Academy. Although the boy had been kicked out before, he was sure that he would always have a way to get back on the right path. He remembered a young lady who would definitely like his actions. His plan was to get Kim Ju-hyeok, who is currently in the spotlight, on his side. Rodill told the boy that if he obeyed him, he would lead him to the Ventri family constellation. Ju-hyeok gave the boy a defiant look and called him an idiot. Ju-hyeok's audacity completely surprised the blonde boy. He asked if he hadn't heard, to which Ju-hyeok replied that he wasn't stupid, because Ju-hyeok wasn't really interested in the boy. Ju-hyeok continued that when he says nonsense like that, he really is an idiot. Rodill Ventri was incredibly angry because of the boy's words, but suddenly a voice behind him ordered him to return to his place. The boy was unhappy that someone dared to call him by his full name. He looked around and saw a senior instructor. This wasn't a British academy for him. This was Valhalla, after all. Lee Chancel said that no matter how big the Ventri family is, everyone must obey the instructors here. After these words, the blonde headed straight for the exit with a displeased face. As he closed the door, he promised Kim Ju-hyeok that they would meet again. The boy reacted to these words with an unmoved expression on his face. The classes ended and Kim Ju-hyeok went to the dormitory. He was unhappy that he didn't learn anything new today, and instead, he contacted another fool this morning. He now knew that the guild guides were a bunch of outsiders who used students and instructors to follow him. The boy looked around, noticing someone's presence behind him. Everything was repeated as it was yesterday. It was Choy Ain who again asked to teach her how to wield a sword. How tired he was of her annoyingness. Wasn't his rejection enough for her? The majestic building of the dormitory of Valhalla is illuminated by the evening twilight. Everything in the upper-class room in which Rodill Ventri lived was luxurious. Mirrors, cabinets, and lamps. However, the lamp was destined to become a victim of his aggression. The fragments of the lamp were scattered on the carpet. The maid Yuria was quietly standing behind the sofa. Rodkill was furious that an orphan like Kim Ju-hyeok would dare to humiliate him. The guy ordered Yuria to call Daiser. He needs to deal with someone. Yuria did not answer him, so he turned to her again. The girl was still looking at the floor, not daring to look at the boy. But suddenly Rodkill grabbed the girl and pulled her by the hair. In an aggressive tone, he ordered the girl to answer. In a maddened voice, he asked her if she really still thought she was the eldest daughter of a noble family. A question was raised as to whether he should kick her out of their family, to which the girl, with fear in her eyes, answered no. After the answer, the boy angrily threw Yuria to the floor. In a superior tone, Rodkill ordered once again to contact Daiser. There is something that should be taken care of. And he also added that the son of the Rice family is studying in the 2nd grade of the academy. It is necessary to convey to him that he wants to see him. Yuria gave a sign that she understood everything. Events are transferred to Valhalla dormitory, Kim Ju-hyeok's room. The young man sat in the lotus position, practicing the accumulation of mana. The guy was completely focused on this process. Finishing his practice, Ju-hyeok slowly exhaled. He couldn't use mana, this body was too clumsy. With a certain tension, the boy recalled the events that happened on the way from the academy. As Ju-hyeok calmly walked home, Choy Ain chased him again. The girl was too persistent and it annoyed him. Turning to her side, he expressed his incomprehension. They were already near the dormitory, so how long was she going to follow him? But she, like a parrot, repeated her request to teach her the art of swordsmanship. It bothered him. So he thought about how to get rid of her annoyingness. After thinking about it, the guy told Aaron the sum of 10 million won. He said that it was the cost of one lesson, thinking that the girl would definitely not be able to afford it. For a moment, Choy Ain was in doubt as to what to do next. Kim Ju-hyeok said, "That's it," and he's leaving. That girl asked him to take his phone. The guy thought for a moment, but still gave her his phone. He handed it over to her, wondering why the girl had his phone. Choy Ain said she would write down her phone number here. Returning the phone, she added that it would be easier for her to transfer funds. Kim Ju-hyeok didn't quite understand the meaning of those words. His face immediately tightened with surprise as he looked at the phone screen. The screen showed that a transaction of 100 million won had just been made to his account, and the boy stood there in shock. The girl shyly asked if he would teach her now. With a sneer, Ju-hyeok replied that he wouldn't, refusing the transaction. He remembered this and was surprised how the student was able to send 100 million won. The boy thought that if he agreed to teach her, he wouldn't have to give away all his secrets. It was a lot. But it didn't matter to him anymore. It was just money. First he needs to find something, although he has very little mana. Suddenly, Kim Ju-hyeok started to get dressed to go on the road. His intention was to find his secret stash. So the boy headed to the grounds of Valhalla Academy. He walked through the forest near the academy, carrying a backpack with a shovel. The boy checked the area before entering the academy and found that most of the markings that had been made 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his observations, there should be at least 4 marks. But it was very likely that there were only 3 of them left, and most likely, he will have to look for them in the mountains of Valhalla. But all that remains for him is simply to find them. The boy took a calm pose and began to synthesize mana around him. He still has the ability to sense with what little magic he has, as his senses respond to mana. Near him, a small amount of space lit up with a blue glow. This was his mark. At this point, Kim Ju-hyeok took a shovel and started digging a hole. He tired quickly because his new body was too weak. If the boy had known that it would be so difficult, he would have buried his treasure in a safer place. If the Tower of Destruction hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have had to hide his treasure. The world was on the brink of destruction and there was no room for his riches, so he made notes and placed them all here. The glow of dawn illuminated the majestic building of Valhalla Academy. Ju-hyeok finally managed to find the mark. He had hoped that his treasures were intact. The morning rays of the sun harmoniously illuminated the figure of the boy standing near the newly found mark. The boy leaned towards the keyhole. It was quite large. An ordinary key would not fit here, so the boy synthesized a magic thread. He made a key out of it and twisted the keyhole. The door to his riches opened. The light from the sun suddenly illuminated the area. Kim Ju-hyeok began to slowly make his way down to his treasures. He landed on the floor right in front of his gold. He enthusiastically turned to the treasures. How did they get along without him all this time? The boy looked with pride at all the riches that stretched under his feet. He was relieved that now he didn't have to worry about money. Only something remained to be found. But suddenly his gaze was filled with wonder at what he saw in front of him. In the middle of a pile of gold coins lay dark blue stone savers. The boy remembered that in order to preserve the notes, he had put some magic into these stones, and now the day had come when he would have to use them. Ju-hyeok raised a single stone with his palm, and a light blue glow burst from it. The boy's body was completely enveloped in the glow from the stone he was holding in his hand. He began to expect magical power to overwhelm him. The boy decided to take care of the preservation stones left behind first. He doubted whether he should leave the heavy gold bars and take the light jewelry. Bright daylight stretched over the majestic building of Valhalla Academy. But the main character was clearly not in the best mood. His whole body ached from the recent excavation. He didn't think he would use the marks in the future. But his complaints about life were interrupted by a blue-eyed girl sitting next to his desk. Like all the previous times, Aaron asked to be taught the art of swordsmanship. Ju-hyeok was surprised that the girl still hadn't calmed down. From the information he managed to get, he knew that among the top 5 families, the Choy Ain family, which included Choy Ain, practiced swordsmanship. The boy asked the girl why she was so eager to ask him, because she could learn more from her family. However, Aaron insisted that she wanted to learn from him. She had never seen anyone wield a sword better than Ju-hyeok. But the boy objected. Maybe Aaron's father wields a sword better than him. He is still Choy Ain's hero. The girl was going to say something about her father, but her intentions were interrupted. Instructor Kim Lee-gun entered the classroom and called Ju-hyeok to follow him to the teacher's office. The boy wondered why he was called and also to the teacher's office. The instructor reminded him that this was related to what Ju-hyeok had asked about last time. The boy should be interested. The guy said he would go, but started to get up from his desk. Choy Ain was upset that her pleas were ignored this time as well. However, the boy did not forget about her. As he walked, he told her to come to the training ground tomorrow at 6 in the morning. The girl was surprised at first, but promised that she would come. Kim Ju-hyeok stood gracefully in front of the instructor in the teacher's room. Lee-gun said that he has a lesson soon, so he will speak quickly. First of all, he said that access to the constellation room, which the boy requested, had been granted. He added that the boy will just need to go down to the basement, 0 floor. But he was also not allowed to enter any other floor except this one. Ju-hyeok understood everything and asked when he could get there. The instructor said that if the boy has nothing to do today, then tonight, to which he agreed. Lee-gun was surprised that the boy did not make a fuss because he was not allowed to go to the 2nd floor. The instructor and Kim Ju-hyeok agreed that they would go tonight. After that, the boy turned around and left the classroom. Soon it was evening and Kim Ju-hyeok was going to the academy building. Together with the instructor, they came to the appointed place. This place was the treasure of Valhalla Academy, the room of constellations. Kim Ju-hyeok looked around, surveying the area. Along the entire square of the building, he saw guards in black suits. There were quite a lot of guards here. The instructor explained that the constellation room is extremely important. It makes Valhalla one of the 3 great academies. However, the boy noticed that the inner walls also had their own peculiarity. All possible magic completely surrounded the walls. The only exception was the entrance. Ju-hyeok asked the instructor if he could ask him a question. The boy wondered if it would be considered a crime if he got to the 2nd floor. To which the instructor replied that he would not necessarily become a criminal, but he would be expelled from the academy. In addition, he warned that before the expulsion, the boy would most likely lose his mind. He explained that the magic power on the 2nd floor is unstable. If the boy touches this magic, his mind will collapse and he will become insane. But this information did not affect Kim Ju-hyeok in any way. The instructor was confused by the fact that the boy asked him this right before the entrance. Did he really want to go there? But he doubted, because the candidate for the first place would not do such a thing. Lee-gun is sure that the boy knows that it is better to stay in the academy. He warned the boy that he had half an hour during which time he had to leave. Kim Ju-hyeok assured him that he would be back soon. When the boy entered the building, a translucent screen appeared in front of him again. He thought that he didn't care if he was expelled from the academy. He needed to get to the 3rd floor first. Walking up the stairs, he wondered why there were so many ladders in this building and he could not see the end of them. Walking further, he was surprised at the place in which he found himself. The guy made an assumption that it could be a prison. Ju-hyeok was sure that the constellation room was on the 2nd floor, but now he doubted if it was there. Kim Ju-hyeok doubted whether he should have gone any further. But suddenly, a translucent screen appeared in front of the boy again. On it was visible the inscription that all the conditions have been fulfilled, and now the boy will be moved to the room. A moment later, Kim Ju-hyeok's movement into the room began. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was the god of destruction Barsh, the boss of the Tower of Destruction himself. Kim Ju-hyeok was clearly surprised by this turn of events. God Barcha said that it has been 300 years. Is this a reunion? But immediately after these words, he was punched in the face. Kim Ju-hyeok furiously charged at his former acquaintance. It was clear from his angry red face that he was very happy to see the boss of the Tower of Destruction again. God Barch begged the boy to wait and calm down so they could talk. However, in response, he was punched again with a death wish. Finally, Kim Ju-hyeok let go of his anger and calmed down. After all these blows, the boy was left quite tired. He emphasized that he is not one of those people who throw fists into battle. But he again continued to beat Bars, explaining that this time everything is different because he destroyed his comfortable future. He remembered that all that time he had been training his students, but this boy had destroyed his wealth and his honor. However, a former acquaintance stopped him by saying that the boy was wondering where he was. Jo-hyuk emphasized that there was nothing in this room. Barch explained that this is an imaginary world, that is, it is a space in the relic. He continued his story about the fact that his real body ceased to exist 300 years ago, and the one whom the boy sees now is only an embodiment in the imaginary world. Ju-hyuk assumed that Barcha had been inside this relic all this time. The boy was about to speculate on what that might mean, but an old acquaintance cut him off. With delight, the boss of the Tower of Destruction said that he was now a constellation. However, Ju-hyuk's face did not show the same passion. Full of rage, he struck his interlocutor again. Instructor Kim Lee-gun was still anxiously waiting outside. A certain concern was visible on his face. He was worried whether the boy would throw something away this time as well. As Ju-hyuk exited the building, security stopped him to scan him. The instructor asked the boy if he didn't do anything strange, to which he replied that he just looked around the area. He confirmed this by repeating that he could not go any further, for he would go mad if he did. The teacher gave the boy a sign that he understood everything and told him to go home. With a smile on his face, the boy headed away from the building. As he walked along the road, he remembered the events of the evening. First of all, he remembered the conversation between him and Barche. Ju-hyuk didn't care if he became familiar with the constellation. He was interested in getting an answer to another question. He asked God Barche if he had created the translucent message box and what it was. However, he rejected his guess, saying that he did not know who did it. Ju-hyuk grabbed the boy by the collar and was about to hit him again, but he shouted that he was telling the truth. He explained that after Ju-hyuk killed him, Barche had been inside the thing for 300 years without any energy. Ju-hyuk then asked who was sending all the messages, but the boy replied that he was receiving them too. Barch received a message that he could contact the reincarnated Kim Ju-hyeok and regain his memory. Then this suspicious person appeared in front of him. He assumed that it was she who made the boy the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Jo-hyuk asked who this person was that made Barch the master of the Tower of Destruction. The boy replied that he did not know, because all memory of this part had disappeared. He did not think that the memories would return immediately. He then asked what was in Kim Ju-hyuk's message. The boy replied that it asked to find his weapon and memories, and what was below he could not read because it was censored by squares. He also added that he doesn't remember losing any memories, because he still has memories of the Tower of Destruction. Barch assumed that the boy did not have all his memories, but he had found a weapon, so the memories would return on their own. Ju-hyuk wondered what kind of weapon he managed to find. Barch explained that this space was the inner world of the 4 pastoral sword weapons that had become sacred relics. He also added that he became a constellation because he used the pastoral sword as a relic. The main character again went to Barcha with an outburst of aggression. He returned from his memories to the thought that his pastoral sword had become a relic, and a constellation now lived within it. The boy just wanted to destroy and forget this sword, but he couldn't. A weapon appeared in his hand, the same pastoral sword, worn as it may be, but it hides Barch, who was once called the King of Destruction. So you can't do anything because the quest that appeared in the translucent window is available only with the pastoral sword. A voice came to his side, asking if it was really him who took first place at the induction ceremony. A group of hooligans with multicolored hair was heading straight for the boy. A blonde boy named Lyric Sunrise said that they, his senpai, were on a trip, so could the boy introduce himself. To which the boy replied, "How can such a bully be called senpai?" It wasn't enough for the blonde to just walk up and say hello to the senpaium if the boy was ranked first in his first year. A man came forward with a long wooden weapon in his hands and said that he would be the first to beat this boy, to which the leader of the gang replied to be gentler with him. He started to say something about the difference between first year and second year to Ju-hyuk, but was interrupted. The man was immediately kicked in the stomach. With all his excited look, the boy challenged the hooligans to a fight. The next blow, he kicked the man in the face. From such a strong blow, he flew back to the crowd of hooligans. Everyone around was extremely surprised by this sight. The leader of the gang, Lyric Sunrise, immediately became angry about this. A sword appeared in the boy's hands. The hooligans noticed that he had never had one before. Ju-hyuk was happy to feel the perfect grip that had been so long ago. He threatened the hooligans that if they did not attack him immediately and stay put, he would smear their heads. The course of events is transferred 3 hours ago to the room of Rodill Ventri. Rodill turned to Lyric that he needed to settle some light business. He asked Lyric to deal with a defiant classmate. For this, he offered as a reward something that would help the Sunrise family. He said that this student was first-year student Kim Ju-hyeok and asked him to deal with him. It doesn't matter which way he does it, he even allowed the use of weapons. With a sinister face, Rodill asked if Lyric agreed to do this. In response, the boy told him that he understood everything. After the conversation, he left the room and headed away. Lyric mused. It didn't matter that this guy was ranked first among the rookies. He couldn't be a rival for the seniors. Freshmen and seniors differ from each other because of the constellation contract. Students in the second semester of their first year must go to the constellation room and make a contract with one of them, after which they become contractees. When students become contractors, they can use the power of their constellation, but Ju-hyuk was born into an ordinary family, so he doesn't have his guardian constellation. With a defiant face, Lyric decided that he could easily defeat him. That's what he thought 3 hours ago, but in reality the situation was completely different. Kim Ju-hyeok continued to beat the bullies with his pastoral sword. A man with red hair and a knife in his hands was preparing to attack Kim Ju-hyeok. But a moment later, Ju-hyuk's sword was headed for his neck. The next blow knocked the man off his feet and sent him flying. The boy looked up and saw something flying towards him. One of the hooligans, swinging, flew straight at him. With rage in his eyes, this bully wanted the boy to die. However, Kim Ju-hyeok easily dodged the oncoming blow. The hooligan did not understand where his recent attack had gone. Ju-hyuk was right behind the bully and taunted that he didn't hit him. With the next punch, he sent the guy flying as well. The gang leader was shocked at his skill, as sophomores must possess high martial arts skills to become contract agents. Kim Ju-hyeok addressed the hooligans with the words that he did not say, "He will smear the heads of all those who will just stand." The hooligans were debating whether to attack him or not. Suddenly, Lyric shouted that they should not be afraid because in front of them is only a freshman. The boy defiantly spoke. Does the boss of the hooligans have some fighting spirit? Lyric Sunrise grabbed his sword and was about to attack the boy. However, something suddenly prevented him from moving further. It was the tip of Ju-hyuk's sword sent straight into Lyric's stomach. The guy said that he warned that you can't stand still. In the next moment, an incredibly strong blow passed through the body of the gang leader. Lyric couldn't understand why he didn't understand when the boy came so close to him. In the next moment, the boy was unconscious on the ground. Ju-hyuk started slapping him with his palm, yelling for him to wake up. The boy asked who he was and why he attacked him. The blonde answered, "Didn't the boy hear that they were his senpai, who were a year older than him?" He was surprised that a group of senior students came with weapons to beat up a freshman. He asked who sent them here. As the reason, Lyric gave that it was all done just to break the nose of the freshman who took the first place. Ju-hyuk was surprised that this was accepted among bullies. He leaned towards his bag and was about to leave. However, the blonde stopped him by threatening that Ju-hyuk would not be able to go to the academy normally after this, because if people found out, he would be expelled. To which the boy replied, "Does he really want to tell the story of this fight? If the story comes out that several sophomores came to beat up one freshman, then they will be ashamed to go to the academy." So he advised him to act wisely if they wanted to graduate from the academy and join the guild. After these words, the boy headed to the dormitory. Rodill Ventri kept waiting for a phone call from Lyric, and then the call rang on the phone. The first question was whether the senpai was able to beat Kim Ju-hyeok, but the interlocutor said that he was refusing this job. After these words, Rodill Ventri's whole body was filled with anger. Rodill asked Lyric what he was talking about. Lyric warned the boy to stay away from anything related to Kim Ju-hyeok. Rodill remembered that the last time he spoke to Lyric, his voice sounded rather cocky. The interlocutor wanted to hang up on this, but Rodill asked him to wait. Rodill assumed that the boy was saying this because Kim Ju-hyeok had beaten him, so he suggested that he report it to the administration. He said that if the guy has visible damage, it means that he has enough evidence, so he can safely do it. Rodill said that if he does this, he will give him the amount he promised, and will try to make sure that his family can finance them. However, he replied that it was no longer important even if the Ventri family agreed to finance them. After all, they will not be able to regain this honor they have already lost. After these words, his interlocutor hung up. Rodill was very angry because of all the words he heard. He threw his phone on the floor, smashing it to pieces. Lowering his gaze to the floor, he sat and thought. After that, the boy turned to his maid Yuria. He asked if the girl had already contacted Daiser, to which the girl replied yes. She informed him that Rodill wanted to meet in person. But since Daiser is far away, it will take him some time to get here. The boy asked where he is. After these words, the events are transferred to the magnificent building of the Aripia Academy in Mexico. A mountain of beaten students stretched inside the building. Sitting on their bodies was Daiser Ventri, who had just learned that Rodill wanted him to come to Korea. He was told to come to Korea to take care of a man named Kim Ju-hyeok. The reward for this was already prepared for him. This, he thought, was a very remarkable turn of events, for he had no one to ask for money after he had been banished. The next day, the plot unfolds in the training hall of Valhalla. Ju-hyeok was amazed that the training hall was as big as the academy. This made him want to run immediately. But his expression changed to one of surprise when he heard a voice in his head asking why he had come to the hall. It was Barch's voice that informed him that he was in the sword that Ju-hyeok had acquired for himself. The boy said that he was surprised. For a moment, he thought that Barch somehow got out of the sword. Then he would have to beat him and pull him back. The boss of the tower replied that nothing like that had happened, so he could not worry. Ju-hyeok asked if his companion was sure that everything was fine. After all, the sword became an artifact and is currently kept in Valhalla, and they left the constellation room with it. However, the acquaintance replied that there was nothing to worry about because he had replaced the sword with an exact copy. Ju-hyeok asked where he learned to create it. Barch answered that when he regained consciousness, he lost all his strength, but that's exactly what he managed to do. But he added that he does not know why he has this ability. When the boy was stretching, he saw a familiar figure in front of him while bending down. It was Choy Ain from the Choy Ain family, whom he told to come to the hall yesterday. He was surprised that the girl still came. She asked if he was going to teach her swordsmanship right now. The guy said no, they would start by increasing her stamina first. With innocence in her voice, the girl asked why to do this. He said she could leave if she didn't like it, but the girl said she would stay. The guy recommended that she start stretching exercises. He also explained that the higher her stamina, the better she would be able to absorb mana and control it, even though these were the basics of cultivation. He thought about the fact that, for some reason, more is invested in mana and not in endurance in vigorous training methods. He noticed that although Erin had a lot of mana, she had the stamina of a novice swordsman. The girl announced that she had finished stretching. The guy announced that now they are starting real training. They started training with push-ups. It can be seen that Choy Ain is not doing it easily. The next exercise was chair pose. Ju-hyeok was able to do it even with a barbell. The last step was lifting dumbbells. The girl found it very difficult. After these exercises, exhausted from the load, Erin lay down on the floor. However, the boy announced that this was only the beginning of training. He was surprised that the girl got tired so quickly and said that it is enough to lie down, you need to get up. After saying that there were still 20 kilometers left to run, her face was covered with cold sweat. It's another school day at Valhalla Academy. Ju-hyeok was worried if Erin was okay. They had put in more effort than last time. Her figure was gradually developing. However, it was clear from the expression on Erin's face that these training sessions were not easy for her. The lesson began, and teacher Lilia, the teacher of the subject on space monsters, announced that today they will have an easy written test. She remembered briefly explaining this on the first day and recommended that the students study the space monsters on their own. So she announced that today she would test how well they knew how to fight each individual monster. At that moment, each of the students began to write his test. Someone sat, thinking for a long time about the correct answer. Someone wrote the test even in spite of their bad health. But some students were not at all sure how they would write it. The time was up, so the instructor Lilia said to pass the tests from the end to the front. She added that the test score will not be added to their overall score, but the test will be used to assess their ability in the next session. When all the tests were collected, the teacher announced that next class they would begin a formal lesson in the virtual combat simulation room. Lilia said goodbye to the students and left the office. Barcha pestered the boy again, asking if he had written all the answers to the test correctly. The guy asked if he was reading his thoughts, to which the interlocutor answered yes, because he had nothing to do. But he clarified that he can only hear what the boy thinks about him. Ju-hyeok replied that he wrote the answers as he knew. The instructor, Lilia, was sitting at the table in the teacher's room, checking the students' works. The name Kim Ju-hyeok immediately came out aggressively from the instructor's lips. She was angry because she thought his answers were delusional. Instructor Kim Legan calmly walked around the teacher's office with a cup in his hands. However, there was something that piqued his interest. He noticed how the instructor Lilia was checking the tests of the students in his class. Legan approached and asked her if these were really works of his class. The woman confirmed his guess. The instructor added that in preparation for the mock battle, she told them to learn how to kill monsters, so she gave them this test to test their knowledge. As expected, in a class where children from famous families study, they all achieved success. The instructor said that he would not distract her then and left. Kim Lee-gun went to his table and quietly began to sip his tea. But the next moment, he shuddered at the familiar name. The instructor was displeased how Kim Ju-hyeok dared to call these the correct answers. The man asked Lilia if Kim Ju-hyeok had done badly in the tests, to which she replied that it's not just bad, he's making fun of the whole class at that moment with his answers. She wasn't going to leave it at that. Next class, Lilia would show him his work, and instructs the boy that it will not be possible to deal with monsters so easily. A week later, the students gathered in a virtual combat simulation room. The teacher announced that she checked and brought the tests that the students wrote last class. Most of them did very well with them. With a scowl, she beckoned Kim Ju-hyeok to come to her. With a casual look, the boy headed to the podium. The teacher handed him a piece of paper, telling him to take it. The instructor announced that student Kim Ji-hyuk was getting 0 points. She asked him if he was sure he had written the test correctly. The boy replied that he had indeed spelled it correctly. She asked the first question, how best to deal with the stone goblins. Lilia asked the student what he wrote as an answer to this question. His response was to stab his goblin straight in the stomach with his sword. The instructor said the second question, which sounded like the student discovered that 8 stone goblins were approaching him, he should think about how to act correctly in this situation. Ju-hyuk's answer was that, starting with those who attack you, you should stab each one in turn and send them to hell. She reasoned that hitting the goblin would be pointless since his defense was B+, which meant that a normal sword aura would not harm him at all. But she asked if the boy would really use a sword against monsters of this type. The boy replied that everything would end with just one blow. The instructor was furious that the boy was still self-confidently carrying this delusion. Lilia turned to him and said that she understood everything. Due to the fact that the student is confident in his answers, she will give him the opportunity to prove their correctness. As before, after pressing the key, the walls of the room began to disappear. Bloodthirsty goblins began to approach the podium. The teacher told the boy that if he kills the goblins as written in his test, she will count his points. With a satisfied look, he said that he understood everything. He handed his test back to instructor Lilia. He walked over to the weapon rack and picked up a steel sword. Everyone present watched as the boy headed straight for the goblin. Stopping, he stood directly in front of the stone goblin. The instructor mentioned that she heard that the boy killed all 120 summoned goblins. She is sure that he has talent. But she also believed that with a stone goblin, he would not be able to cope with any sword. A moment later, the stone goblin rushed straight at the boy. Kim Ju-hyeok swung his steel sword straight at him. The wariness on the instructor's face changed to surprise. The boy's sword was sticking out of the stone goblin's stomach. After that, his hideous body began to disintegrate. All the students were shocked that the goblin disappeared after being hit with a sword. All that remained of him was the sword lying on the ground. But the greatest surprise was observed on the face of instructor Lilia. The guy really proved the truth of his answer. Soan was surprised how without magic the boy was able to kill the stone monster with one sword. Alertness was visible in the eyes of all students. The teacher asked how the boy managed to do it. He smiled that she didn't see how he just stuck the sword in his stomach. She meant that if he wanted to kill the goblin with just a sword, the boy needed to be at least an A-class contractor. But even so, he was able to defeat him with just a sword. The boy told the teacher that now he proved the truth of his answer. But she said that it was just one question, so it is necessary to confirm the truth of the other one as well. The ground beneath Ju-hyeok's feet shook. He was unhappy that he would have to kill stone monsters again. The terrain under his feet began to change rapidly. A dark stone tunnel appeared before his figure. He asked the instructor Lilia why it appeared before him. She told him to be more careful and look straight ahead. Stone goblins began to emerge from the tunnel one by one. Dealing with goblins is quite difficult due to the fact that they do not control their anger. If you fail to deal with them, then the goblin in front will use the howling skill and all the other goblins will also leave. Usually people would fight them with magic and kill them all at once, or just run away instead of meeting them face to face if the opponent made a mistake. So even if the guy is good with a sword, it will be difficult. From what the instructor heard, his speed with the sword was quite slow. With an angry expression on his face, the boy rushed straight at the goblin. At that moment, he pierced his head with a steel sword. The goblin standing behind him was wary of this blow, and following his brother, he was severely wounded by a sword. The battle between Kim Ju-hyeok and the goblins was over. There was no surprise on the instructor's face. He asked her if he had answered that question correctly as well. In the evening, the main character went to the training hall of the academy. Together with him, Choy Ain went to the gym to train. But they did not have time to start training when the girl collapsed on the floor from exhaustion. It was clear that all these trainings were not easy for her. The boy was surprised that the girl was so impatient. He asked why it was so difficult for her to do exercises of this level, since she should be training in her clan. The girl replied that she usually doesn't stress like that. Then the boy asked how she trains if she has to face monsters, to which she replied that she could simply use her magical power by borrowing it from the constellation. Such an answer from the girl should have been expected. Ju-hyeok had already realized that they were focusing on their magic power during the training there, because they depend on the constellations. So even if they don't improve their physical abilities, it's normal as long as they train well enough to borrow power from the constellation. He realized that the risk remained. For what would happen if they found themselves in the middle of a maze or dungeon with a magic limiting spell? Or what happens if their mana runs out because the battle is too long, or the constellation doesn't lend them its power? Ju-hyeok turned to the girl who was still sitting on the floor and asked her if she thought these endurance exercises were really helping her. The girl replied that of course they help and started to get up from the floor. She also added that he said he would teach her the art of swordsmanship if she did it. But the boy smiled at her answer because the girl does it only because he told her to do it. Choy Ain was very surprised by this answer. The guy told them to finish for today because they have to go to the academy soon. The girl asked if he was also going to leave the hall. He answered that he wanted to make one more approach and asked if Ain also wanted to. After these words, the girl immediately imagined it and was puzzled. He realized it was futile, so he just told her to get out of here. Choy Ain approached the exit from the hall and said goodbye to the boy, and Ju-hyeok went on to continue his training. Barcha spoke to him, asking if this girl's name was Choy Ain. He noticed that she continued his training without a single complaint and asked why he decided to help her with training. The boy replied that it was only because she insisted so much that he teach her his swordsmanship. The god of destruction asked if he had already shown the girl his mastery of the sword. The boy replied that he never showed it to her. The girl just noticed it when he used it during the lesson. Barcha remarked that it was interesting how she understood his power just by watching the fight. The boy was of the same opinion, so he planned to teach her some of his art. He heard the sound of someone sighing on either side of him and turned to him. The boy was not alone. Senyuk trained with him in the hall. His former opponent in the fight was lifting a huge barbell. After this exercise, for a moment, the boy sat down to rest. He also noticed that someone was watching him. At the same time, the two boys looked at each other. Ju-hyeok asked how long the boy had been here. Senyuk replied that his usual occupation before entering the academy was sports, so he has been training here ever since. After this answer, he left the training hall of the academy. Ju-hyeok remembered that Senyuk was able to train for so long because of his talent. Barch asked why this guy became interesting to Ju-hyeok. Ju-hyeok noticed that Senyuk was clearly smarter than those who were just training their magic power. After that, he asked what these guardian constellations were doing. The boy went on to continue his training. Barch said that he knew nothing about the other constellations, although he was also a constellation, and all he did for 300 years was in isolation. He noticed that the boy could learn more about them if he completed a new task in the system. On the translucent screen, it was written that the task of retrieving his weapon and memories was completed. Instead of him came the task of getting to Madagai Rona's house in the Eye of the Big Forest place. The boy remembered hearing about the Eye of the Great Forest of Valhalla in class. It was the last place they trained during the first semester. He thought that if it wasn't for this cursed quest, he would have just run away and taken his things, but it looks like he's going to have to be careful for a while. Barch was surprised by such a decision, because the boy had recently made a lot of noise because of a fight with hooligans, but the boy replied that they had climbed on their own. He added that he had restrained himself for a very long time, otherwise his head would have exploded, but he hoped that after completing the task, he would learn the secret. Events are transferred to the huge mansion of the Ventri family in Great Britain. Inside the mansion, masks with beaks stuck out from the mirrors. Portraits of the guardian of the family constellation also hung near them. At a long table in front of the picture of the guardian of the constellation sat the vice president of the Ventri clan, Adelia Ventri. The lady ordered her butler to tell about the progress of affairs. The servant announced that the maze on the outskirts of Reading had already been taken care of. She praised their work and asked if he had anything else to say. The servant said that he was considering hiring some competent people he found along the way. One of Robert's ruined clan survived in the maze. He added that the two people he found were quite strong, as they were A-rank contractors. Adelia ordered to test their abilities and bring people to her and asked if that was all he wanted to tell for today. Dvoretsky added that he had information about Rodkill. The lady asked if anything had happened to Rodkill again. Dvoretsky said that he was given information related to Daiser Ventri. He said Rodkid called Daiser to South Korea. When the vice president heard this name, her expression changed to rage. Daiser Ventri was a troubled child in his family. He committed many terrible deeds using the Ventri family name. At the age of 19, he killed 5 people in an English academy just because they started arguing with him. At the age of 20, he was kicked out of the Ventri family. Adelia wondered why Daiser was dating Rodkill since he had been in hiding for years. She ordered to continue watching Rodkill. She also added that if he does something strange, the vice president will kick him out of the family. Dvoretsky said that he understood everything, finished his report, and left. After his departure, the vice president was left sitting in thought. She believed that all of her brothers had the power they deserved. Power not meant for scum. Adelia believed that power should belong to only one person. That in the end, all the power is meant for Adelia. After these words, the lady looked at the picture behind her. It was a picture of the guardian constellation of the Ventri family. In the Academy of Valhalla, there were lessons. The teacher explained to the students that the word thief consists of 2 words, evil and doer, which literally mean an evil person. He added that in modern society, the word thief is used to describe people who use the power of the constellation with evil intentions. Thieves usually act alone, but they can also form organizations. Among these organizations, the One God group was the most notorious. Ju-hyeok thought about how he felt himself getting stronger from normal training. His body also had the talent to use mana. Although it is not at the level of a genius, it is much better than his body before reincarnation, but it still seemed strange to him. He did not understand why his body was so bad. The first day he did chi circulation, he was barely able to finish because he had less mana than an ordinary person. And the physique of the body was so bad that after digging a little, he felt that he was losing consciousness. But he understood that even with a body like this, everything should not have turned out so badly. The boy guessed that something had happened to the body in the past. But after a moment, he decided there was no point in worrying about it. Someone's thin female hand approached the boy's desk. When the boy saw it, at first he did not understand what was happening. Looking closely, he saw that Soan had placed a note on his desk. Ju-hyeok took out and unfolded the note from the girl. Expanding, he saw only the usual word, hello. The fact that there was only one word in the note angered the boy. It was getting dark outside and classes at the academy were coming to an end. The teacher informed the students that this weekend they can leave the academy. For this, they need to submit an application. After finishing his words, the instructor said that that's all for today. Ju-hyeok really thought about leaving the academy this weekend. The guy filled out the application as the reason he wrote that he wanted to go for a walk outside. Barch was surprised that the boy was planning to go outside. He asked where the boy was planning to go, but their conversation was interrupted by someone's greeting. The boy looked around to find out where the voice was coming from. Behind him was his former opponent in the opening round, Soan. He asked what kind of jokes these were and what she wanted from him. He even kindly responded to the girl's note, but she did not respond in return. The guy told her to hurry because he has to give a statement. The girl stood still and could not connect even 2 words. All her attempts to say something really annoyed Ju-hyeok. He yelled at her to hurry up and just say what she needed, calling her crazy. Soan was immediately irritated that the boy called her abnormal. The girl asked why she was abnormal, to which the boy replied that making someone angry just like that is abnormal. Ju-hyeok asked again what she wanted to say, and the girl immediately thought about it. She remembered the previous fight against the stone goblins with only 1 sword. She was already very impressed by the fact that the boy was able to defeat the stone goblin with just a sword, without any magic. It was very different from what was written in the books. Soan was just going to ask him how he was able to kill the stone goblin. The girl did not understand why she had such a headache before she wanted to ask this. Just as the girl dared, the instructor Lilia jumped out in front of her with the same question she wanted to ask Ju-hyeok. The boy was puzzled by the fact that the instructor jumped out so unexpectedly. He wondered why it was she who suddenly intervened in the conversation. The boy thought that she hated him. He said she should hate him for putting her in an awkward position when he denied all the questions. However, the instructor Lilia said that she didn't care. Before that, she believed that there was only one way to kill monsters, but he showed her that there were many others. She grabbed his shoulder and was about to say something. The instructor asked the boy if he wanted to become her assistant, to which she immediately refused. She begged the boy to become her assistant and do an article about monsters with her, but he continued to refuse her. Soan clearly did not like the situation that had now developed. She breathed a sigh of relief and decided she didn't need to ask the boy about it anymore. The evening glow of dusk illuminated the majestic building of Valhalla Academy. The next day, Kim Ju-hyeok left for the outside world. In front of his figure stretched the majestic spaces of the market. The course of events is transferred to the dormitory of the Valhalla Academy. Kim Ju-hyeok was sitting at his desk in his room. Barch asked if he was looking for it. The boy replied that he was looking for information about the place he was going to go. He needed to find one interesting place, namely a trading forum where he could sell his treasures from the vault. Flipping for some time, the boy managed to find what he needed. He came across an article that told how to get into the market. After paying the fee, you are allowed to trade anything freely here. Also, this market is considered black because of criminals who also have trade access. The reason this market exists is that the person who created it is a guardian constellation called the Secret Lord. Precisely because Constellation created and actively supports it, many high-ranking people use it openly, and the government does not fight it. The guy decided that he should take advantage of the market for a certain time. In the article, it was written that in order to get to the market, you need to reserve a place for yourself, where the location of the market will be indicated within a range of 50 km. You need to go there. The guy asked if there was a link to reservations in the comments. A message from Choy Ain popped up on his phone screen. She sent him lots of sad bunny emojis. The girl said that she will not be able to come to tomorrow's training. They need to leave. The boy replied that he understood. The training would not take place tomorrow anyway. He also needs to go to a certain place. At first, Aaron did not understand what the boyfriend wrote to her. He replied that he just wished her a happy trip. The influx of emojis from Choy Ain left the boy embarrassed. He didn't understand why she kept sending them. He nailed it and went on to look for a link where he could reserve a seat and find out the location of the market. Having found the link, the boy clicked on it. After that, he headed to the location that was indicated in the link. This place was supposed to be a building similar to an old cafe. After some time, the boy managed to find this building. Ju-hyeok opened the door to the cafe and walked on. He just needed to enter the cafe and head to the right corner. Looking, the boy saw a metal door in the right corner. He walked to the door and opened it, stepping outside. The boy looked ahead and saw the expanses of the market in front of him. It was evening, and black smoke could be seen behind the buildings. All these sights seemed very strange to the boy. He was sure that he had come here for the first time, but these places seemed very familiar to him. The purple sky and cloudy moon looked very similar to the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. A man approached the boy and asked if he was here first. The man in front of him was dressed in a black leather suit. Ju-hyeok remembered that this was the employee he read about in the post. The guy confirmed that he was here for the first time. The man in the suit asked if he knew how to use the market. The guy replied that in a certain MVRO, yes, having withdrawn 2 million won. He handed the money to the guard, who thanked him profusely. Ju-hyeok spent all the money he got for first place in the entrance exams. Only 30,000 won was left, so he expected to make money here. The guard asked if the boy wanted to ask him something, to which he answered yes. The guy said he wants to sell some jewelry he owns, but he doesn't know where to go. The guard asked if the boy wanted to put them up for auction, but Ju-hyeok just wanted to sell them quickly. A man in a suit recommended that he go to the market in the 3rd district. There are many merchants who buy jewelry. As a reliable person, the guard recommended Maurice, who had the best prices. To get to the 3rd district, the guard told him to go straight, and when the boy sees a fork, turn right. The boy wanted to leave, but the guard still had something to say to him. He handed the boy a mask and strongly advised him to use it. The security guard explained that due to the nature of the goods traded in the market, almost everyone wears masks. Ju-hyeok agreed and put a mask on his face. The boy thanked the guard and was about to go on. The man in the suit wished him a good time. Kim Ju-hyeok reached the 3rd district in the market. The masked man examined the diamond in his hand in detail. The boy approached him and asked if he was Morris. The man looked at the boy and answered that yes, it was him. Ju-hyeok told the seller that there are several items he wants to sell right now. The seller replied that if it was gold or jewelry, he would be able to value it very quickly. The boy looked into his backpack to pull out something he wanted to sell. He was holding a small black bag in his hands. After that, he put it on the table to the seller and said that he wanted to sell its contents. The man opened the bag and realized that it contained rings. He took one in his hands and began to examine it in detail. After a moment, a huge surprise appeared on his face. The seller realized that he was holding an artifact from the Age of Destruction. No matter which way the man looked, he understood that this was an artifact of the Era of Destruction. He wondered if the other ornaments in the bag were the same. The bag contained almost a dozen precious rings. The seller realized that they were all really from the same era. The boy asked how much the merchant could offer him for all these jewels. For a moment, the seller thought about how much it should all cost. He wondered where the boy had so many artifacts, because his voice sounded like he was a little over 20 years old. He asked Kim Ju-hyeok where he got these artifacts. The guy replied that he had heard that such a thing is not asked here, or he is wrong. The seller admitted that the guy was right and it was his mistake. Mr. Morris was worried. He was so engrossed in the artifacts that he asked things he shouldn't have asked. He almost tarnished his reputation as a merchant. After a moment, he replied that he didn't even know how much he could offer for it. He added that he couldn't value them because he didn't have enough money to buy artifacts from the Age of Destruction. Ju-hyeok was surprised and asked where he should go to get the money for them. The seller said that the boy would have to pass by the tall building of the auction house on the way here. The guy asked how long it would take to sell if he put it up for auction. The man replied that on average about 2 weeks, because there are many people who have reserved seats, and it will take some time until the auction hall opens. He added that the boy will need to undergo verification to receive the payment. All this information upset the boy. Ju-hyeok then asked how much he could make from the auction. The seller began to roughly calculate the amount of jewelry. He showed the boy his calculations, which shocked him. He was surprised that they were so expensive, even though they had been expensive in his past life, so he kept them away. Ju-hyeok questioned the merchant if this was the correct price for his jewels. The seller replied that this was only his personal estimate. Even if he sold everything he had, he would only be able to buy 3/4 of the value of these jewels. The guy was extremely surprised at such an estimate and asked if it was really so. He decided that he would sell the part that he offered to the merchant. The man was very surprised by such an offer. Artifacts from the Age of Destruction are sold at a high price not only because of the period of their origin. There was another reason for such a high estimate of their value. This reason was the constellations that began to appear after the end of that era. It was strange that the artifacts that appeared in that era reacted to the constellations. Of course, a person was able to make a contract with an S-rank constellation thanks to these artifacts. For as long as the seller could remember, the artifacts were called the Alchemist's Zone. Upon re-examination, he was sure that the jewels were from this era, judging by the way mana flowed into them. The magic unleashed at the end of the Era of Destruction seems to still be working. The seller was surprised that he was able to buy 8 artifacts of that era so cheaply. Today was his lucky day, he thought. Suddenly, a man approached him. The merchant was clearly surprised by who appeared before him. Through the same door at the old cafe, Ju-hyeok turned back. The mask was very uncomfortable for him. He thought he was going to die. As far as the boy remembered, if he left through the door he came through, he would return to the same place. He looked at his phone screen at his transaction history. He had 2,500,000,000 won in his account. He was surprised that the money problem was now solved because of the fact that he was able to earn so much. Even if the guy runs out of money, there are still plenty of things in the vault that he could sell. The phone in the boy's hands vibrated with a ring. An unknown number called him. Ju-hyeok cautiously picked up the phone and began to speak. It was the instructor Lilia. She offered him to have a snack today. The guy wondered where she got his phone number. The instructor told Ju-hyeok to come to the Valhalla gym. She will treat him to lunch. Before he could say anything, the woman hung up. He wondered if he should leave to get the free food, given that he was free now. Events returned to the cellar, before whom a man in a suit with a mask appeared. Mr. Morris asked alarmed why the man was here. The man in a suit wondered if they really had such a bad relationship that he was addressing him like that. Mr. Morris replied that even if they had seen each other several times, an ordinary trader could not just talk to a market master like that. The merchant's interlocutor was the market lord, the Black Cat. Black Cat noticed that he liked the way the merchant communicated with him. Mr. Maurice asked why the market lord was here. He replied that he was interested because Mr. Morris had submitted an application for participation in the promotion anonymously for the first time in a long time. Now the trader has suggested that the anonymous application is not really anonymous. However, Black Cat replied that since the real lord of the market is not him, but his constellation, he knows any information. There were many messages on Black Cat's phone screen that his constellation wanted a ring. Kim Ju-hyeok and instructor Lilia were sitting at a table in a restaurant inside Valhalla. Mrs. Lilia, closing her eyes, savored the spaghetti. She was amazed at how delicious they were. The woman noticed that Kim Ju-hyeok was looking around. She asked the boy why he wasn't eating, to which he replied that he wondered why there was such a place in Valhalla. The woman explained that in addition to the school canteen and restaurant for teachers, there is a faculty restaurant and regular restaurants similar to this one. Lilia was surprised that the boy did not know this. He replied that he was not very interested and began to taste the food. After that, he asked why the instructor called him here. After these words, the teacher persistently asked Ju-hyeok to be her assistant, but he immediately refused. The instructor first asked to think before answering. If he becomes her assistant, he will have many advantages. The woman thought that the boy guessed what they were going to talk about, so she asked him to at least listen to her. She began by telling him about the benefits he would receive if he agreed. First of all, the boy will be awarded a scholarship, which, according to the instructor, is a big plus, but the boy was clearly not impressed. Then the woman added that the boy will have the opportunity to write a thesis together with her. If he writes it, new horizons will open up for him. If this happens, the boy's name will become famous in the Worldwide Monster Research Institute. Wealth and fame will come by themselves. Also, instead of being allowed to go outside once a month, he will be able to go out more than twice a week. The boy asked if there was anything else. Instructor Lilia thought for a moment. As a last argument, she added that he would be able to work with her, but the guy replied that she was just narcissistic. However, the instructor continued to persistently ask the boy to become her assistant. He pondered that if he could benefit greatly from it, he would consider it. But there was nothing special about the offer, so he declined once again. For the boy, it was more important to find the Eye of the Great Forest, which the message box had sent him. He can get there only during the performance evaluation in the first year. He once again told the instructor that he does not plan to be her assistant and write a thesis. After that, the woman suggested if he would like to exchange information. If she would give him information that would interest him, in return she wanted information on how to hunt monsters. The guy asked what the information was, to which the instructor replied that it was about Choy Ain, with whom he was communicating. The boy wondered if Choy Ain was talking to him because of training, but he said that he was not interested. The instructor said in a loud voice that she had heard that Choy Ain would soon be kicked out of her family. For a moment, the boy was surprised by what he just heard. He was about to leave the restaurant, but the teacher stopped him again. The guy said he was leaving because he finished eating and didn't hear anything useful. However, the instructor countered that she had already given him the information, so the boy should do the same. Jo-hyuk denied everything because he didn't want to hear this information. He added that there is something that he is personally interested in. The boy asked the instructor why she behaves so childishly when she quarrels, but she is so strict during lessons. The woman replied that she is the most responsible instructor, so if she messes around for too long during the class, the students may have problems. Monster hunting is directly related to student survival, so if it becomes lenient during learning, students won't be able to remember their goal. The woman proudly said that she was just fulfilling her duties as an instructor. The guy admitted that it was pretty cool. He told her not to be sad and headed out of the restaurant. That woman followed him, saying that he should at least repay her for the information she told him. The development of events is transferred to the stately home of the Chojin clan. Choy Ain and his brother were sitting right in front of the patriarch of their clan. He was the master of the Jinsa Guild, Choy Jong-seok. He told them that the reason he called them today was to ask them about their intentions regarding the selection of their family's heir. Choy Ain's brother's name was Choy Jin-yeon. He was a hunter of the Kinsa Guild and the eldest son of the captain of the Choijin family. 17-year-old Ain was the second daughter of the Choijin family. The chairman said that if they manage to come to the selection trial, then they will have the opportunity to sign a contract. When concluding the contract, they must use the Blue Moon Sword, a sacred relic of their clan, which will mark their recognition as heirs to the family. But there was also a condition that if they did not pass the test, according to family tradition, they will be excluded from the family. After his story, he asked if they still wanted to be tested. The eldest son of the family captain answered yes. Choy Ain also replied that she would. The patriarch said that they will start the selection test in 3 weeks. Now they can be free. The second daughter and the eldest son of the family captain were walking along the paths of the clan building. The boy asked if the girl was really so indifferent to the situation. The girl was extremely surprised by this question. Her brother said, "Didn't she see the expression on her father's face when she confirmed that she was going to participate in the selection test?" Ain remembered that their father's expression was indeed very stern. The guy suggested that the girl really won't stop until she achieves status in the family. He emphasized that the girl was an illegitimate child. Being reminded of this angered Choy Ain. With a sneer in his voice, the boy said not to expect that the girl would be able to win the selection process. The brother emphasized that a girl who only has constellation protection is not on par with him who has a normal contract. From these words, the girl's well-being became worse and worse. He said since she has given up and just sits and watches how the family's money is wasted, he will make them realize the price. With a majestic look, he said goodbye and emphasized that they would meet again in 3 weeks. Erin stood firm even after all these insults and words. She remembered the moments when her mother was dying. Before her death, the girl's mother said that Erin should become the head of the family. It would be good if the girl could do whatever she wanted in this post. The girl remembered these bitter moments with an impassive face. It's the next school day at Valhalla Academy. Today, the lesson in Kim Ju-hyeok's class was taught by instructor Kim Lee-hoon. The boy, as usual, sat with a thoughtful look. Barch reminded him that the boy has midterm exams soon. He was surprised that he was worried about something like that. The boy should be more attentive, because now his class teacher is explaining the intermediate exams. And usually the boy does not pay attention to what is being said in class. The instructor told the students that they should all know this, but in Valhalla, exams play a very big role. As in the intermediate and final exams, the students who scored the lowest number of points will be immediately expelled from the school. He hoped that the students would prepare well for the written and practical tests and told them to strive for glory. The boy thought that the practical test was not as important as the written one. He needed to stay in this academy until he reached the eye of the great forest, and he didn't even know how to get there. After these thoughts, the boy turned to Barch. He asked him if it was true that his former rival attended most of these classes. The young man replied that if he did, to which Ju-hyeok told him to take this test for him. He was surprised by such a statement, but Ju-hyeok once again emphasized that he just needed to write the test for him. The constellation did not like this plan. He considered it unfair. But the boy laughed that Barch would still tell him the answers when he was writing the test, so he had no choice. The instructor finished his lesson and wished everyone success. The guy put on his briefcase and was about to leave. But he heard someone addressing him. It was Choy Ain who approached the boy. She asked if they would practice today. He wondered why she was asking this. Did she really want to finish their training? However, the girl said that this is not the case. The boy asked if the girl wanted to learn the art of swordsmanship. Ju-hyeok assumed that if she was training with him, she probably didn't even know how to use a sword properly. The boy said that it wouldn't be exactly the art of wielding a sword, but he would show how to do it properly. At the same time, he thought that it was time for him to practice with his weapon. Ju-hyeok told the girl to come to the training hall, to which she agreed. And now, Kim Ju-hyeok and Choy Ain stood facing each other with swords in hand. The boy asked how long it had been since the girl had last used her sword. Arin said that she hadn't touched the sword since she started training with it. It had only been a day and a half. The guy missed that before that she trained every day. Arin confirmed his guess. He told the girl to draw her sword. The girl touched the hilt of her sword with her fragile fingers. She pulled it out and held it in front of her. The guy said to put emphasis on the ring finger and little finger, so firmly grabbed the handle. Arin immediately followed his instructions. After doing so, her expression changed to one of surprise. This grip seemed to her to be more reliable than holding the blade with both hands, although the girl did not even put magic into it. The boy now ordered her to attack him with everything she had. The girl stood in a combat stance and prepared for an attack. Instantly, her whole body was enveloped in lightning flashes. Choy Ain prepared to unsheath the sword. She was surprised by the change in the speed of her legs. The girl swung her sword at Ju-hyeok, but he blocked her attack. He notices that Choy Ain has become much faster. Throwing her back, he said not to put more magic into his legs than necessary. She agreed with Ji-hyeok's remark. After that, the girl put the sword back into her sheath. She ran and prepared for her next attack. Arin quickly drew her sword and struck a brilliant blow. He told the girl that she began to move better. But after that, he emphasized that when she stops, you need to turn your body a little. The girl stepped back from the boy's blow, but after hearing these remarks, she said that she understood them. Ju-hyeok told Arin to attack him and not stop. With tension in her face, she gathered her strength to attack further. After that, another blow followed from the girl. But the boy managed to evade him again. He expected such a blow from Choy Ain. The girl stood up to perform the next attack. Young Arin lunged at Ju-hyeok with the next punch. She understood that thanks to training, she had become much stronger now. The boy continued to smugly resist all her blows. It was already dark in the courtyard of the academy. The day was gradually coming to an end. Kim Ju-hyeok and Choy Ain were still continuing their sword training. The girl was already at the limit of her abilities. The guy said that it had already been an hour and offered to end it there. After these words, exhausted Choy Ain sat down to rest on the floor. Ju-hyeok walked over to the counter to put down his sword. The girl realized that her swordsmanship had become much better compared to the level during the induction ceremony. However, there was still something during the classes that bothered Erin. She could not touch the boy for a moment. She thought about asking him to teach her sword fighting. After some time, Erin turned to the boy. She asked if he would spar with her next time. After thinking for a while, the boy replied that he did not know. He reflected on the fact that sparring with her is quite useful. Teaching her is fun since the girl has talent. He felt it even during the induction ceremony. She uses a breathing technique that feels different. This training made the boy relax. If it was 300 years ago, her talent was worthy of becoming his student. But now he does not have such an opportunity. The girl repeated the question again, whether they would spar. The guy thought about playing a little joke on her, and again answered that he didn't want to. The girl was upset, and the boy was surprised that she gave up so quickly. The girl said that he was right at her expense. If Erin follows his words, she will definitely become even stronger. He thought about the meaning of her words, that he was right, and said that there was enough training for today, so they were done for today. The next day, all first-year students gathered at the Valhalla Stadium. Soan was nervous about being in the stadium for the first time since the induction ceremony. Senyuk was surprised that so many freshmen had gathered. Choy Ain stood in the crowd of students with an impassive face. Ju-hyeok didn't understand why they were all gathered here. Barsh reminded that the class teacher told about it 2 weeks ago. The senior instructor asked for attention and began to talk about the midterm exams in Valhalla. This time, the interim practical assessment was dungeon attack. The students were informed that they would have to unite and go to an artificial dungeon. The area around the students began to change. Rooms appeared around them one after another. The instructor said that they are free to form any team. Optimally, there should be 8 people in the team, and the students can form them as they wish. Instructors will only rate students based on their level of contribution during a dungeon attack. After these words, he began to announce the disqualification criteria. If students do not manage to finish in 5 hours, they are eliminated. Lee Sancheol emphasized that the difficulty of the dungeon is F+. After that, he announced the beginning of the exam. A commotion immediately began everywhere. Everyone began to assemble their teams. Instructor Ligon noticed how excited all the students were. However, the senior instructor expected something more. Soyeon told her team that their dealer, the main damage-dealing member of the battle, was not skilled enough, and they needed someone else. The girl mused that she didn't need to choose someone better than her. 5 hours is enough for 8 people in an F+ level dungeon. Some guy offered his candidacy. The main thing was teamwork. With a group of 6 people, they can cope with the task. Perhaps the test looks simple, but the main thing here is to show your abilities. The instructor noticed that if a child is from an influential family, then the essence of this exam immediately becomes clear to her. Other students entered the room in groups of 20, or there were also groups of 8 people in one. If the team is not balanced enough, disputes often arise. The senior instructor told Ligon that in about 30 minutes all the participants would enter the dungeon, so they should get ready to count points. Kim Ju-hyeok looked at the groups of students heading to the rooms. After that, he looked at the instructors and assumed that students who have already entered immediately receive points. He thought about what to do next. He saw the figure of Choy Ain standing all alone. He approached her and asked if she had entered the room yet. He emphasized that almost everyone had already done it, and asked what the girl was going to do next. She replied that she would do as he said. These words put the boy in a temporary stupor. He was worried that she was following his words since the last training session. The boy said he would go there alone, so the girl could do the same. She asked if she was sure she should go alone, to which the boy said that the task did not look difficult, so she should. After these words, the boy calmly walked towards the room of the dungeon. The other students saw Choy Ain standing alone without a team. They approached her and politely asked her name. The guy invited her to join them. Now they have exactly 7 people, so with her, they will have 8. The girl apologized and said that she was going to go alone. However, the student was worried that she might be disqualified for this. The girl said that she can do everything herself because Ju-hyeok said that it is not difficult. The guy was very surprised by the girl's answer. Erin entered the room, then loudly closed the door behind her, leaving the students in a stupor. Not a single student remained on the playground. All the instructors carefully watched the exam. Kim Lee-gong was extremely worried about his students. It was clear that many of them were frightened when they met the stone goblin. First B grader Yoon Kyung-hyun was given 2 points. The student of the first B class, B Yeji, was awarded 3 points. Their partner from the first B class, Yoon Jin-soo, was awarded only 1 point. Kim Lee-gun watched as the senior instructor quickly conducted the evaluation. It was a rough estimate, which makes people think it's too strict, even though the instructors grade everything so quickly and accurately without any mistakes. When instructor Lee Sancheol was a soldier, he was known as a legendary clearing master. His dungeon clearing rate was 99%. Therefore, the junior instructor assumed that he understood the whole essence of attacks in the dungeon better than anyone else, which is why he can give such points. For this, he disrespected senior instructor Lee Sancheol. At the time, the instructor thought it was a pretty good course overall. He believed that the children of 5 large families were doing quite well. Among them, his favorite was one wonderful student, namely Yu Soyun, who showed her leadership qualities the best. She ordered the archers to kill those goblins attacking from the side. The stone goblins continued to inflict heavy attacks on the students. The girl supported her brothers, shouting that the front line should not fall. At the same time, she ordered the archers to shoot. Several arrows hit the bodies of the stone monsters. After that, Soyeon flew in with an attack on the weakened goblins. The girl deftly destroyed them. After that, the goblins disappeared, which meant that the victory was for the students. The instructor was delighted with how well they were doing in clearing the dungeon. The girl assigned certain roles to her team members and made moves that would definitely earn her points. In addition, she manages her team members well because she was confident that they would clear the dungeon. He believed that if Soyeon did well in the midterms, it was only a matter of time before she rose to the top. If Kim Ju-hyeok had not defeated her during the induction ceremony, the girl's talent would not have been tarnished. Remembering the boy, the instructor asked how he was doing. However, on the screen of the search engine, it appeared that nothing was found about Kim Ju-hyeok. This surprised the teacher, because this search engine will be able to find any information about all the students who entered the dungeon. The senior instructor assumed that the boy had already passed the intermediate test. He looked at the artificial dungeon list table and found that Ju-hyeok was the only one on the list. The instructor was very surprised that the boy had already cleared the dungeon, even by himself without a group. Looking at the time, he was even more surprised, because the cleaning time was 23 minutes and 32 seconds. As impressive as the boy was during the induction ceremony, it wasn't something a 17-year-old high school boy could do, so the teacher decided to review the tape. He clicked record and started watching. At first, the boy stood calmly, holding his sword in his hands. The next moment, a crowd of stone goblins was heading towards him. Before starting the attack, Kim Ju-hyeok decided to stretch his muscles a little. He quickly dashed towards the advancing crowd of goblins. The monsters clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Kim Ju-hyeok, all pleased, flicked his sword at the goblins. In the next moment, half the face of the goblins was destroyed. The other goblins were very frightened by such a sight. The boy continued to brush them off, saying that he liked to cut stone goblins. After the previous blow, he stopped for a moment. 2 huge stone goblins loomed over him. At the same time, they struck at their enemy. However, all their efforts stopped right in front of the floor. They did not understand what had happened, while the boy was already flying straight at them. With the next blow, he killed 2 orcs at once. All the instructors were embarrassed by the sight they saw. A huge monster in steel armor appeared in front of Kim Ju-hyeok. It was a special golem that was modeled specifically for the midterm exam. He intended to strike the boy with his huge hand, but the young man continued to look at it with great passion in his eyes. A moment later, he attacked the huge golem with sword magic. The golem's head rolled back and he began to disappear. It was already obvious to the teacher who would be the first winner of this exam. Of course, the first place on the exam went to Kim Ju-hyeok. At the end of the time allotted for the test, students began to leave the rooms of the dungeon. Some teams were in a bad mood and some, on the contrary, were quite cheerful. Yu Soyeon and her team have also already left the dungeon. At this time, Oh Senyuk was looking at the state of the other students. Choy Ain was impassively heading out of the dungeon room. Kim Ju-hyeok had been waiting for the test to be completed for a long time, and so Kim Legan was reviewing the results of his students. His students took the first 4 winning places in the ranking. He was very surprised at this order of names. The instructor approached Lee Sancheol and said that the results had already been published. He expressed his concern that the results were quite unexpected, as Kim Ju-hyeok took first place. The senior instructor agreed that this was quite unexpected. In fact, he didn't expect the boy to take first place, but what shocked him more was that he made it through the dungeon by himself and didn't get hurt at all. He added that when the boy grows up and goes into the industry, Korea will be able to regain the title of The One. Instructor Ligon asked if this is not the title given to the strongest contractor in the world. Lee Sancheol confirmed his guess. He assumed that this was possible because there had been no world geniuses for a long time. He also added that this exam brought another unexpected result. This surprise for them was Choy Ain. He said that during the process they did not think that the girl would win, and Yoo So-yeon would take second place. He didn't know why the girl had braved the dungeon alone, just like Kim Ju-hyeok. To deal with the Oboins, the girl did not spend much time. She suffered a lot but still cleared the dungeon. He added that he thought the girl was quiet and hardworking, but he would never have thought that she could clear the dungeons by herself. If this exam was focused on teamwork, Yoo So-yeon would have scored more, but the test was focused on the level of contribution of each member. Still, he wouldn't recommend the path the first two took for their students. It was not something that ordinary students could successfully replicate. Instructor Ligon thought about the girl's motives. He watched her when he was the leader of the Jinsa Guild, when the girl practiced only in swordsmanship. He couldn't believe how she decided to go to the dungeon alone. He assumed that it might be because of Kim Ju-hyeok, but after a moment he rejected these guesses, thinking that he needed rest. The sun was already setting on the outskirts of Valhalla Academy. The next day, all the students gathered at the rating board to see the exam results. The results were the same. Kim Ju-hyeok, Choy Ain, and Yoo So-yeon took the top 3. It annoyed Ventri to see those names and the fact that he was only in 8th place. He asked his maid, Yuria, if Daiser was in Korea now, to which she replied yes. He ordered to call him now. They would be on their way. The night's starry sky enveloped the majestic city of Seoul. Rodill and Yuria went to the restaurant to meet Daiser. As they passed the table, he called back to them. Daiser waved at his brother and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The brothers sat at the table by candlelight and had dinner. Daiser ate meat like a maddened animal. Such manners of his brother clearly strained Rodill. Daiser asked who was the boy he needed to take care of. Rodill replied that Kim Ju-hyeok was just a brainless senior. He added that this boy had disappointed him greatly because of his humble background, so he asked his brother to deal with him. With the look of a beast, the interlocutor immediately asked if he could kill him. Rodill was worried, but said that it was up to his brother. Daiser said it was different than last time and he needed to prepare. He pointed his index finger at the maid Yuria. He remembered that he had a huge quarrel with the Felix family because of the girl he had been dealing with for a long time. He added that because there weren't many people in Felix's family, he couldn't kill any more because the rumors had spread far and wide. However, the people in Valhalla were different no matter how often the boy tried. It was hard for him to get in there and make a mess. Ventri said he understood everything. He added that he would do everything possible to keep the boy out of trouble, so he could not worry. Daiser got up from the table and told him to prepare a good reward for his work. A week later, Kim Ju-hyeok was again holding the application for permission to go outside. Barch asked if the boy wanted to go outside again. He noticed that the boy had been going out quite recently, and then there was a need to go out again. The god of destruction said that he had heard that by successfully passing the exam, the boy was given another permission to go out. It was an opportunity for him to find other hiding places with treasures. Barch asked the boy where he was going to go. After submitting the application, Ju-hyeok went to the city of Soan. He walked along the road looking for the possible location of his hiding places. However, the boy was distracted. Someone ahead was calling him. Ventri appeared right in front of the boy, asking how he was doing. The course of events is transferred to the market in the 7th region. From a huge window, the black cat looked out over the city. After a moment, something interrupted his peaceful contemplation. A screen appeared in front of him, on which it was written that the constellation was asking where the ring was. It was already on its way and had to go through the usual procedures to pass through the portal. However, after these words, the screen displayed a huge number of lines with the phrase that the constellation is going crazy. This was the first time the man in the suit had seen such a reaction. He was investigating whether or not this ring was an artifact of the Age of Destruction, at the request of the former Black Cat. A box appeared on the table, emitting a blue glow. The Black Cat hoped that if he gave the ring to the constellation, it would be quieter. He opened the box from which the shine of the diamond on the ring was visible. Then he told the constellation that the ring had already arrived. Behind him appeared a huge screen with repeated messages, "This is it, this is it, this is it." The story goes back to Kim Ju-hyeok and Daiser Ventri. The boy asked the person who met him who he was. Daiser asked back if the boy was sure or wanted to know. Ju-hyeok replied that he assumed that he needed something from him. Daiser confirmed, because he had to look for the boy on this remote mountain peak. Ju-hyeok bluntly asked if he came to get rid of him. Daiser said the boy had good intuition. However, the boy replied that it was not his intuition. Ju-hyeok added that anyone would understand that if they looked at Daiser's face. Ju-hyeok also added that he had already seen the boy a few days ago. All these words made Daiser Ventric very angry. In an angry tone, he called the boy dumb as someone who took first place in Valhalla. Preparing to attack, he warned the boy not to disappoint him. However, Ju-hyuk dodged and Daiser's punch went right into the tree. The blow was of such incredible force that only the trunk remained from the tree. Daiser said that the boy was lucky that he dodged the blow. If he hadn't, he would have been done for by now. However, the boy mocked the Daiser, saying that he deflected the shot because it was too slow. But what really excited Ju-hyuk was that the entire tree cracked with his punch. He thought that the physical strength of this boy could be compared to Oh Senyuk, although it is possible that he was stronger. It was dangerous for the boy to stop such a blow with his fragile body. But at that moment, he already had a strategy in mind. After a moment, he began to run away, much to Daiser Ventric's surprise. He thought that the boy had decided to run away and chased after him. Daiser believed that running away was a good choice for a person in a similar situation. After all, if the boy had not done anything, he would have been beaten to death. But Daiser had no intention of letting the boy just walk away. But at that moment, the boy was right in front of his face and asked if he was going to think with his head at all. Daiser was shocked that the boy managed to get so close. He didn't even notice his fist until it was right in front of his eyes. In the next moment, a punch knocked Daiser back. He fell to the ground with a crash. However, the boy did not have time to recover, as the next attack approached him. Ju-hyuk was preparing to kick Daiser with his foot. The boy's expression was crazy. In a split second, Daiser was able to dodge this blow. The incredible force from the attack shook the ground underfoot. Daiser breathed a sigh of relief that he had managed to dodge him. Kim Ju-hyuk told the opponent that it was very lucky that he was able to dodge it. Ventric was very angry at these words of Daiser. To his surprise, he asked the boy what he had just done. With a sneer, the boy remembered that he had taken first place in Valhalla, and Daiser should have known about it. Due to these taunts, Daiser's face immediately turned into rage. He wondered what this boy had been using to become so strong. This was followed by a story about the memories of Daiser's past. He was forced to take elixirs to lower his family's status, although not by much. The boy's talent was an innate inclination to use elixirs. The boy's parents used him to improve the status of their family. Daiser could use any elixir that was given to him. His parents fed him with elixirs worth hundreds of millions of dollars per flask. At the age of 16, Daiser became much stronger than a normal adult. Parents wanted to use him to achieve recognition, but their plans were not destined to come true. A 16-year-old boy turned into a real demon. He did not want to live his whole life under the control of his parents. Therefore, when the boy became very strong, he mercilessly killed them. He believed that with his great power, he should not worry about his family's recognition. Daiser was a real thorn in the side of the entire Ventric family. The boy was kicked out of the family by a woman who considered herself the head of the family. But he didn't care. The boy believed that in this world most problems were solved thanks to money. He became braver after his ties with his family were severed. Daiser accepted Rodkeel's offer not only because of the money, but also because of his personal interest in Kim Ju-hyuk. Due to the boy's popularity on social media, Daiser found out that he was the one who used profanity to drive out the guild guides. Before the fight, Daiser thought he was just going to have fun with the boy. However, the situation in which he found himself was clearly not so funny. Now he was scared of the guy he had to face. He asked the boy what drugs he took to become so strong. He believed that some cheap elixirs would not help such an orphan. Ju-hyuk wasn't expecting to get a dumb question. After the words about drugs, he started laughing loudly. He was surprised that Daiser seriously thought he was taking drugs. The boy guessed that Daiser's power lies in the abuse of narcotic substances, to which he answered with a question. Did the boy become stronger without the help of any elixirs? Ju-hyuk answered no. He became so strong because of his training. He told the boy that he wanted to compare him to his fellow student, but thought it would be rude to compare a naturally muscular boy to a jerk like him. Daiser became very angry at these words and immediately wanted to kill the boy. He had an item he wasn't allowed to use here but decided to do so. The boy took out a small blade from his pocket, and then an ominous aura enveloped his body. Kim Ju-hyuk was surprised by the influx of this magical power. Daiser could feel his power growing with the help of magic. He started to say something to Kim Ju-hyuk. The boy asked if he really thought he would let him go so easily, but before he could finish, Ji-hyuk attacked him. Attacking, he called him a dumb-headed fool. But he asked why they always talk so much before an attack. The boy's surprise attack knocked Daiser back, but he did not have time to come to his senses, as a punch followed. With that blow, he smashed Daiser's face against the tree. The guy's jaw dropped from such a strong blow. Suffering from pain, he asked the boy to stop. Ju-hyuk took the attacker by the hair and said that he could not kill him yet. He would have forgiven him if all he did was get into a fight, but the boy said he wouldn't let him go that easily. Clenching his fist, he told the boy that he wanted to ask something. Before that, he ordered him to clench his teeth. Ventri, sitting on the sofa, waited for news from Daiser. He thought that Daiser had already dealt with Kim Ju-hyeok, and given his character, he might have killed him. He'll have to clean up after him. But it's a good thing that it's not on the academy grounds, and the fact that the boy went outside at such a beautiful time made his wait a lot easier. He leaned on the back of the sofa and called the maid Yuria. Rodill ordered her to prepare the car. He was distracted by the sound of the phone ringing. It was a call from Daiser. The boy had been waiting for this for so long. He picked up the phone and asked if the boy had dealt with Kim Ju-hyeok yet. However, for some time only silence was heard on the other side of the receiver. After that, heavy exhalations were heard, which really confused the boy. Ju-hyuk told him that he must have guessed what happened considering how much his jaw was hanging. On the other side, Ju-hyuk was sitting next to Daiser and holding the phone. He said into the receiver that he would try to translate what his brother was trying to say with heavy sighs. His translation was, if he dies, burn 2 incense sticks for him. Jo-hyuk warned Rodill to wait for him. After these words, Ventri hung up the phone. This made Kim Ju-hyeok angry. It was rude because he didn't finish everything. Looking at the boy, he thought about what to do with him next. At that time, the maid Yuria Felix prepared tea for Rodill. She came over and apologized, saying that his tea was ready, but Rodill yelled at her to leave it here and walked away. The girl quietly put the tea on the table and left. The situation was out of control, so it was only a matter of time before this news reached the Ventri family. However, the boy reassured himself that everything might not be so bad on the other side. He believed that because the boy was an orphan, he would not be able to reach Rodill. The guy decided not to tell anyone about what happened for a certain time. He will just have to watch. Ju-hyuk continued to calmly walk around the neighborhood. Barch asked the boy if he was really going to just leave the attacker there, to which the boy replied that he would talk about the incident when the time came. Barch asked why the boy didn't just kill the attacker. However, the boy emphasized that in a past life he would have done so, but because he was high school student Ju-hyuk and not Kim Hyuno, he would have had trouble. Barch thought that this behavior was really like him, and added that there was something he was worried about. He was troubled by the magic that the boy released as he prepared to attack. This magic seemed very familiar to him. If Daiser had released more magic, he would have confirmed it with precision. But even so, he felt that he had encountered magic like this before. Jo-hyuk said that 300 years ago, monsters used to sacrifice dogs and cows to use this kind of black magic. After the boy's answer, Barch said that he clearly knew how to distinguish people by their magic. This reproach irritated the boy. Ju-hyuk suggested that maybe the hidden side of the blade the boy wanted to use was related to this power. Ju-hyuk remembered asking the boy about the person who ordered him to attack him. Daiser tried to say something, but he couldn't. The guy understood that it was because he dislocated his jaw, so he decided to put her in place with his own hands. He warned Daiser that it might hurt a bit. After that, he again asked the boy who ordered to attack him. After a few seconds of silence, the boy reprimanded him for sticking his jaw in his jaw so that he would give answers. So he took his hand and asked him if he thought he could remain silent. Daiser wondered why the boy was holding his fingers, and after a moment he cried out in pain in several broken fingers. After that, Daiser admitted that his customer was Ventri. The boy whispered that it could be the blonde boy, but now he was sure. Jo-hyuk asked the attacker who he was and where he was from. He didn't look like a student of Valhalla. The boy was surprised that Ju-hyuk was asking him about this and said that he might not like what he heard. Ju-hyuk took these words as a request from the boy to break a few more fingers. Frightened, the boy immediately replied that he is Daiser of the first kind. He takes on many orders as a hired killer. The guy remembered that he had heard about the first kind somewhere and replied that the guy is just a pathetic hooligan who is being paid. Daiser replied that he was just lucky if he considered them all scum. The constellation worshipped by the first species is the hidden side of the blade, and Daiser was also the one bound by contract to the constellation. He added that if he had a little more time to prepare, the result of this fight would have been completely different. Ju-hyuk was annoyed that this guy liked to talk so much. He would have just left him alone if he would have just shut up and said who he was involved with. After these words, he ran his fingers up to Daiser's face. With a maddened expression on his face, he told the boy to shut up and let out a pitiful cry. While looking for information about the first species, the boy came across many opinions that these were evil tricks. Because of this incident, the boy was annoyed that he could not find his hiding places. He thought about how to get rid of Rodill, who had caused him so much trouble. To fight him, the boy decided to use modern methods. During the fight, he managed to record all of Daisera's confessions. All that remained was to download them somewhere. Instructor Lilia is surprised that Kim Ju-hyeok called her. With enthusiasm, she picked up the phone and immediately asked if he was calling because he agreed to work as her assistant. However, he disappointed her by refusing and asked if she knew any reporters she knew. The next day, reporters uploaded an article about the attempted assassination of a Valhalla student by the Ventri family. The whole internet was buzzing with such unexpected news. Ju-hyeok read the articles related to his statement about a member of the Ventri family attacking him. In the comments, people supported Ju-hyeok and condemned the actions of the Ventri family. Reading all this, the boy was amazed at how modern information warfare works. Barch noticed that, as a person who lived 300 years ago, the boy adapted very well to modern culture. Ju-hyeok replied that it really wasn't easy for him. After his reincarnation, he mainly focused on getting used to everything by watching the news. Thanks to this, he was able to become who he is now, but something disappointed him. The guy just wanted to frame Rodill, but the journalist hurried to deal with it and ruined the reputation of the Ventri family. The reporter with whom Mrs. Lilia introduced the boy was a rather authoritative figure because the story received such a resonance. He went live with a position statement on the Ventri family incident. The interview was given by the vice president of the clan, Adelia Ventri. She apologized to the injured student and Valhalla Academy. Then, Adelia announced the Ventri family's official position on the incident. First of all, the woman said that the attack was carried out by Daisera, who was expelled from the Ventri family. The woman recalled that in Daiser's confession, according to the victim, it was recorded that he was ordered to kill the boy by Rodill Ventri. But after that, Daisera testified that it was a lie, as an attempt to prevent a predicament, so they believed that the Ventri family played no role in this incident. Daisera had once belonged to the Ventri family, although he had been banished, so the woman felt it was her moral duty to visit and apologize to the victim. Their family also speculates that Rodill, who studies at Valhalla Academy, could be connected to the criminal in another way. So they'll call him home and do their own investigation, and they'll work hard to leave no one in doubt. With these words, the head of the family, Adelia Ventri, finished the interview and was about to leave. Reporters wanted to know what kind of apology she would give to the victim, but the woman was not going to answer the question and silently left the podium. Rodkill's whole body was shaking as he watched this interview. Immediately after the end of Adelia's report, the boy's father called. He told the boy to return to England immediately. Rodill replied that he understood everything and hung up. He was very angry after everything that happened. The next day, the Valhalla building was brightly illuminated by the morning sun. Ju-hyeok came across a video of Daisera Ventri's knowledge. In it, the boy said that the Ventri family was in trouble. He was the only one to blame. Ju-hyeok didn't understand why Daisera suppressed his pride in this confession. He was angry. The meanness of the Ventri family annoyed the boy extremely. He recalled that the vice president said that she would come and personally apologize to him. It would be very embarrassing for the boy. The boy stopped and glanced at the teacher's office. The classes were already over, so he wondered if he should turn to one person for help. The school corridor has changed into a spacious Valhalla cafe. Instructor Lilia sat with an extremely satisfied face. Before the woman could say anything, Kim Ju-hyeok immediately turned her down. He immediately guessed that the woman was going to ask her to become her assistant. The instructor was surprised that he had foreseen their intentions. She asked why he called her because she is such a busy person. She cried out if it was a date, but the boy shattered her dreams by telling her to come back to her senses. Lilia was surprised that he was talking to her so informally, but Ju-hyeok pointed out that they have been talking like this for some time. He added that he called the instructor not because he was bored. The guy thanked her for introducing him to the reporter. As a sign of gratitude, he decided to give her some information about how to fight monsters. The woman jumped in surprise. Ju-hyeok asked Lily if she could help him leave the academy this weekend. She replied that if he became her assistant, she would allow him to go out every day, but the boy again refused such an offer. At that time, a transport ship with prisoners was moving along the northern part of the Pacific Ocean. In his cell on board sat the prisoner Daisera Ventri. He was angry because he was put on a ship and treated like luggage. He guessed that he was being transferred to a prison tower in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean. It was a prison created by an S-class constellation that transforms all contractors into ordinary people. However, Daisera wasn't that worried. All he needed to do was shut up and make sure that Rodill could stay with the family and the Ventri family. If the boy remains silent, his term will be reduced to 5 years. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for him. 5 years seemed like an insignificantly short time for a boy. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that the boy's face was too ugly. Daiser was frightened that there was someone else here besides him. A moment later, a fountain of blood poured from his throat. The boy screamed helplessly from the unexpected cut. He saw in front of him a dark figure of a man with a knife in his hand. The bloody man told the boy to die, that the first species did not need people like him. After these words, Daiser fell with his head on the floor. The man dissolved into the darkness, leaving behind the bloody corpse of Daiser Ventri. The events are transferred to the luxurious estate of the Ventri family. The vice president angrily directed her gaze forward. Rodill, together with his father Eden Ventri, bowed and stood before the woman. Adelia turned to Rodill in an angry voice. Cold sweat ran down the boy's face. He responded in fear to her appeal. The woman asked the young man what he was going to do next. Only words of apology flowed from Rodkill's lips. Adelia asked if he really thought that apology would fix anything. They only irritated the woman. She asked the boy to tell in more detail what made him do such an act. The woman asked if he intended to deal with Kim Ju-hyeok. The boy nodded affirmatively. In an imperious tone, she said that they were really stupid if they thought that was the explanation she wanted to hear. Standing up, she said that Rodill acted on his own, not because the boy had offended the Ventri family, but in fact, the boy's personal pride had been offended. The woman reprimanded that, as a result of this, it was Rodill who became the cause of dishonor to the Ventri family. In a creepy voice, she turned to the boy and asked what they should do next. Rodkill's whole body was crawling with ants. On his knees, he pleaded that he would do anything to restore the disgraced honor of their family. The vice president wondered what he was talking about. The woman said that the only way to restore the family's honor would be to expel Rodill from the family. The father intervened in the conversation. He said that this was too severe a punishment. The woman asked Eden whether he, too, wanted to be excluded from the family. Adelia reflected that she would have preferred if the boy had been killed right now. But with such a course of events, it would become known for sure that it was the one who ordered Daiser to kill Kim Ju-hyeok. This whole situation really annoyed Vice President Adelia. The girl turned to Rodill and said that she would not exclude him from the family until now. That is, she ordered him to return to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. After the woman meets Kim Ju-hyeok, she will think things through. Lowering his head low to the floor, Rodill thanked the vice president for this decision. Their conversation had come to an end, so the woman told him to get out of here. Rodill, together with his father, hurriedly headed for the exit from the estate. Eden insisted that his son be quiet from now on and not do anything reckless. Rodill asked if the father heard well what the head of the family said. He added that sooner or later he will be kicked out of the family, but the mass media is now closely following them, so he cannot do anything. When everything was settled, the boy intended to do something that no one expected. However, he still needed to finish certain matters. This situation was only slowing him down. The boy told his father that he should help him. The father understood and said that the boy should keep it a secret. The next day came. The sun's rays clearly illuminated Valhalla Academy. Inside the academy, Kim Lee-gun and Ju-hyeok were sitting in the interrogation room. They talked about the head of the Ventri family coming here soon because she intended to apologize to the boy. The guy said that he has nothing to do with the head of the family because she said that her family was not involved in this incident. Although she made such a statement, she still decided to apologize for it. She even came to Korea. Ju-hyeok pondered that the Ventri family wanted to prevent Rodill from being punished. Did they have no other choice? This situation was very depressing for the boy. The teacher said he and senior instructor Lee Sanchul were also concerned about the situation. A student of Valhalla was attacked first, and then the attacker admitted that he was ordered to do it by Rodill. Lee-gun couldn't believe that they really want to protect their family's reputation by belittling the boy's recorded confession, so they want to hide the whole truth. In order to protect the students of the academy, Rodill should have been expelled. But not so long ago, the Ventri family donated a large sum of money. Therefore, it is likely that the academy will turn a blind eye to this, since most of the funding of Valhalla comes from donations from large families. The guy understood the situation and said he would talk to the so-called head of the family. Kim Lee-gun was surprised that the boy had such a normal reaction. However, Ju-hyeok replied that he was always normal. There was a knock at the door. Adelia Ventri came in. Kim Lee-gun said he would let her in. He added that he was about to leave and wished them a pleasant conversation. The door opened and the instructor bowed tensely before her. He said that they could take their time, and the head thanked them for their hospitality. The woman entered the room and glanced at Kim Ju-hyeok. She introduced herself as the head of the Ventri family and said it was nice to meet him. To these words, the boy replied that it was nice to meet him too. With an angelic smile, the head of the clan sat down on the sofa. Kim Ju-hyeok watched her with his hands in his pockets. The woman began to talk about the attack that Daiser had committed. She got up from the couch and bowed to the boy, apologizing for it. The guy replied that the woman said she would take care of it, so it didn't matter. Adelia added that she had also heard that Rodill had caused trouble for a boy at the academy, but he denied that it had only happened once. Ju-hyeok noticed that he had nothing to answer because the woman said that Rodill had nothing to do with this incident. However, the head of the clan intended to talk to him about her application for the interview. Their family made a statement after the defamation, but they were still in a situation where neither the media nor the citizens believed it. The boy wondered what she was hoping for because everything she had said was untrue. Telling about it, the woman wanted to create an opportunity to resolve these misunderstandings. She asked if Kim Ju-hyeok could help them. The guy immediately refused, and the woman expected such an answer. Adelia promised that if he helped her, their family would provide full support until he graduated from the academy. Then she would recommend the guy to the guild they sponsor, so they can continue to support him after the academy. This will help him become the best hunter in Korea. The guy asked if everything would be over if he made his statement. Ju-hyeok began to scoff at the fact that they were willing to go to such lengths to silence him. This proves that the family is truly desperate. Such audacity began to annoy the vice president. The boy was angry that they were pretending as if nothing had happened. He had no reason to play along with them. He stated that he did not want a reward. All he wanted was to see the shame of the Ventri family. Adelia's tone of voice changed from an angelic voice to rage. Her ominous aura enveloped the room as she scolded Ju-hyeok for daring to talk to her like that. He was amused that the woman had finally shown her true face. She stated that she came to this academy so that he would be comfortable, but he dared to behave so arrogantly. She threatened that she should just kill him. She wanted to be noble and give him a chance, but the boy just gave up on him. To further anger the woman, Kim Ju-hyeok told her to try to kill him. The vice president did not understand what this guy was talking about. He reproached that earlier the woman said that the Ventri family had absolutely nothing to do with the attack on him. But to support this lie, she wanted to invest a huge amount of money and time in him, and now she just wants to kill him. The guy ended it by saying that it was all she couldn't do it. The atmosphere around the woman became even more oppressive. He scolded her that even if she attacked him, she would not be able to kill him. After all these words, the head of the Ventri clan, full of rage, stood up from the couch. The oppressive atmosphere around her disappeared, and she calmly turned to the boy. As she left the room, she told the boy that she would make him regret what he had said today. At the end of the day, she couldn't achieve anything, but just talked non-stop. The boy was approached by Barch, who asked if the boy really thought he had done the right thing. To this question, the boy replied that he hates ignorant people who think that everyone should worship them more than anything else. Kim Ju-hyeok guessed the future intentions of the clan head. With a wink, he added that this is also why he hates Barsha. Due to the fact that there were no more classes today, the boy decided to go to the gym much earlier. Outside, the sun brightly illuminated the outskirts of the city. Ju-hyeok was heading to the training hall while checking the news on his phone. However, when he almost reached the hall, he saw that Choy Ain was also there. The girl was standing talking to some guy. Her interlocutor was Choy Ain, the eldest son of the Choy Ain family. He was telling the girl if she still really thought she could still win. He also added that it would not make sense. How diligently the girl trains in Valhalla, it would be in vain. So if she wanted to remain a member of the family, he told her not to come to the placement test this weekend. He backed it up by saying that he wouldn't want to see the girl humiliated. That girl haughtily answered with a refusal. He said that she really doesn't understand what's going on and why she refuses when he gives her one last chance, but she sternly replies that he's a fool and doesn't understand what's going on. Jeonyeon was shocked by the fact that the girl called him Ju-hyeok appeared and immediately asked the boy why he was so eager to stop the girl who had invested so much of her work. Brother Aaron was surprised that the boy did not even know him and dared to be rude to him. Ju-hyeok replied that he didn't care who was in front of him, whether it was the king or the president or anyone else. He told the boy to get out of the academy if that was all he had to say. Ju-hyeok asked Choy Ain if she agreed with him. The girl sweetly nodded her head in agreement. He was angry at such rudeness and told Choy Ain that they would see each other at the test. After these words, the eldest son of the family captain walked away from the academy. The girl thanked the boy and he offered to go practice. She added that when the boy asked if she agreed, she had a desire to answer in a different way. The guy asked, and how would she answer it? And obscene words poured from the girl's lips and he asked her to stop. They went to practice, saying that on the weekend he would not be able to come because he would be on a business trip. Today they would put their best effort into practice. A few days passed. The landscape of nature and city life impressed each other beautifully. In these mountains, Kim Hyuk wandered in search of signs. Barsh asked if the boy was looking for his hiding places again. The god of destruction did not understand why the boy had found many relics and jewels in the previous hiding place, but the boy wanted to know how many other hiding places were left. He believed that if he found them, there must still be something truly amazing left in the hiding places. The boy believed that if he found them, he would be able to overcome all the flaws from when he was Kim Hyun-oh. After these words, he told Barsh that if he had met him earlier than 300 years ago, he would not have killed him. Many reporters gathered near the Choy Jin family estate. They all gathered because today was the Choy Jin family's selection test. Aaron and Jinyeon stood gracefully in front of clan head Choi Jong-suk. So he announced that the selection test was starting for them. As before, he stressed that if they pass the selection test, they will be recognized as heirs, and those who fail will be expelled from the family. He asked the test takers again if they were ready. The boy and the girl answered at the same time that they were ready. The task of this test was to find a double blade hidden in the mountains. The contestant who finds the double blade and brings it to the head will be declared the winner of this selection test. It didn't matter how they got the double blade. However, it was strictly forbidden to kill others. After the announcement of the start, the participants stepped forward. Aaron ran forward while her opponent mused that this was not a test of speed. His plan was that when the girl found the double blade, he would simply take it from Aaron. Thus, Jizeon expected to win this test. He recalled the events that happened after he left the academy after talking with Aaron. After that, someone called his cell phone. He picked up the phone and answered that it was Choi Jin-yeon. On the other end of the phone, they asked what happened to the double blade. The guy replied that he had to take a qualifying test, so it would take a little longer. His interlocutor scolded that the boy was talking about this selection test for the second time. He asked if the boy knew he was late, and Jinyeon immediately apologized. The boy asked that if he managed to get the blade, would his interlocutor keep his promises? The man replied that the promise they made to the constellations would definitely be fulfilled. He advised him to just focus on his goal. For the boy, this selection was the last chance to get a double blade. After some time, he went in search of Choy Ain. The girl was already far in the mountains, looking for traces of the blade. She could feel the trace of the dual blade magic, so she needed to concentrate. She guessed it would take her about 15 minutes. The girl had just come upon the trail of the blade when something distracted her. Aaron's older brother, Choi Jin-yeon, was approaching. He realized that the girl was looking for the blade with the help of magical traces and asked who taught her this. Holding onto the hilt of the sword, the girl replied that Ju-hyuk had taught her that. Aaron began to remember exactly how it happened. The boy assumed that the girl knew the basics of managing magic. After all, Choy Ain already possessed the power of lightning flashes. He told her to start practicing the magical control field in a small space. The girl specified how it should be done. He wondered why the girl was asking him this, because she should have been taught this in her family. However, with a sad expression on her face, the girl did not say a word. He asked if all she knew was how to borrow the power of a constellation and how to gather magical energy. Aaron nodded. The guy also added that he himself is not very good at it. First, the girl needed to relax her whole body and use her fingertips and toes to spread her magic a bit. Magic had to be dispensed slowly. Ju-hyuk now told the girl in this state to try to feel the magic in the air. She froze in place and focused on the sensations. A strong flow of magic could be felt from Kim Ju-hyeok. Choy Ain immediately felt his fiery form. The girl was very exhausted by this activity, and then the boy asked if it was possible to feel something. Aaron replied that she was able to see a form of magic surrounding the boy. It's one of the ways to feel magic, where you can see even a faint magical energy emanating from your body. It's one of those things that can be done with precise control. He added that the more often the girl uses it, the easier it will be for her to feel the remnants of magic on the ground or in the air. If she can see things with magic, then she can also determine what form the magical traces are formed in. If the girl trains, she will be able to clearly see silhouettes. Everything else she has to learn on her own. Jinyeon thought about who this Ju-hyeok was, and then remembered. He asked the girl if this was the boy who was with her earlier, and added that he had a strong talent, but he looked rather stupid. Aaron replied that Ju-hyuk is much stronger than a fool like her brother. After these words, she asked him why he came here. The young man put his hand on the hilt of the sword and began to take it out of the case. At that moment, he immediately attacked his opponent. However, the girl managed to push her brother away. She even managed to repel his unexpected attack. He was excited because the girl had become so strong. Aaron stood still and prepared for the coming attack. At this time, not far from them, Kim Ju-hyeok concentrated on searching for his hiding places. He had already hoped that he would not be able to find a hiding place and that only one of them remained intact in Valhalla. But a bright blue cloud of magic appeared nearby. The boy still managed to find another hiding place. However, immediately after that, there was a noise that distracted him. He saw magic being used near him. At that time, Choy Ain continued to fight with her brother. With all her strength, the girl continued to attack the eldest son of the family captain. The boy noticed that the girl became much stronger thanks to the academy. However, he still insisted that the girl give up the double blade. He justified this by saying that an illegitimate child did not deserve this and was about to attack. With all her strength, the girl was preparing to repel the oncoming attack. She turned her sword and struck her brother. When he let go of the sword, she struck him with all her might. Choi Jin-yeon was lying weakly on the ground at Erin's feet. After all these attacks, the girl was quite tired. She didn't think she could land even one punch on him, but it looks like she's beaten him. All I had left for her was to find a double blade. However, the girl froze for a moment, hearing her brother's voice again. He asked if Erin really thought she was able to defeat him as he rose. His entire body enveloped in dark magic. He believed that the girl's powers, as before, were ridiculous. He stood before Erin again and emphasized that the girl could not defeat the one who signed the contract with the constellation. He only got hit because he didn't expect that from her, and now he intended to kill the girl. Erin realized that the magic that enveloped her brother was ominous. She asked Jin-yeon why he had such magic coming from him. He was surprised that the girl would ask him this. Pouncing on her with an attack, he told her to try to guess why. Erin drew her sword from its sheath and prepared to strike back. However, it did not help, because the boy managed to deflect from her attack. Erin was shocked that her brother had dodged a blow at such close range. The next moment, Jin-yeon attacked the girl with a powerful blow. Erin landed loudly on the ground from the impact. She received a wound in the stomach. The brother approached her and asked if she was going to go up, but after that he added that it would be better if she didn't do it. The wound inflicted by the captain's eldest son began to bleed. Erin writhed in pain. Her brother told her not to get up. If she moved, she would die. She asked her brother what, when he mentioned the contract, if he meant making a contract with an evil constellation. He replied that because he was the leader of the Jin's Guild, the boy had signed a contract with a higher-ranking constellation to save face, but now he was on the side of the loyalists. Erin remembered hearing about this organization. The devotees were the third most dangerous Ugrian organization in the world. The girl said that she did not understand why her brother signed a contract with one of the stars of the devoted. Were the benefits of joining them better than simply enjoying life? Seeing that the girl was really interested, he told her to listen carefully. As the advantages of joining them, he named unlimited strength and power and the disappearance of the need for feelings. The girl was most impressed by the point about rejecting the need for feeling. The brother said that he joined the guild when he was only 12 years old. At that time, he was only interested in games, but the family expected him to be an exemplary older brother. The reason he is still in the Jin's Guild is because of what his father observed. Being there was never his own choice. In his teenage years, he met a man from the devoted. As soon as the boy met him, the man invited him to join them, encouraging him that he would be able to satisfy all the desires he had in his heart. The boy guessed that this man already knew about his temperament. The boy called his temperament a complete disgust for people. But in order to join them, Jin-yeon needed to obtain their family's heirloom, the double blade. He added that if the girl had just given up, there wouldn't have been a second test and the boy would have automatically received this dual blade. Erin was confused that it was already a second test. 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the family, Choy Ain, participated in the first selection test. When she heard about her older sister, the girl was shocked. She remembered that Choy Ain had gone missing during the first selection test. However, the words that Erin heard next scared her a lot. Jin-yeon confessed that before searching for the double blade, he killed his sister on the mountain. But as a result, he could not find a double blade, got injured and failed the test. If not for this, he would have joined the Loyal 10 years ago. The boy left his crippled sister, hoping that she would disappear. But his father somehow managed to find and hospitalize Choy Ain, hoping to save her. Erin asked where her sister was now, and the boy was surprised that she was asking, and said that the girl had better disappear. He said that after this incident, the sister's mother lost consciousness. The reason for this was that in Erin she saw the image of her eldest daughter. Now her brother knew where the double blade was and was about to leave. Jin-yeon took the sword in his hands and finally intended to kill Erin. He pointed his sword at the weakened girl's face. However, something happened that overturned all his plans. Behind the girl appeared Kim Ju-hyeok, who stopped the attack of Aaron's brother with his sword. He asked Choy Aaron's brother what he was just about to do. Jin told him not to interfere in their family affairs. Jo-hyuk was very angry after hearing the answer. The guy said it was total madness to put a knife to his sister's neck, not family business. After Ju-hyuk's attack, the captain's eldest son flew into a tree. Aaron asked the boy why he came here. Ju-hyuk came to the mountains to find his hideouts. One of them was in that direction, but he didn't tell the girl. He saw that blood was oozing from under the place on the stomach, which the girl was covering with her hand. Although he did not show it, this injury made him extremely angry. To the girl's question, he answered that he had some business in this direction and told her to go away and collect some magic to heal the wound. The rescued girl listened to Ju-hyuk's words. Jin asked the boy if he was the same student he met back then in Valhalla, but again, told the boy not to interfere in his family affairs. After these words, he rushed at Ju-hyuk, attacking him with the intention of killing the boy. His sword was enveloped in flashes of lightning similar to those that enveloped Choy Ain's sword. He attacked Ju-hyuk, but the boy managed to dodge the blow. Brother Aaron was extremely shocked that he had failed to attack. Immediately after that, Ju-hyeok, without even exposing himself, made a strike with his sword. He reprimanded that one should not aim at a guy who is standing still. The attacker should think about the fact that the opponent will be able to dodge. The boy jumped onto Aaron's brother with the intention of making the next attack. Jin didn't think that the moment he attacked Ju-hyuk was ready for it. Ju-hyuk stunned his opponent with a blow of incredible force that even the ground beneath them cracked. Jin lay defeated with a disfigured expression on his face. After the battle, the boy immediately asked Choy Ain if she was okay. He asked the girl if she could go. Aaron wasn't sure. At that moment, the boy's face became confused. He felt an unusual flow of magic behind him. This ominous magic emanated from the body of Aaron's brother, Jin. Kim Ju-hyuk realized that this guy was also a thief. Jin picked up his sword and intended to attack the boy. As he charged, he scolded the boy that an ordinary newcomer to Valhalla would not be able to defeat the guild leader. However, with an impassive face, Ju-hyuk stopped the boy's attack without even exposing his sword. Jin saw that despite being hit with magic, Ju-hyuk didn't even move. Attacking, he answered him that the fact that Jin is the leader of the guild will not help him defeat the boy. Jin was knocked back by the previous attack. He was surprised that the 17-year-old blocked all his attacks and didn't even counterattack. He had no choice, so he decided to use it. There were many side effects in what the boy wanted to use, but he thought that if he took another hit, he would definitely lose. From his jacket pocket, he took out the Stone of the Past. Having bitten him, he had to make a preemptive contract with the constellation. Kim Ju-hyeok watched the boy's actions unhappily. After that, a huge amount of magical power could be felt from Brother Aaron. From such an influx of magic, an earthquake began in all the mountains. One of the reporters pointed her index finger at something. A stream of ominous magic could be seen behind the trees. The clan head also looked that way and was shocked. He realized that it was sword magic, dense enough to be seen by the general public. Also, in the place where this flow of magic was visible, there was a double blade. The chairman decided that he should go and see what was going on there. At that time, the two boys continued their argument. Kim Ju-hyuk watched the boys' actions, but it all ended with Jin simply enhancing his magic. However, his opponent replied that the boy was dumb enough to realize that it was just a side effect. It was part of the power he gained from the temporary contract with the constellation. The dragon that killed everyone recognized the sacred relic and was about to come down. It was showing its teeth, as if it was glad that it had taken so long to come down. After that, the dragon activated its all-seeing eye ability. At that moment, the dragon saw that even more terrible magic was leaving the boy's body. Seeing this, he was not terribly frightened. He blinked and immediately deactivated the all-seeing eye. However, when he opened his eyes, the terrible aura of the boy did not go anywhere. From what he saw, the dragon that killed everyone panicked and fell into despair. The dragon that killed everyone shouted that he had to get out of here. Jin was shocked that the dragon revoked the summon of the sacred relic and broke the contract. After that, the dragon that was killing everyone took its power and ran away. All of Brother Aaron's ominous magical power suddenly disappeared. Ju-hyuk placed the tip of the sword against Jin's body. He asked the boy if he still thought he could kill him. A terrible blow passed through the body of his opponent. Choy Ain lay defeated at Kim Ju-hyuk's feet. The leader of the Loyal Ones, the Dragon King Khan Nabal, sat in shock as the dragon who killed everyone told him that he was in great trouble because of his man. He then threatened whether he wanted to leave the mortal world. The leader immediately began apologizing. He bowed his head in front of the screen all the way to the floor. A message on the screen emphasized that they should not distribute artificial relics again in the future. The last message on the screen was to behave, after which the translucent screen began to disappear. Khan Nebel was shocked by what happened. He was thinking about what could make the constellation so disjointed. From the words about the artificial relic, he guessed that the boy he had placed with the Choy Ain family had done something wrong. The leader of the organization tried to ask the constellation what went wrong. He decided to find out without fail what happened. Nighttime enveloped the Valhalla dormitory building. Kim Ju-hyeok returned to his room. He was tired of the events that happened today. The boy began looking for something in his briefcase. He took out a book from him, which was called Divine Arts. Barch asked what kind of book it was. The boy told him that it was the main reason why he was looking for his hiding places. It was a breathing technique that helps raise a person's magical power to a very high level. The difference between this breathing technique and his previous one is that the previous technique was worthless. He bought it in the market, mastered it, and used it to the end. When Ju-hyeok discovered these divine arts 300 years ago, he was unable to change his breathing technique because it was ingrained in his body. The boy recalled that in the battle with Barch, he suffered greatly due to his poor breathing technique. He has run out of magic power, but thanks to this body, he could start over. He intended to stop training his body for a while and start studying the divine arts. The god of destruction asked about the situation that happened earlier. He reminded the boy that he had left the injured girl with her crazy brother. The guy replied that he left her because he heard someone approaching them, so he decided that they would deal with it themselves. During the last battle, Barch asked the boy if he had killed his opponent. Ju-hyeok hoped that he hadn't killed the boy, because he had already been involved in another incident in Valhalla, so he would be in trouble if anyone found out about this incident as well. There were tiny traces of magic left on Brother Aaron's body, so he should have survived. Then he asked Aaron if she could get up and was about to give her a hand, but at that moment the boy heard someone approaching. He thought that Choy Ain's family was already on their way after seeing the magic of the sword. This made it difficult to find hiding places. After thinking about the situation for a bit, Ju-hyeok turned to the girl. He told her to sit and wait for her family to get here, adding that he had something to do in this place, so he had to go. In the end, he asked Aaron to say that she was the one who defeated her brother, and added that her brother was just passed out because the boy had gone a little too far. Ju-hyeok said goodbye to the girl and left. Aaron understood everything and also said goodbye to the boy, just as her family arrived. Ju-hyeok had expected that once he had mastered the divine arts, he would return the remaining storage stones. He remembered that the last time he had absorbed the magical power hidden in them, he had failed to absorb all of it due to his low magical ability. After all his thoughts, he turned off the light and went to rest. However, at that time, the Choy Ain family was still awake. All family members gathered at the negotiation table to discuss today's events. The chapter began with a story about the fact that due to the reporters who came to film the test, articles about today's events appeared immediately. He asked the interlocutors whether they had already read them. They answered that they had already read most of them. The headlines of all the articles began with the fact that the Choy Ain family was connected to the world's most feared band of thieves, the Devotees. Articles with similar titles went viral very quickly. The head of the clan said that he could not believe that there was a criminal in their family. Ta said that the association had published an official letter and he had received a statement from them. He added that when something like this happened to the Ventri family, it had nothing to do with them, so they simply kept silent. But this approach will no longer work. Jinyeon was handed over to the police. A man with dark glasses said that Choy Ain was transferred to the family's own hospital for treatment. The chairman asked what condition the girl was in now. He was told that the wound was significant, but the bleeding had stopped. Her organs were not damaged, so Aaron would not need any serious operations. The head breathed a sigh of relief. Another man added that there are also several articles about Choy Ain. They say that following in the footsteps of Kim Ju-hyeok, Choy Ain destroyed a member of the devoted. Valhalla Academy called it the Age of Geniuses. The chairman added that the girl also went against her own family, or there were articles about that as well. Other participants in the discussion added that although it ended in chaos, the next head of the family has already been determined. Articles of this type will help her firmly establish herself as the successor. The chairman replied that they were right. However, at the time he was thinking, it was good that Aaron had a legitimate chance to succeed. But it was very strange that she defeated Jinyeon by herself. He began to remember those moments when they found the boy and the girl. Wounded Aaron sat next to her unconscious brother. She explained that her brother attacked her with sinister magic, so she cut him down. He asked how she was able to defeat him, because a lot of magical power appeared above the mountains. At that time, other family members were picking up the injured Aaron. She replied that Kim Ju-hyeok taught her that. The head remembered that she was talking about a boy who was famous for openly chasing away guild guides. The next school day at Valhalla Academy has begun. Kim Ju-hyeok walked into the classroom and grabbed the back of the chair to push it away. However, his attention was distracted by something else. He looked at Choy Ain, who was sitting quietly at her desk. He thought that the girl was hospitalized, but if she was here, then everything should be normal. The girl turned and waved at Ju-hyeok. There were two guys behind him. One of them thought that Choy Ain smiled and waved at him, but the other told him to stop dreaming. That would never happen. The boy remembered how he mastered the technique of divine arts yesterday. Then several messages unexpectedly arrived on his phone. Aaron wrote to the boy that she will not be able to attend training for a certain time because the doctor forbade her to undergo physical activity, which should be expected. He told the girl that he would be doing his own thing for the next few days, so she could do whatever she wanted. Aaron started spamming her with nodding bunnies. Barsh then turned to him with a message that there was something the boy should know. The black magic they encountered seemed familiar to the god of destruction. Ju-hyeok asked him if he remembered anything about that magic. Barch replied that he felt like something was blocking his memories when he thought about it. The boy asked if it could be because of the heathen that Barch had mentioned last time. The god of destruction thought this was possible and also suggested that if he could fulfill the second condition, it could help overcome this mental block. Ju-hyeok remembered that the second condition was the Eye of the Great Forest. He thought it was just an area to evaluate the student's performance. It was also where the final exam was held. He then assumed that people with the lowest total scores for the midterm and final exams would be excluded from the academy. The boy was disappointed that all he had to do was wait for the final exam, but he still needed some time to get used to it, and then he would go in search of the Eye of the Great Forest. Instructor Kim Legan entered the class and told everyone to take their seats. Before the class started, he announced that he would make a short announcement. The instructor asked if everyone knew about the inter-academy competition coming up next month. The students answered in the affirmative. Ju-hyeok was not impressed by this news. Barcha reminded him that the instructor had talked about the competition between the academies after the midterm exam. The teacher announced that as participants, they planned to choose the best students based on the results of the midterm exams. After that, he told Kim Ju-hyeok to follow him to the office. The boy was surprised that he was called. The instructor said that they meet quite often in his office, to which the boy replied that they themselves continue to call him here. He confirmed this and began a conversation about the boy's participation in inter-academy competitions. However, before the instructor could say anything else, Ju-hyeok immediately refused to participate. He asked what kind of competition this was, so the teacher began to explain everything again. This is a competition between the three largest training institutions for hunting hunters in the world. In Korea, it is Valhalla, Academy White Lotus, participated from China. In the United States of America, such an educational institution was an academy called Heroes. Each of the three academies invites several freshmen as representatives. Competitions include sparring, maze escape, and more. So Valhalla plans to send whoever scored the highest on the practical exam. Listening to all this information made Ju-hyeok want to take a nap. The instructor also said that if the academy won first place, not only would all the members receive scholarships, but Ju-hyeok wasn't interested in being showered with money. Teacher Kim Lee-gun was embarrassed by the boy's reaction. However, he added that he knows that the boy wants to get into the Eye of the Great Forest. Ju-hyeok was shocked by these words. Eye of the Great Forest was the place where the final exams were to be held. The final test in the competition will be entering the Eye of the Great Forest. Those who complete this task will be exempt from the final exam. The instructor added that if Ju-hyeok couldn't pass it, he would have to wait for the final exam. The boy understood it. Full of enthusiasm, he replied that he would take part in this competition. Meanwhile, at the Ventri family estate, Adelia was talking to the servants. The head of the Ventri family asked them how the training was going. They told their lady that everything went smoothly. After that, they added that the preparation will take about a month. Adelia told them to keep up the good work. She asked how Rodill was doing now, but there were no reportable abnormalities in the boy. The woman told them to notify them immediately if something went wrong. One of the servants said that there was some important news he had to learn. He reported that the construction of a building made of paper bills had begun in the market, and they believed that the black cat was directly responsible for this. Adelia wondered what that could mean, since he had never done anything like this. A translucent screen appeared in front of the woman with a message to tell the constellation about everything in more detail. At that time, construction was in full swing in the 7th area of the market. The black cat watched this process from his huge window. He told the constellation that they would do whatever it told them to do. However, he did not understand the purpose of building a building made entirely of paper bills. The constellation replied that this building would be a gift. He was surprised by this message and wondered who this gift could be for. After that, a message appeared on the translucent screen asking if they had found the person who sold the ring. The black cat replied that until they had succeeded, all that the seller had pointed out to him was the basic features of the face and voice. But since all of the customer's contact information was recorded that day, they looked through all available records to find him. A message appeared behind the black cat with the word "hurry up" repeated over and over again. At that time, Instructor Ligon was sitting at his desk in the teacher's office. In the process of work, something disturbed him. A senior instructor approached the man and asked if he had selected all the participants for the competition. Ligon replied that everything was ready and showed the list of participants to Lee San-chol. Except for Zhongjin, all the other members were from his class. It was a surprise to the senior instructor that Kim Ju-hyeok would also participate. The instructor said that at first the boy did not want to, but as soon as he informed that the competition would be held on the territory of the Eye of the Great Forest, he immediately changed his mind. Lee San-chol replied that it was strange. Most people would hesitate to hear this. He suggested that perhaps the boy did not know what the Eye of the Great Forest was, because he slept during every lesson when something was explained. However, he had thoughts that the boy was attending this academy for some ulterior motive. He suggested conducting a small training session for the students. Instructor Ligon replied that he would make sure to clear their schedule. Lee San-chol wished the instructor good luck and left. A few days later, all 5 participants gathered in the small hall of Valhalla. The senior instructor opened the door and entered the room. He saw that all 5 students were sitting in the hall, so he started. The instructor said he was sure the students had already seen him during midterms and introduced himself again. Lee San-chol emphasized that the reason why he gathered them here was because of the competition between the academies. Today, he will tell them about the training they should go through. He told the students that they would need to complete 3 tasks. The first task was a duel between students. It was similar to the entrance test that they passed. The second task was a team battle. 5 members of the academy in one team against other academies. This was a task where all 3 teams would be competing at the same time, so the ability of the captain to navigate the situation was important. The third task included the Eye of the Great Forest. The instructor emphasized that he would not be able to give the students much information about him because the exam was ahead. He said that the Eye of the Great Forest was a labyrinth full of giant trees. The gates to it were guarded, so anyone who tried to enter would be detained. You can get there only through the official gates. Each team will enter the Eye of the Great Forest. A specific task will be given to them on the day of the competition. Next, the teacher began to explain the specifics and format of the team fight. The teacher pointed out that they all already had some experience working as a team. And at the time, Ju-hyeok reflected on the fact that they had received very little explanation about the Eye of the Great Forest. The guy assumed that if there is a barrier there, it is possible to break through it. But it seems that it will not be so easy. The instructor finished explaining the team fight and began to explain what their training would look like before he asked the participants if they had any questions. After these words, Kim Ju-hyeok immediately raised his hand. The guy asked if it would be possible to train alone. The instructor replied that if he wants to train alone, then let him train, it doesn't matter. I asked if there were any other questions, and Erin, raising her hand, also said that she would train herself. The instructor was surprised that not only Ju-hyeok but also Erin would be training alone. He asked if there were others willing. In general, there was silence, so he decided that there were no more interested parties. With that, he finished and said goodbye to the next training session. All the students except Ju-hyeok and Choy Ain started to leave the room. The boy expected to absorb all the mana and master the new technique before the competition began, so that when the competition began, he would be prepared. Arin called out to the boy as he contemplated spending what time he had left training his body. She asked the boy if she should just take part in the training, but he was surprised that she was asking him because she was going to train alone. He added that the girl said that she would not be able to train too hard. Arin then remembered her conversation with instructor Kim Ligon. He knew that the girl had not yet completely recovered from hospitalization and thought that he should ask her personally. Then he directly asked if the girl was going to participate in the competition. Arin asked if Ju-hyeok would participate. The instructor was surprised by her question and said yes. The girl replied that she would also participate then, even though her wound had not yet fully healed. She assured the instructor that she would be fine. The girl was already halfway to becoming the head of the Choy Jin family. However, thanks to Ju-hyeok, she has a different goal. Now Choy Ain wanted to become stronger. She also wanted to help the boy achieve what he wants, just as he helped her. He was nervous about the girl saying, and then suddenly stopping and laughing. She couldn't have trained very hard anyway. The boy advised her to keep to easy walking for most of the training, and to keep all energy to a minimum. Before leaving, he added that when he finished his work, he would help the girl a little more and said goodbye. At that time, in another city, screams came from a creepy abandoned building. The beaten boy begged to be let go. He promised to give the attackers whatever they wanted. A bald man with a creepy face held a knife in his hands. In the next moment, the knife flew straight into the boy's heart. And at that very moment, he bowed his head and died. Lisa's companion scolded the man for not finishing the boy off sooner. These two were from the Samsal Alliance. The hairless man's name was Al. The woman received a message. She thought it was a new order. Al asked her if they had sent a new target to kill yet. The woman showed him the image on her phone. It was Kim Ju-hyeok from Valhalla Academy. Lisa pulled the knife from the boy's dead body. Her partner wondered why they were ordered to kill this student, and the woman replied that the client must have paid a lot of money. She added that the client wanted them to kill him a month later, during the competition. Al was unhappy that they couldn't kill him now, but Lisa replied that the security of the academy and dormitory was very strong. They wouldn't be able to just break through the barrier. He also noticed that during the competition, there will be participants from other academies, which can be more dangerous. Lisa answered that on the third day, the competition would be held in a city called Eye of the Great Forest, in a maze of trees. Students have to find a way out of it on their own, so there will be no instructors in the forest. Participants will be watched from a height by a large drone. If you do not count the guards at the entrance, others will follow this from the observation room. So this too will have to hide and wait for an opportune moment. Al replied that it wasn't that interesting, but Lisa emphasized that they would have to complete the task anyway. A month passed. The first day of competition between academies began. All the students were excited before the start. Rodill Ventri sat intently and thought. He recalled a phone conversation with his father. Rodill told his father that he had received the money from him, and added that he would figure out what to do with this money himself. Moments later, he informed his father that he had ordered the assassination of Kim Ju-hyeok from the Samsal Alliance. His father was shocked by this news. The boy replied that there was nothing that could connect his father with his actions. Alliance Samsal accepted the order of Rodill. Father remembered hearing about them, especially Il-shin, the head of the Samsal Alliance. It was a team of 3 people working together to become invincible. The father told Rodill not to do anything that might expose the boy. Rodill promised and hung up. The Alliance had already told the boy that they would deal with Ju-hyeok during the competition. So Rodill decided that there was no need for him to stay and watch the competition. He stood up and told Yuria that they were leaving here. The head of Valhalla announced that he was happy to see all the spectators and students. He introduced himself as Valhalla Academy Committee Chairman Shim Deek-woon. Before the start of the competition, he had to introduce all the participants. The first participant was the White Lotus Academy from China. Next was the Heroes Academy from the United States of America. And the final participant was the Valhalla Academy from Korea. The man announced that the competition would last 3 days. The first stage of the duel between the participants will take place today. He told the representatives of all the academies to return to their seats and wait to be called. Instructor Lee San-chol watched the participants from the audience stand. He was distracted from his thoughts by a voice addressing the man. He was approached by the senior instructor of the Heroes Academy, Jack Rover. He told Lee San-chol that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man confirmed this, calling the interlocutor the third place. Jack Rover said not to call it that, because Valhalla wasn't the only one to take first place. Then he added that this year everything will be different. He was sure that the heroes would take first place. Jack asked Lee San-chol if he knew who the world's strongest contractor was. The Valhalla instructor nodded and said that this was the same boy named Logan, who is called the Destroyer. The hero instructor said that Logan's son is studying at their academy. So Logan Jr. also came to the competition. Jack Rover pointed his index finger at him. The son of the greatest contractor was called Logan Jr. He replied that he would look forward to seeing what the boy was capable of. But Jack added that the boy had already signed a contract with his father's constellation, the Destroyer of Everything. Lee asked San-chol if the boy could use destruction as well as his father, to which his interlocutor replied that he could. but not as skillfully. Jack added that he had heard that the new students of Valhalla were also very strong, especially a boy named Kim Ju-hyeok. The hero instructor mentioned that the boy caught and beat the thief. Lee Sancheol confirmed and said that Choy Ain was able to repeat it. Jack Rover concluded that they would be excellent opponents for Logan Jr., because he easily defeats adult contractors. He was surprised that his words caused such a weak reaction from Lee Sancheol. It was announced that the participants of the first round have already been determined. The instructor of Valhalla replied to the interlocutor that he would understand his sluggish reaction after watching the match. The first round contestants were Kim Ju-hyeok from Valhalla and Logan Jr. from Heroes. Two guys were standing in the ring for a fight. The chairman of the committee announced that the rule for all subsequent matches is the same. The winner is the one who knocks out his opponent first. Even if they take fatal damage, the stadium system will automatically lower it. Instead of lethal damage, an electrical charge would be applied, so participants were allowed to go all out. When the participants hear the start, the battle will begin. Ju-hyeok didn't understand why to use the protection system, and Barch replied that the contestants had to be normal to take part in the next challenges. The countdown to the start of the match was already coming to an end. Both boys calmly stood in the ring. After announcing the start, Ju-hyeok charged at the opponent with a blow. However, his attack was stopped immediately. In a superior tone, Logan Jr. asked Ju-hyeok if he thought he was really strong. But Ju-hyeok told the boy that he didn't think so because he still had a long way to go. Logan Jr. replied that the boy was more modest than he thought. His opponent said, "What's the point of modesty if he's still growing and can't be too cocky?" After that, he scolded the boy for how long he was going to block his shots. This question confused Logan Jr., so Ju-hyeok didn't waste a moment and hit him. He hit the boy's body with his fist. Logan flew several meters away from such a strong impact. Lee Sancheol said that the boy is still strong because he thought that he would shut down after the first blow. Two instructors watched this spectacle from the audience stand. Instructor Lee Sancheol noticed that the boy was really strong if he could withstand Kim Ju-hyeok's punch. Jack Rover replied that he and the students had seen him perform at commencement ceremonies. But then, Kim Ju-hyeok didn't seem so strong. However, the hero instructor still hoped for victory. After all, his ward has not yet had time to use destruction. Logan Jr. synthesized a clump of mana and directed it at his opponent. However, Kim Ju-hyeok was able to dodge his attack. However, something in the previous attack excited the boy. After that, Ju-hyeok kicked his opponent's body, asking what he just did. Ju-hyeok noticed that Logan managed to cut off some of his hair. If he had aimed better, he would have wounded the boy. Logan felt that after the boy's two previous attacks, he would soon pass out. He knew that if he couldn't strike with destruction, then there was no point in using it. But he did not give up because he had one more way to win. He concentrated the magic in his hands and directed it to the floor. The ground under the boy's feet began to crumble. Ju-hyeok asked the opponent why he was destroying the floor. After that, Logan hit the floor hard, and stone fragments flew into the air. The boy expected that the opponent would not be able to evade the attacks if he could not see them. He decided to attack Ju-hyeok from the blind spot. However, his opponent immediately understood where he was hiding. Logan caught his eye and was nervous that he managed to see him. But it was too late. He wasn't going to back down. But in the next moment, a stone fragment flew into the boy's face. Ju-hyeok approached him and asked if he really intended to hide behind the pieces of rock. After that, he added that the boy should have attacked him directly if he decided to use magic. The next moment, Ju-hyeok punched Logan in the face. From such a strong blow, the boy flew back a few meters. The first round ended and Kim Ju-hyeok from Valhalla Academy was declared the winner. The senior instructor was not surprised at what he saw, but Jack Rover stood back in surprise. Instructor Lee Sancheol emphasized that this guy is truly a monster. In the next round against a student of the Blue Lotus Academy, Soan, the boy also won. The same thing happened in the next round against Lee Bella from Hero Academy. In the final round, his opponent was Choy Ain. She said that even though they were both students of Valhalla but made it to the final round, it seemed that the Academy's victory was guaranteed. After that, she added that there is no reason for holding this round, other than determining the rating. She asked if she should give in since the winner gets a scholarship, and she didn't care. The guy replied that he didn't care who won either, but it was a great opportunity to show off their skills, so he told the girl not to give in to him. He also added that this is an opportunity for the girl to show how much better she has become thanks to training. Ju-hyeok told Ain to attack with all her might. He will take her injury into consideration. The girl nodded and touched the hilt of her sword. Lightning magic enveloped her. The girl drew her sword from her sheath and prepared to attack. With a crazy expression on his face, Ju-hyeok was also preparing to hit his opponent. The chairman of the committee froze in anticipation of the result of this match. The instructors of Valhalla Academy and the heroes were shocked by what they saw. Jack Rover even grabbed his head. Yoo So-yeon and Oh Se-nyuk were also tensed by what happened in the ring. An unconscious Choy Ain lay right in front of Kim Ju-hyeok's feet. The final round is over, and Kim Ju-hyeok has been declared the winner of all the inter-academy competitions this year. Barch said that this attack was merciless, although the boy should have taken into account the wounding of the girl, to which he replied that he really restrained himself because he did not hit her in the stomach. He added that his attack was improvised. The trajectory of the girl's blade went to his stomach, so he punched the sword. The boy became stronger because now he could hold some mana and increased his reserves, and also added that Choy Ain has also become stronger. Nighttime enveloped the space around Valhalla. The instructor entered the hall where the students were sitting and asked if everyone was okay. Although they were not injured thanks to the protection system, he recommended that they go to the infirmary and be examined. Ju-hyeok thought it was a waste of time that he would have to wait another day before he could see the eye of the Great Forest. As usual, he listened to everything, and Lee Sanchul had already finished his story and told the students to rest. After that, the senior instructor left the hall with the students. However, he was stopped by the fact that one of the students called him. Kim Ju-hyeok turned to the senior instructor. The instructor asked the boy if he needed anything. The boy asked the teacher about tomorrow's team competition. He asked that if he managed to finish it early, could he immediately move on to the next one. As this had never happened before, the teacher had to look into the rule book. Lee Sanchul replied to the student that there are 2 rules. Only 1 trial is allowed each day, but there are exceptions. If the test ends quickly, the student can move on to the next one at the discretion of his teacher. If the test venue is not ready or the student is in an inappropriate condition, he is given time to prepare. The boy asked the instructor what he thought about it. Then he asked if he could proceed to the next test. The instructor replied that if the boy finished early and came to the teacher's room, he would allow him to proceed to the next test. He was satisfied with such an answer, and he said goodbye to the instructor. The senior instructor said goodnight to the boy in return as Ju-hyeok left, his expression like that of a madman. Barshay asked the boy if he planned to complete the Eye of the Great Forest test tomorrow. Ju-hyeok nodded and said that it was good that he found out early. Barsh assumed that in this way the boy wants to attract the attention of students from other academies. However, Ju-hyeok called him a fool. The boy didn't even have that in his mind. The god of destruction apologized and said it was a misunderstanding. Kim Ju-hyeok decided that he had to finish this ordeal as soon as possible. The morning rays of the sun lit up the majestic building of the academy. The chairman of the committee greeted everyone present and began to explain the rules of the second test. In this competition, 5 representatives of each team will fight together. It will take place in a mountainous area, so the audience will watch through holographic screens. A flying drone was tasked with broadcasting the entire ordeal. All members of the Valhalla team warmed up before the competition. Yoo So-yeon asked when Kim Ju-hyeok would come, since the competition would start soon. But after a moment, the boy appeared in front of them and apologized for being late. Yoo So-yeon scolded him for coming so late, but the boy replied that he overslept. She emphasized that the teacher said he should have arrived 30 minutes early, but the boy said he was thinking about something else at the time. So-yeon continued to pick on him, but Ju-hyeok asked him to stop all the noise. Instead, he said he would take care of everything else. The girl emphasized that it was a team test. So-yeon scolds that because he defeated another academy, they will target them and he wants to go alone. She asked the others if they agreed with her, but they did not say a word. Only Erin raised her hand, and So-yeon hoped that at least she agreed with her. Erin asked the boy if she could go with him, but he told her to just stay here. So-yeon was annoyed by her reaction. Ju-hyeok told So-yeon to stop chirping and conserve energy. He added that another test awaits him in the afternoon. Yoo So-yeon didn't understand why he was so upset. The guy was about to leave, but the girl tried to talk to him. He replied that he had to prepare for the Eye of the Great Forest. After his words, the start of the test was announced. The White Lotus Academy team began to move forward, but they didn't even have time to notice when Kim Ju-hyeok appeared next to them. The pink-haired girl ordered her team to get ready. The boy told her that she reacted faster than he thought. A translucent screen appeared in front of the Hero Academy student with a message that the White Lotus was destroyed. He was worried about it because everything had only happened in 10 minutes at the beginning of the battle. Logan realized that Kim Ju-hyeok had already headed to the White Lotus, the hero student intending to find them first. But his partner reported that he felt magic near them. Logan asked if they were the disciples of Valhalla, but was told that it was only one person. He ordered Luke and Dan to hold the magic shield in front of them. He instructed his partner Melissa to prepare a magic circle. Lee Bella was already preparing another magic shield. The boys stood in the middle of the magic circle and prepared to attack. Melissa asked why they were so protective if it was just one person. Logan replied that if it was Ju-hyeok, then such protection was necessary. Lee Bella added that Melissa didn't understand how strong this guy was because she hadn't fought him. Melissa said that Logan is strong too, but he asked not to compare him to Ju-hyeok. One of the team members reported that the magic was gone. They assumed that the boy had returned after defeating the White Lotus Academy. They all froze in anticipation of further events. Kim Ju-hyeok was watching from a tree directly above them. Suddenly, Logan Jr. heard a rustling coming from the trees. He barely had time to react to Kim Ju-hyeok's surprise attack. But the next moment, the tip of the opponent's sword was right in front of his nose. Kim Ju-hyeok jumped out of the tree and attacked Logan Jr. Melissa and Lee Bella were unnerved by the surprise attack. Lee Bella wanted to react, but the boy's next attack was aimed straight at her. He scolded that the girl was too slow. At that time, Melissa was synthesizing a clump of mana to attack. She directed it at the boy, but he dodged the attack. The boy attacked Melissa, asking if she really meant to hit him with a cloud of magic. At that moment, the two boys were about to attack Ju-hyeok. However, the young man noticed this and immediately noticed their intentions. With the next attack, he knocked down two opponents. Kim Ju-hyeok defeated all the members of the hero team. A translucent screen appeared in front of him, with a message that the heroes were destroyed. And now the boy intended to go to the Eye of the Great Forest. At that time, the chairman of the committee was watching the competition from the observation room. He asked the instructors how it happened that Kim Ju-hyeok finished the team fight in 23 minutes, and clarified that he spent 20 minutes on the road and 3 minutes on the fight. He said that was a problem because it would mess up their competition schedule. Instructor Lee Chancel replied that according to the rules, if the competition ends before noon, then they can start the next competition. He then added that he would like to discuss the next competition with other academies. The chairman of the committee allowed it and told him to let him know the result when they finished their deliberations. The instructor recalled that the boy had asked him yesterday if he would let him go to the next competition if he could do it faster. Instructors Lee Shan-sol and Jack Rover were walking down the corridor of Valhalla Academy. Jack Rover said the heroes wouldn't mind starting the next challenge, so White Lotus still needs to be talked to. He also added that after watching the team battle, he does not think that the results will change, so it made sense to postpone the next competition. Now he understood why instructor Lee Chancel had called Kim Ju-hyeok a monster. The senior instructor responded with a smile and said that he understood Roveraya. So they were on their way to discuss this with the White Lotus. In the common room, the students of Valhalla Academy were waiting for the instructor's decision. Soan reflected on the fact that she didn't expect Kim Ju-hyeok to finish the battle alone. She was going to take the initiative since their teacher told her to be the team leader, but she couldn't do anything. In addition, the girl lost to Choy Ain in individual matches. She had heard about Kim Ju-hyeok teaching her. Maybe that was the reason. The girl understood that at this rate she would simply continue to lag behind them. She wondered if she asked Kim Ju-hyeok to teach her if he would agree. After a moment, the announcement of the competition began. The students were informed that the Eye of the Great Forest test, which was supposed to be tomorrow, will take place today at 1:15 p.m. Everything happened exactly as Kim Ju-hyeok expected. Ju-hyeok said he had something to say before the next competition started. He announced that in Eye of the Big Forest, he will act independently. Everyone survives on their own. After that, he added that if they had any problems, they could call him. Soan stressed that he decided to go it alone again. They have already won the previous 2 challenges. Unless they get the lowest score, they won't lose. Soan assumed that even if it was a survival maze, there shouldn't be many monsters. Ju-hyeok turned his attention to Soyeon's thoughtful face. He asked if she wanted to say something, calling her a birdie. The girl was annoyed that he kept coming up with nicknames for her, and Aaron thought that the little bird was a cute nickname. At 1:00 p.m., all students gathered at the gates of the Eye of the Big Forest maze. The chairman of the committee announced that the final test of survival in the maze was about to begin. As in the previous test, the audience will watch through holographic screens. Before the start, the chairman began to talk about the more specific task and evaluation criteria of the maze test. He began by saying that the Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth shaped like a forest, as the name suggests. The labyrinth was a unique environment where the rain never ended, and the monsters there were low level, so there were few threatening factors. The real threat to survival was the rain and thick bushes. The test tested the students' ability to survive. Before students enter the maze, they are measured for their body condition, and after 5 hours they are checked again. The closer the student is to the initial state, the higher his grade. Fights between teams are prohibited. A huge gate of the forest opened in front of the students. At the time, Lisa and Al from the Samsal Alliance were in an abandoned warehouse. The head of the alliance, Il-shin-ja, alias Olia, approached them and said that the students had already entered the eye of the great forest, so they should go there already. The magic that supported the two people was blocking the entrance to the labyrinth, so the trio decided to deal with them first. After that, they teleported to the labyrinth. Suddenly, something caused a surprise on the face of instructor Lee Sanchiol. All surveillance cameras stopped broadcasting the competition. The simultaneous outage of all cameras seemed suspicious to the head of the committee. He asked one of the guards if he had contacted the guard at the gate, but the guard replied that no one was answering. The senior instructor said that the students could face unexpected problems, so it was decided to enter the maze. All the instructors headed to the labyrinth. What they saw there shocked them. The bodies of the guards were covered with huge debris from the gate. At that time, the students did not even suspect that they were in danger. Melissa turned to Logan Jr. and told her that Bella wasn't feeling well. However, Bella objected, saying that the rain was too unexpected and cold. Logan told the girl that if she had hypothermia, she would be eliminated even if they couldn't win. He wanted to score high. He decided that they needed to build a hut and shelter from the rain there. He told Melissa to collect big leaves, Dan and Luke to collect hollyhocks. Logan himself was going to level the ground and dig a hole. However, suddenly a large dark ball appeared in front of him. A trio from the Samsal Alliance came out of it. Lisa was unhappy that it was raining, and Al said not to pay attention. They needed to finish the mission. Al said in a creepy voice that he was going to find Kim Ju-hyeok and kill him, but the boy in front of him was not the target. Alia said she teleported them to a source of powerful magic. That was the only way she could find the boy. Logan did not understand who these people were, but he heard the man say that he wanted to kill Kim Ju-hyeok. But in addition, he felt sinister magic from these people. The boy realized that the people in front of him were criminals. Lisa said they couldn't leave any witnesses, so they needed to deal with Logan. Logan Jr. was preparing for a battle with them. Out of all his rage, the boy aimed a ball of magic at them. However, the next moment, Ayla's knife pierced the boy's body. He suddenly attacked Logan from behind and attacked with a knife. Logan Jr. asked the thief how he ended up behind him. The man was surprised by such a question and told the boy to look in front of him. In front of Logan was the same man who had struck him from behind. He was shocked that both there and there were two identical people. The doppelganger in front swung the knife at the boy and delivered another stab right into Logan's stomach. She left the unconscious Logan soaking in the rain. The partner asked Al if he killed the boy, and he said no, that he just left him to slowly bleed out. They did not have time to leave when they heard a shout behind them. This scream came from Bella, who found the bloodied body of the boy. Lisa ordered Al to get rid of the witnesses. He replied that he would deal with the girl. He asked if he could do whatever he wanted. Lisa agreed, but with the condition that the man would finish faster. With a terrifying expression on his face, the thief attacked Lee Bella. At that time, Kim Ju-hyeok was moving through the labyrinth of the forest area. From the message on the translucent screen, he remembered that he needed to get to Madagairona's house. He doubted that there were any houses in this place at all, because there were only bushes and trees around. Running past Melissa, he was surprised that the girl froze in place. He stopped and decided to find out what happened. The girl screamed because she saw the wounded bodies of her fellow students and a sinister man with a knife in his hands. The fact that there were so many witnesses began to annoy the thieves. However, something behind the girl caught Al's attention. He saw Kim Ju-hyeok standing right behind a frightened Melissa. Lisa said that the target came to them himself. Al said that the boy must have run to the girl's screams. He saw the advantage in this, that he did not kill all the witnesses at once. Ju-hyeok was alarmed when the thief said the word target. At that moment, something else caught Kim Ju-hyeok's attention. He saw injured students from the Hero Academy lying on the ground. He told Melissa that while he dealt with the thieves, she should help the injured. The girl did not understand at first, but the boy said that her classmates were still alive. He noticed at once that they had been deliberately stabbed so that they would not die immediately. But he did not understand why they would be left to bleed out. He called the thieves wild dogs that spoiled his mood. After that, he added, since they got in here, the boy would get rid of them. Al told the boy that he did not understand what situation he got into because now he was stuck in this maze. He informed the boy that they had stormed through the only entrance to the maze and disabled the surveillance drones. This means that the teachers should have noticed it by now, but they won't be able to get here quickly. Due to the fact that the thieves completely destroyed the entrance, it will take at least an hour for the teachers to get there. Ju-hyuk was clearly not satisfied that he only had 1 hour. He asked the man if he really said that the boy only had 1 hour left to find the place. Al didn't understand anything the boy said. Both of the thief's doppelgangers rushed at Kim Ju-hyeok. However, Al stuck the knife not in the boy's body but in the ground. He did not understand where the boy had suddenly disappeared. But in the next moment, Ju-hyuk pounced on the thief and threatened to kill him. The tip of Ju-hyuk's sword crashed straight into Al's face. This blow sent the thief's body flying several meters back. With a loud crash, his body fell straight to the ground. The man's partners just looked after him. After that, Kim Ju-hyeok immediately rushed to attack them next. He stunned the women by hitting their heads. The trio of thieves lay unconscious on the damp forest floor. Ju-hyuk told Melissa to use her magic to heal the wounded. If she felt she couldn't handle it, he told her to run west, where the students of Valhalla were. The girl began to make every possible effort to cure her siblings. The next moment, Al regained consciousness and rose from the ground. He was surprised that his partners were lying unconscious right next to him. Ju-hyuk told the thief that his comrades were quite weak, but he immediately prepared to attack with a knife. Ju-hyuk turned to Al and reminded him that he named him as the target before attacking. The boy wanted to know who the mastermind was. However, the thief said that he was not a novice to betray a customer so easily. The guy said it was strange because usually people immediately say who sent them. For a second, his opponent was confused. But after that, he decided to unexpectedly attack the boy with his double. However, Ju-hyuk skillfully dodged his attack again. This shocked the thief because he attacked with a double whose presence cannot be detected. Ju-hyuk scolded Al that he was acting like a rat by attacking from behind. He pointed his sword at the thief's face to strike. This happened just as Al was about to make a surprise attack. Ju-hyuk's blade crashed into the thief's face again. The bald man's nose bled from this blow. Kim Ju-hyuk asked the thief again who ordered his murder, but he refused to say. Then, with a crazy expression on his face, the boy threatened the bald man that he would beat him to death. After that, he sent an incredibly strong blow directly to the thief's body. Teachers rushed to help their students. When they got there, they saw that all of them were alive. Female students treated the wounded with their magic. Instructor Jack Rover asked Logan if he was okay, and the student replied that it was a little difficult for him to move. But it was a minor problem. The senior instructor surveyed the area and tried to understand what had happened. He asked the students what happened to them. Logan explained that they were unexpectedly attacked by some thieves, 1 man and 2 women. Hearing that there were 3 people, the instructor assumed that they might be from the Samsol Alliance, after which he asked where the thieves were now. Logan pointed his index finger at the place where the unconscious criminals were. Lisa's body lay on the wet ground. The body of her unconscious partner was leaning against a tree. The student said that Kim Ju-hyuk beat them all. The instructor noticed that the landscape of the forest around the thieves was destroyed. He was shocked that Kim Ju-hyuk was so strong. Logan confirmed that he saw the boy fight them until he passed out. Ju-hyuk's strength was truly amazing. They couldn't even touch him. The guy completely destroyed them. Logan understood that when he fought the boy, he did not see even half of his true power. He thought he would be the strongest of the contestants. But it seems that this hurt the boy's pride. Jack Rover told Logan not to be upset because Kim Ju-hyuk is truly an anomaly. Instructor Lee Sancheol asked where the third attacker was. Logan replied that Kim Ju-hyeok was still dealing with her. He and instructor Lilia looked around and saw the girl's head. Kim Ju-hyeok was standing in front of the attacker's body and said he was trying to find out who was behind it and what their goal was. The senior instructor was glad that the boy was normal. The teacher said that everything should be discussed in more detail when they returned to the academy. But he added that the teachers would help the injured students and take them to the hospital and ordered the students of Valhalla to find the White Lotus and tell about the situation. That was the end of their competition. Nighttime enveloped the grounds of Valhalla Academy. Kim Ju-hyuk took a shower and was about to go to bed to rest. He was very tired after all the events that happened today. Barch noticed that the boy had used too much mana to deal with the thieves. But Ju-hyuk was in a good mood because everything went as he wanted. He managed to take the item from Madagai Rona's house, as required by the task. He reached into his pocket to pull out an orb. Although it was difficult, the boy was glad that he was able to get her. He began to recall the events of today. Il-shin regained consciousness and felt a pain in her head. She heard a voice telling her to get up. Before her, she saw the figure of Kim Ju-hyuk. He asked the woman what powers she had. Ju-hyeok guessed that this trinity was from the Samsol Alliance. He recalled that two of the participants were fighters, and the third person supported them. The boy guessed that the girl was the person who served as their support. He repeated his question about abilities once more and ordered her to answer. Il-shin surrounded herself with a ball of dark magic and replied that she would not tell him anything. However, this bullet did not prevent the boy from approaching Il-shin. The girl was shocked that Ju-hyeok was able to stop her. After seeing everything, the boy realized what ability Il-shin had. He asked the girl if she had the ability to create a magical space around her and teleport with it. You could tell by her face that he was right. After that, he approached her and told her that she should help him. With a sinister smile, Ju-hyeok said that if she helps him, he won't do anything to her. So thanks to the girl's ability, he managed to get this sphere. Barcha scolded that the boy did not keep his promise because he killed the girl, although he promised that if she helped him, he would not do anything to her. He justified his actions by the fact that when he asked her about who ordered his murder, the girl did not confess. Now that Ju-hyeok knew they were from the Samsol Alliance, he guessed who their client was. Of course, it was Rodill, who had already made 2 attempts to attack the boy with someone else's hands. He needed more information to proceed. He doubted whether it was worth destroying the Rodill family if they were going to get in his way. But if it wasn't there, he would have already found the sphere and completed the previous task. The following task appeared on the translucent screen: to meet lost memories in a dream. The boy was surprised that he would just need to sleep. Barch assumed that if the boy managed to find his memories, he would also get them back, because he had received a notification with the same task. So Kim Ju-hyeok decided it was worth a try. He turned off the light and prepared to fall asleep. Ju-hyeok still didn't understand what the lost memories were referring to, because he didn't think he was losing any part of his memory. But he still fell asleep, hoping that he would be able to see something. The dream began with events that happened 300 years ago. Wounded Kim Ju-hyeok leaned against the wall, waiting for his own death. As 300 years ago, a stone block loomed over the boy, heralding death. And now the fatal second was about to come for our hero. However, at that moment, time suddenly stopped. Not only the stone blocks stopped, it seemed that the whole world froze at that moment. An unknown creature appeared in front of the powerless figure of Kim Ju-hyeok. This being said that he cared for his name, as well as that he cared for the names he protected in this world. After that, the unknown figure began to dissolve in the air. After that, the flow of time returned to its place again, and the same thing happened as it did 300 years ago. At the fatal moment, the boy woke up from a nightmare. Ju-hyeok was shocked by the events that happened in his dream. He couldn't believe that these were lost memories. The boy asked Barch if he managed to remember anything. The god of destruction replied that he was a tiger. Ju-hyeok didn't understand this answer. The boy imagined a fluffy, chubby tiger, but Barcha countered that it wasn't as cute as Ju-hyeok imagined. The boy asked him if he remembered what it looked like, but Barch replied that he did not remember any details. The god of destruction's answer meant that he hadn't seen that unknown being. Ju-hyeok decided that he would find out who it was himself. The guy asked Barch if he might remember his name, or heard how his name was pronounced, but he was refused. So he assumed that the memories that Barch saw were meaningless, but he was surprised that he couldn't remember his own name. At that moment, a translucent screen appeared in front of him again. The next moment, a message appeared on it with the text, "Ahala Alfredi's Grand Palace Cabinet, Johnny's Secret Room." In the last line appeared a request to face the truth. Ju-hyeok didn't understand what kind of Valhalla palace it was and what kind of truth he had to face. He decided that after today's training, he would ask Lilia about the Grand Palace of Valhalla. The morning rays illuminated the majestic building of Valhalla Academy. Kim Ju-hyeok and Choy Ain were already working out in the academy's gym. Together with them, Senyuk also flexed his muscles in the building. However, something momentarily distracted the boy from his studies. Soan approached him and asked why he was here. However, the boy replied that he should have asked why the girl was here. Embarrassed, she replied that she thought her reason was similar to his. She had a great sense of pride, but she was a little jealous of Kim Ju-hyeok. However, Senyuk replied that he was not here because of that. The boy had been involved in weightlifting for a long time, so his being here had nothing to do with Kim Ju-hyeok. He suggested that the reason Soan is jealous of Kim Ju is because she lost to Choy Ain. At first, the girl was worried about such a question from a fellow student. However, Soan admitted that his words were true. The girl began to recall the duel between her and Choy Ain. She was about to draw her sword from her sheath and strike her opponent. However, Choy Ain steadfastly blocked all of Soyeon's attacks. Then Soyeon was about to strike with her mana. She sent a magical blow straight at her opponent. Ain raised her sword above her head and was about to cut down the oncoming blow. The girl managed to destroy the magic with her blade. Soyeon was surprised that Ain was able to do this. Following the previous one, she sent 3 more magical attacks at her opponent. Huge circles of magic were already approaching Choy Ain. The girl was about to take out her sword again and repel the attack. Ain stopped all 3 of Soyeon's attacks with one cut. This greatly confused her opponent. Before she had time to recover, Ain approached her, preparing to attack. Approaching, Ain sent an attack directly at her opponent's body. This attack knocked Soyeon to the ground and Choy Ain was declared the winner. She told a fellow student that thanks to Kim Ju-hyeok's help, Ain has become much stronger since the entrance ceremony. Soyeon constantly trained only her magical power and swordsmanship, but Ain was engaged in strength training. Although no one in her family ever taught her this, she assumed that this was why Ain was able to develop so quickly. To the girl's words, Oh Sung-yuk replied that it is better for her to approach Kim Ju-hyeok, not him. Soyeon knew that she needed to get an answer from Ju-hyeok because she couldn't wait any longer and needed to achieve real results and improve her abilities. So the next moment, she walked straight up to Kim Ju-hyeok. He asked what the little bird needed from him. The girl was annoyed that he called her a little bird again. The girl started the appeal with the fact that the boy was already training Ain, so she wanted to read whether he could train her as well. However, a senior instructor appeared behind her and prevented her from finishing. He asked the boy if he was busy. Ju-hyeok replied that he hadn't finished his training yet. The instructor told the boy that when he finished, let him come to him. There is a person who wants to see him. Also that this person said it was the only chance she would see the guy in a long time. Ju-hyeok replied that he understood and would come. Soyeon was embarrassed because she was interrupted again and she couldn't say anything. However, Ju-hyeok addressed the girl, calling her a birdie. He said that if she wants to train with them, she should ask Choy Ain for the routine and follow it. If the girl does well, then maybe he will start teaching her. Ain was next to her and said that she would explain everything to her. The boy had already finished his training, and at that time the time of day changed to evening. He followed the senior instructor into his office. Ju-hyeok asked who wanted to see him and if that person was going to meet him right now. Lee Sancheol replied that maybe the boy could guess who it could be. The instructor opened the door to the small hall to enter. In the hall stood an exhausted Rodill and his maid Yuria. He immediately knelt before the boy and begged to save him. Rodill, and once again repeated the request to save him. Ju-hyeok asked the instructor what the boy was doing here. Lee Chancel replied that he should have understood by now. He then informed him that it was Rodill who had been hired by the Samsol Alliance. He added that in addition to the boy being suspected of ordering the previous assassination attempt, this is the second attempt to kill someone, and both times Ju-hyeok was the target. The media pressured the man to reveal all the information, and now all the headlines are about the Samsol Alliance and the guy who staged the attack on Valhalla. Ju-hyeok was the one who leaked the information to the press. He asked why he should forgive Rodill if his family started to cover his tracks again. Lee Chancel said that the Ventri family had just released an official statement. They announced that they had banished Rodill from the Ventri family. The instructor added that not only Rodill, but his father was also expelled. And unlike the previous time, the Ventri family does nothing with loud headlines from the media. Rodill now had no defense, and the boy asked how he imagined he would save him. Rodill asked to give him one chance. Ju-hyeok asked the boy if Rodill's words would be the only evidence of his intentions. With a wasted face, he begged Ju-hyeok to tell everyone that Rodill was not guilty. However, the boy grimaced from these screams and said that he did not want to do this. Rodill asked if it was because he hadn't apologized for everything yet. The next moment, he begged Ju-hyeok for forgiveness and said that he would never inconvenience him again. But the boy replied that he did not need an apology. Rodill asked if the boy might want money. But Ju-hyeok replied that he didn't need the money either. After these words, Rodill looked back in a rage. He grabbed Yuria by the wrist and pulled him to him. The guy offered to give Ju-hyeok a girlfriend instead of an apology. He emphasized that she is a direct descendant of a noble family of England. Owning her could raise the boy's status. This angered Ju-hyeok, who asked Rodill if he believed that a person could be controlled as an object. But the boy replied that Yuria was his property. He pulled her hair and told them to look at her neck. The charm around her neck was proof that she belonged to him. So he said if the boy wants, he will give Yuri to Ju-hyeok. With an angry expression on his face, the instructor realized that there was a taboo spell on the girl's neck. Yuria was sealed with magic. which did not allow her to act against the will of her master. He understood that an ordinary person could not cast such a spell. That meant someone had helped Rodill do it. Ju-hyeok began his speech about how people like Rodill have existed since ancient times. They imposed taboo on other people's bodies and sold them. At that moment, Kim Ju-hyeok used his magic to touch the seal on Uria's neck. But with all his strength, the boy stretched and broke the spell. For a certain time, the girl was in a shallow trance. The seal on Uria's neck began to disappear. Rodill was shocked that Kim Ju-hyeok broke the seal and removed the spell from Uria. With mild rage in his voice, Ju-hyeok turned to the instructor. He asked if he could hit Rodill, to which the instructor replied that a teacher from Valhalla would not tolerate violence between students. But it was a completely different situation, because Rodill was suspected of committing several crimes. Since Valhalla had severed ties with the Ventri family, the instructor said that the boy could do whatever he wanted. He would cover for him. Ju-hyeok put his hand on Rodkill's shoulder. He pointed his fist at Ventri and told him to clench his teeth. The next blow sent Rodill back a meter. With this punch, Ju-hyeok knocked out several of Ventri's teeth. Kim Ju-hyeok exited the building and stepped forward. Barcha said he thought the boy would actually kill Rodill this time. This was the first time he had shown his anger so much. The guy replied that if it had been 300 years ago, he would have really blown his head off. Among his students was a guy who was traded using taboo. It was a similar situation, that's why he got angry. After that, he added that he was going through it too. The god of destruction revealed that Ju-hyeok was a slave in the past. Ju-hyeok caught up with Yuri Felix and asked him to stop. She said she didn't have time to thank him. The next moment she bowed and thanked the boy profusely. The boy replied that there was no need to thank him. He told the girl to forget about him and live as she pleased. In the next moment, Yuri Felix had tears in her eyes. She said she would listen to his words, so the boy moved on. The next day, Kim Ju-hyeok headed to the Valhalla Academy Cafe. There he met the instructor Lilia. She said something about China, and the boy asked what she meant. The woman said that the Great Valhalla Palace is in China. She specified that this palace is a labyrinth belonging to the White Lotus Association. The boy asked if by White Lotus she meant the academy that participated in the competition. The woman nodded. Ju-hyeok thought about the fact that, unlike the previous labyrinth, he couldn't just walk into someone else's. He did not understand why labyrinths belonged to anyone at all. It used to be a mystery how dogs and cows could calmly enter them. The guy could destroy the maze if he wanted to, but it's quite difficult because it belongs to the academy. Then he asked the instructor if there was any way to get into the maze. Lilia replied that she knew the Great Valhalla Palace was open to White Lotus students. The woman wanted to say that the boy shouldn't be in a hurry because something was going to happen soon. But at that moment, she closed her mouth. Ju-hyeok asked why Lily was silent. The woman replied that she did it so as not to say too much. After that, she scolded the boy how he could sit and listen without giving her any information in return. In the hand in which she held the spoon, the woman showed 3 fingers. She set a condition that the boy would tell her 3 interesting facts, and she would tell more information about the palace. But the boy said that it was time for him to go, but the woman stopped him, saying that she would tell him more. So Ju-hyeok took his seat again and continued to listen. Lilia secretly told that the Great Palace of Valhalla will be one of the stages of the world competition in the 2nd semester. This information has not yet reached the teachers. The boy wondered then how Lilia knew this. The woman replied that she had her own sources of information. The boy suggested that the world competition would be like a competition between academies. The woman said that if the competition in Korea is only a 3-way battle between Korea, China, and the United States, then academies from all over the world will participate in the world competition. What annoyed Ju-hyeok was that it was basically just a bigger competition than last time. He thought that waiting to participate in the 2nd semester was too long. So he asked the instructor if there was any way to get there earlier. The woman was wondering if she knew any other ways. She remembered that there was one way, but she didn't know if she could take that chance. Before telling about this method, the woman said that the boy should help her. She asked him to go with her to the World Monster Research Society. It was just one event, so there was nothing to worry about. Instructor Lilia and Kim Ju-hyeok were standing outside the gates of the Tottenham World Monster Research Community in North London. The guy was annoyed because the woman said it was a one-day event, but they had come all the way to London. She brought him for the weekend but got permission to extend their trip until Monday. The boy said she was abusing her teaching authority. Ju-hyeok asked Lily what they were going to do here. The next moment, the boy was standing with a sword in a closed room with a boar-like monster. 2 men and a woman watched him from a side window. Instructor Lilia asked the boy to help them in experiments. In exchange for information, he had to kill several monsters. The next moment, the boy swiped the monster's forehead with his sword. After that, the silhouette of the boar began to disappear. He was informed that the boar had been successfully killed and that he should prepare to meet the stone goblin. An hour later, the boy lay down on the sofa from exhaustion. Ju-hyeok scolded Lilia that she only asked to kill 3 monsters, but he had already killed a dozen. The instructor pretended that he was making something up. Later, he asked why there was such a tense atmosphere. As soon as they entered the room, all the people stared at the woman with an angry look. The boy asked if she had a quarrel with these people. Instructor Lilia calmly sipped her coffee. She replied that these people had been steadfast in their monster hunting theories for decades, and suddenly, out of nowhere, data appeared that contradicted what they were saying. However, the boy reprimanded that the way he fought monsters there was too old-fashioned. The woman replied that it was the most reliable way, that is, the tradition of the association. Ju-hyeok asked why they wouldn't do the experiments on their own if they wanted to check. In a strained tone, the woman replied that they just didn't want to do it. These people were old men who couldn't stand having their theories destroyed. Their theory of hunting monsters was a good means to strengthen the power of the current status of power, which is nepotism and dead weight, in the form of the upper circles of society. The guy took a liking to these people and asked why they needed to constantly update their documents. Lilia replied that this is because documents without recognition by society are nothing. Their main focus is on the ideal hunting strategy. She added that these people were ready to go to any lengths to find new data. Ju-hyeok told the woman that since he helped her, now she should help him. The woman said that the decision to come here was a good one, because a special woman came here. Namely, the chairman of the committee of the White Lotus Association. Lilia had heard that this woman was in the association of the World Monster Research Community, so she assumed that this lady could be watching the boy during the test. The guy was sure that the instructor knew what this lady looked like, so he offered to go and talk to her. But suddenly there was a knock at their door. The voice behind the door inquired if Kim Ju-hyeok was in this room and added that he needed to talk to the boy. Ju-hyeok guessed that it could be this girl because a woman's voice was heard outside the door, so he told her to come in. A beautiful woman with a fan in her hands entered the room and greeted the boy. The lady said that she is the head of the White Lotus Association and her name is Soan. The boy replied that his name was Kim Ju-hyeok and asked what he could do to help her. Soan replied that she was actually looking for him to ask him to do something for her. She asked if the boy could take care of one person. The instructor assumed the two were going to have a serious conversation, so she took that chance to walk away. After these words, Instructor Lilia immediately left the room. Ju-hyeok asked the lady to elaborate on her request. The woman began by saying that she is the chairman of the committee of the White Lotus Association, but she is originally a member of the Seal family. This family was China's first to be established after the Chaos era, thanks to which they were able to build an academy called the White Lotus and hire strong contractors. However, their family had a genius. Or rather, a person was born who could be called a natural disaster. At the age of 13, she defeated ordinary contractors. She even trampled her sisters and their family guild members, and even the head of the family was defeated. As a result, this girl decided that she had nothing more to learn from the outside world, so she locked herself in the Saul family's training hall in the White Lotus Palace. The guy asked if the lady wanted him to deal with this girl, to which she answered in the affirmative. Ju-hyeok assumed it wouldn't be difficult, but he had a few questions. First, he asked if it wouldn't be easier to hire other strongmen if Soan wanted him to just beat up the girl. Also, looking at her magical power, the boy assumed that the lady herself was not one of the weak. Soan replied that the boy had good eyesight because she had used magic to hide it. She had 2 reasons for hiring him. The first reason was that the girl fought only with the help of physical strength. The second reason was that the girl was only 17 years old, just like Ju-hyeok. Watching the boy's fights, the woman realized that he is physically very strong, so if the girl loses to her peer, her pride will be affected. The lady said that her request was the reason why she came here. If the boy was not here, she would have written him a letter. The guy understood everything, so he asked if there would be any reward for this. The lady replied that as the head of the White Lotus Committee, she could pay any amount. However, the boy denied he did not need the money. Ju-hyeok said that there is one place he would like to go to, so could the lady arrange it for him? Kim Ju-hyeok and Ms. Soan were standing in front of the White Lotus Academy. The boy didn't expect the woman to bring him here on the same day he agreed, let alone a private flight. She replied that the guy said he was free until Monday, so this was an opportunity to finish the case much faster. The lady asked Ju-hyeok if he still wanted the right to enter the Valhalla Grand Palace as a reward. Kim Ju-hyeok nodded affirmatively, confirming her words. She replied that since it was a maze that they managed, it would not be difficult to arrange it. As Kim Ju-hyeok and Ms. Soan walked through the academy grounds, all the students were surprised to see the boy here. Together, they entered the open entrance to the academy. The boy said that there was still something that interested him. He asked why the lady wanted him to deal with this girl. The woman said that there were many people who foolishly tried to fight this child, only to realize the limit of their abilities. This was done by both students and teachers. Mrs. Solyan's main goal now was to get rid of this tall child. The woman believed that after that she would lead the White Lotus to the top. The boy said that he understood everything and expressed hope that the fate of the academy is in good hands. They approached the seal that was in the room. The woman said that when he becomes the seal, he will be transferred to the secret training room of the seal family. Ju-hyeok walked over and stepped directly on the center of the seal. Before teleporting, he asked the girl's name. Mrs. Solyan replied that this child's name is Yen Lan. When the boy moved, the girl immediately met him by asking if Seal's family had sent him to force her to leave. She added that she wasn't going anywhere, so she told him to get out of there. Ju-hyeok scolded Yen Lan for being so rude to someone she met for the first time. He then attacked her, asking if she was really as crazy as they said she was. However, the girl displeasedly stopped the boy's blow. Ju-hyeok didn't understand what just happened. The next moment, the girl tensed her hand and prepared to strike. She unexpectedly attacked Ju-hyeok right in the chest. Yen Lan told the boy that he really underestimated his opponent. She couldn't believe that he started with such a stupid punch. Ju-hyeok asked if the girl really couldn't believe it. The boy's previous words puzzled Yen Lan. He suddenly grabbed her hand that was on his chest. After that, he prepared to attack the girl. However, Yen Lan managed to dodge this blow from Ju-hyeok. But after that, the boy punched her in the hand. Yen Lan immediately took a step back from the pain. After that, the girl asked the boy who he was. He called himself a 17-year-old student who underestimated his opponent. Yen Lan knew that she should retreat and try to counterattack, but she did not have time to carry out her intentions, as the boy approached her in a moment. Ju-hyeok immediately aimed a strong punch at her, but in order to reduce the force of this blow, Yen Lan stepped back. He admitted that the girl moved quite quickly, because even his students 300 years ago could not demonstrate such a level of mobility. Yen Lan was tensed by all the attacks and abilities that Ju-hyeok displayed. She could not believe that this 17-year-old student was at the same level as her. But she was satisfied that Ju-hyeok was much stronger than all those old men who came to her. She decided that she would not lose to him. The boy was satisfied by the fact that by the look of the girl one could guess that she was not going to give up. At that time, Lady Solyan was watching the fight between the boy and the girl from the room. The secretary approached her and interrupted her from her observations for a moment. He wondered if Kim Ju-hyeok would be okay. He believed that a student from another academy could not harm anyone from their White Lotus Academy. From the look of the boy, he missed that he was now desperate. He asked Lady Solyan if the boy would be able to defeat Yen Lan. After all, Lady Solyan also once lost to Miss Yen Lan. The Odazu secretary added that it was without the use of magical power. The lady fought her using only physical techniques. The lady agreed with the words of the secretary that she really lost to the girl. She added that even if she used her magic, there would be no guarantee that she would be able to win. The secretary replied that then it only made the situation more risky. He believed that this student Kim Ju-hyeok would never be able to beat his lady. However, Mrs. Solyan replied that she couldn't be sure of that, as the boy had defeated several thieves and won first place in the inter-academy competition. In any case, she understood that Kim Ju-hyeok would not give up so easily. All they could do was watch the battle. Yen Lan tensed her claws and was about to attack the boy. However, he continued to dodge her attacks again. The next moment, he realized that the girl's knee was aimed directly at his face. Yen Lan slammed her knee into the student's forehead with all her might. She was pleased that this time she managed to get a boy. But she did not have time to rejoice, as the next moment something puzzled her. After this attack, she felt severe pain in her leg. She was unhappy that the boy's head was as hard as a rock. The guy replied that this blow was unexpected, so he just crashed into him with his forehead. He mocked the fact that his forehead was harder than her kneecap. Yen Lan understood that if she used all her attacks, the boy would simply block them. She didn't know how to defeat him. It was hard for her to admit it, but the boy's physical strength was superior to hers. She asked the boy if he fought without magic. Ju-hyeok answered yes, because he knew that the girl preferred physical attacks. Yen Lan replied that now the rules are changing. She declared that now she was going to use everything she had. The boy realized that the girl had begun to accumulate magic. In a superior tone, he told Yen Lan that it was time to crush her pride. The girl was shocked by the amount of magical power she received from the boy. She thought it was crazy that a student had such a powerful magical power. Yen Lan decided that she no longer needed any tricks. Lightning fast, she headed for the boy and decided to finish him off with one blow. She sent her magic-enhanced fist right at Ju-hyeok's face. Yen Lan expected that she managed to hit the boy with a blow. However, he was able to evade the attack with lightning speed. He said to the girl that he had enough fun, and it was time to end the fight. The next moment, a punch pierced the girl's body. Before disconnecting, Yen Lan shouted that the boy was a real monster. In a second, the unconscious girl lay defeated in front of Kim Ju-hyeok. Lady Soan and her secretary were shocked by what they saw. The boy returned to the room, announcing that he had defeated the girl and got her out of there. The unconscious girl was hanging from Kim Ju-hyeok's arm. Ms. Soan said that she really couldn't believe that the boy managed to defeat Yen Lan and asked the boy if he was injured, and he said that everything was fine. The lady asked how difficult it was for him to defeat the girl. He said that Yen Lan was quite strong, but he was disappointed with the ending due to the difference in their skills. After Ju-hyeok lowered the girl to the ground, she instantly regained consciousness. The girl immediately noticed Ms. Soan and her secretary in front of her. Yen Lan was clearly not happy to see the woman in front of her. Soan told her that she had not seen her in the outside world for a long time. The woman started talking to the boy about his reward for completing the errand. She asked again if he wanted access to Valhalla's grand palace. Ju-hyeok nodded affirmatively. Soan replied that she could let him in there right now and asked how he felt about it. The guy replied that he didn't mind going there immediately. Lady Soan took Ju-hyeok's hand and they left the room together. The secretary told Yen Lan that if she was injured somewhere, they should provide her with medical assistance. However, the girl only asked what this guy's name was. The secretary answered that his name was Kim Ju-hyeok. Then Yen Lan said that she was sure that he was one of the strongest people in the world. She had a desire to enter into battle with him again. At that time, the mysterious person in armor heard the words of the girl, who said that the boy was one of the strongest. Upon entering the designated location, Kim Ju-hyeok thought that it did not look like a maze. He stood right at the entrance to the Great Palace of Valhalla, which was surrounded by guards in knightly armor. He remembered Lady Soan's words that the Great Palace of Valhalla was a unique labyrinth, similar to a castle. If the boy does not disturb the monsters which are called living armor, then there will be no difficulties. He asked Ms. Soan how long he could stay there. The woman answered that it was about 5 hours. If he wanted to stay longer, he should come tomorrow. So the guy had only 5 hours for a quiet search. He looked ahead to see what awaited him. There were a large number of knights in armor standing before him, so he needed to deal with them first. One of the knights swung his sword at the boy. However, Kim Ju-hyeok was already preparing to repel his attack. With one swing of his sword, he cut the steel armor in two. The figure of the monster in living armor flew apart. After that, he dealt with all the other knights. He was surprised that he was able to deal with them so quickly. Although the boy searched more than 20 rooms, he still could not find the office. He still could not find it, and was already hoping that the office was here at all. However, Barch told the boy to look to the right. He added that this door was a little different from all the others. Ju-hyeok opened the door and entered the room. Immediately, a portrait of a man caught his eye. This room definitely looked like someone's study. However, he doubted if it really belonged to Alfredia and not someone else. Barcha said that it might really be his office, and added that the boy should look at the signature under the picture. Alfredi was written in a gold frame under the picture. Ju-hyeok asked Barch how he was able to read it. The god of destruction replied that he didn't know, and he suggested that it might be information he remembered from the past. The boy decided to thoroughly search this place because there must be a secret room somewhere. He would definitely have a lot of time to look at each item separately. So he decided that if he destroyed everything here, he would definitely be able to find the secret room. The guy completely destroyed all the furniture in the room. Then, under the carpet, he saw what looked like an iron door. He took a closer look and realized that this was the entrance to the secret room. He took hold of the handle and was about to open the entrance, which went directly underground. The boy started to go down the stairs. He was annoyed that there was no lighting. Then a message appeared on the semi-transparent screen that the conditions had been met. What he saw in the secret room surprised the boy. A girl dressed as a witch was sitting at a wooden table in an old room. Ju-hyeok asked what this place was and who this girl was. The girl replied that she was glad to meet the boy and would answer his questions, but first she asked him to sit down. The boy complied with her request and sat down at the table next to her. The girl with red hair introduced herself as Guide. The guy was surprised by this answer, but the woman immediately replied that it was not her real name, but a pseudonym. The girl in the witch's outfit added that her name was taken away. Hyuk remembered the moment from the dream where the unknown being said it would take care of his name. He asked the girl if her name had really been selected. The guy added that it sounded like a delusion and asked him to say normally what it meant. He did not understand how to use a name. The girl replied that names have power. All creatures build their lives on the name given to them. All efforts, achievements, undertakings contribute to the greatest work of their lives, to their name. A name decorated with great achievements gives a person great power, but there is a person who steals such names. He absorbs the power they have for himself. Ju-hyuk asked what happens to a person when their name is stolen. The woman replied that these people become constellations. She assumed that Ju-hyuk was an exception because he was reincarnated. It seemed suspicious to him that this girl knew about his reincarnation as well as Barshi. The guide asked if the boy was now thinking about who had allowed him to be reincarnated and was sending messages. However, the girl added that it wasn't her. The guide just got a lot of facts about the boy through message windows. After that, the boy asked who this woman was that took his name. The guide replied that this man was called the Labyrinth King. His purpose was to create towers of destruction in the labyrinths and grow big names to steal their power. The girl asked if Kim Ju-hyeok understood everything now. The boy replied that it was quite amazing that this man could create towers of destruction on the ground. He remembered that this lord could only create them in the labyrinth, and it immediately came to him. From the expression on his face, the guide assumed that the boy had guessed everything. The girl said that the world they live in, the place they call Earth, is a labyrinth. Ju-hyeok didn't believe it, but guide replied that it was up to him to believe it or not. She had no reason to lie. He questioned again if the reason this person created the towers of destruction was because he wanted to cultivate big names. The girl replied that it is easy to accumulate karma when the world is chaos, killing monsters, saving people. He used this chaos to do evil deeds. Only if a person had a lot of karma could he become a constellation. Ju-hyuk suggested that his students could also become constellations, since they were trying to save the world. With a displeased face, the boy asked what was the point of their actions if they were still playing the Lord of the Labyrinth game. However, the guide replied that he should not rush to conclusions. The rebirth of the boy was an unexpected event for the king. She added that Ju-hyuk could be the one to beat the Labyrinth Lord at his own game. But the boy suggested that this king knew that he was reincarnated and could also be the one who made them meet through the message box. But the guide replied that he was wrong. She said that the person who reincarnated the boy and sent the message boxes was not the Lord of the Labyrinth. The guy asked, "Then who is behind all this?" But the guide replied that she didn't really know. She assumed that since this is a person who reincarnated him, then maybe she is related to the boy. The guide stood up and began to create something with her magic, saying that they couldn't pass up this opportunity. After a moment, a small ring appeared in the place of the glow. She handed it to Kim Ju-hyeok and told him to take it. The girl explained that this is their key to victory, but she can't tell everything in detail because they don't have much time. But the boy asked her to tell him right now about you. The guide replied that at the moment she was talking to him, she was being chased by the Lord of the Labyrinth. The girl added that since the boy fulfilled all the conditions, it will be easier for them to meet next time. The guide announced that they would meet again in a few days and told the boy not to lose this ring. With a snap of her finger, she created a small clump of magic. And a moment later, Kim Ju-hyeok found himself in front of the palace entrance. He remembered the Lord of Destruction who had stolen his name. He was annoyed that this person prevented the boy from living a comfortable life. The boy did not know what kind of ring it was, but assumed that it would not make him stronger. So he decided to absorb all the magical power of the guardian stones he had left. Although he has not fully recovered his strength, the amount of magical power he possesses should rise to the level of when the boy was in his prime. Events are transferred to an island in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean. The leader of the devotees sat on the sofa, the Dragon King Khan Nebel. He read the news that the 3 assassins were defeated by the student Kim Ju-hyeok. The tablet screen cracked from a strong finger pressure. In a fit of rage, the leader of the Loyal threw him to the floor. He watched Kim Ju-hyeok carefully, and through careful investigation, he discovered that it was the boy who had defeated Jinyeon, who had entered into an early contract with the constellation. So when the son of the Ventri family commissioned a job, the leader still called in 3 assassins to make sure the job was done properly. He wondered if he should call all the members to deal with this guy. Someone in the room said to the man that he looked worried. In front of Khan Nebel sat the leader of the first kind, George. The leader ordered the man to knock in front of the entrance, to which he replied that he had just arrived. Georg noticed that the head seemed worried and asked if it was because of Kim Ju-hyeok. The man confirmed his guess. Georg added that they also lost a valuable pawn to Kim Ju-hyeok. The leader realized that the man was talking about Daiser Ventri. Daiser didn't inform them of this since it was his personal work, but he couldn't even defeat an ordinary student. The man wanted to leave him as an informant in the Ventri family, but he had to deal with him so that the boy would not leak information about them. The leader of the Loyal asked if Georg could help him with the elimination of the killers that he sent. The man agreed to his request. George also added that even though Kim Ju-hyeok is a nuisance now, he should not be contacted yet. This is because the boy became a target of the first cult. Khan Nabal was surprised that the first cult had decided to act because they were insane. Georg agreed that all members of the first cult were mad. No one knew what drove them and what goal they were trying to achieve. They were the people who killed Logan's squad. The leader replied that he had heard about it, and it was really a relief for them that these people targeted Kim Ju-hyeok. Moreover, if they spoil the goal that these people are striving for, there is a good chance that they themselves will become their goal, in which case, all they had to do was wait. At that time, Kim Ju-hyeok was already surrounded by a crowd of robed people. Jo-hyuk turned to these people and asked who they were. He also added that they were on the academy grounds and asked if they were fearless or just stupid. Under one of the robes was one of Adelia Ventric's servants. Events flash back to a conversation between him and clan chief Ventric. Then he told her that all the preparations had already been completed. Adelia replied that this preparation took a lot of time. However, the servant replied that their mission in Valhalla, where Kim Ju-hyeok is located, required thorough preparation. The head asked if he had managed to find contractees with the ability to warp space. The servant replied that they did, and since everyone they hire goes through the Wenrick family, there is zero chance of information getting out. After that, Adelia asked if they had prepared everything she asked for. The servant replied that everything was already ready. They prepared stones that contained a large amount of magical power. The head of the Ventrix said it was time to act. She told the servant that he should be in the main group and keep in touch with her. After that, he asked if she needed magic stones to summon the constellations. Adelia confirmed his words. The servant also asked if the lady really planned to contact the constellation. However, this question clearly did not satisfy Adelia. She asked if he thought that because of the miserable student, it should cancel everything, but the servant immediately denied that he did not think so. After that, the head of the Ventrix ordered to forget about it and act according to the plan. She was also worried that the constellation, which had not said anything before, had recently reacted suddenly. Adelia wanted to ask why. That was the reason why she wanted to summon the constellation. The servant was also worried about why the constellation suddenly reacted. He ordered the main group to prepare to warp space. The people in robes began to create a magical sphere around the boy. Jo-hyuk realized that they had created a space around him. He emphasized that it was a pretty smart tactic, because attacking a student inside the walls of the academy is a terrible idea. He asked the servants if this idea was created by the Ventric family. The man was immediately alarmed after hearing his question. He asked the boy how he found out about it. Jo-hyuk replied that it was quite easy since there were only two groups hunting him, one using black magic and the other not using it. So it was logical that the second group was the Ventric family. There was no longer any point in disguising them, because the servant had revealed them and ordered to call in a cleanup team. After his words, all the servants immediately threw off their hoods. A huge number of people surrounded the boy on both sides. The boy scoffed at the fact that so many people had been summoned to deal with one student. The servant replied that it didn't matter, because they were just following orders. Jo-hyuk was annoyed that Adelia decided to play dirty. In a loud voice, the servant ordered everyone to kill the boy. In unison, they rushed at Kim Ju-hyeok. However, he was already ready to attack in return. With one movement of his hand, he pushed all his opponents back. They all fell to the floor from the boy's magic. Adelia's servant swung his sword and prepared to attack the boy. Jo-hyuk managed to dodge it, but still he didn't expect this attack. In a defiant tone, he asked the man why he was swinging his sword. Before he could do anything, two enemies flew directly at him from behind. However, their weapons collided with each other. Jo-hyuk managed to jump so the two of them hit the floor. After that, the boy immediately knocked them down with one leg. He was unhappy that they didn't even give him a break. At that moment, Adelia's servant was about to attack the boy again. He flew at him with an attack directly from the back, but he failed again to hit Kim Ju-hyeok with his sword. The servant was shocked that an ordinary student had such fighting skills. He charged at him again, but Jo-hyuk dodged again. The boy was annoyed by these constant attacks from behind. The boy's next sword was headed straight for Adelia's servant's body. With a haunted expression on his face, the boy prepared to strike. With one thrust of his sword, he pierced the man's body and threw him back. The servant had made a big mistake, thinking that if their opponent was a student, that they had over-prepared. He admitted that they were all defeated against Kim Ju-hyeok. Suddenly another figure appeared behind the unconscious servant. Adelia Ventri, the head of the Ventrix herself, was on her way to the boy. She looked at the unconscious bodies of the sweep team. Although they were stronger than many contractors, they still could not defeat the boy. So Adelia decided to deal with Du-hyeok herself. She told the boy to be proud that he would be able to see their family's holy relic that even ordinary people had never seen. It was he who smiled at her. She wanted him to be proud just to see that dagger while it brought a crowd of people here to deal with it. These words made Adelia angry and she pointed the dagger at the boy. Suddenly, a magical stone appeared near the servant's body. In the hands of the entire cleaning team appeared magical stones that sparkled with gold. Adelia was surprised that the magic stones appeared. Suddenly, a stream of magic flowed from the relic in her hands. With a frightened face, she guessed what would happen next. A huge amount of mana flew in all directions. All members of the cleaning group froze in place. It was as if the passage of time itself froze around the boy. Adelia Wenrick could not return, but she was still conscious. But her entire group was completely immobilized. However, among all of them, only Kim Ju-hyeok could move. A golden translucent screen appeared in front of him. There was only one message on it with the word teacher. Ju-hyeok didn't understand what that could mean. A figure appeared in front of Adelia, from which golden magic emanated. The guardian constellation, mask with a beak of the Ventric family appeared. In the next moment, the constellation took off its mask. The girl with blue glasses addressed the boy, calling him a teacher. The guy was shocked to see this girl, and she was surprisingly very happy to meet him. The events are transferred to the memories of Kim Hyun-oh in a past life. The guy looked into the eyes of the girl sitting on the chain. He told her that in her eyes he saw hatred for the whole world. However, the girl said not to pretend that he understands her because he does not know anything about her. Although the boy knew little, there was something in common between them. Kim Hyun-oh told the girl that he too was once a slave. When he was young, he was kidnapped by a slave trader. After that, he spent his life in slavery because of the chain and taboo imposed on him. He asked the girl if she wanted to become free. She reminded him that he had just said that he was also a slave. She shouted that then he should already know the answer, but because of the taboo, she cannot even dream of freedom. She told him to stop provoking her. She didn't know how the boy got here, but the slave trader would be coming soon. The taboo rules were that it can only be removed when the person to whom it belongs either removes it or dies. However, there were cases in which it could not disappear even if its owner died, and this situation was one of them. The girl asked if the slave trader was really dead. She assumed that now she had no other choice. But Kim Hyun-oh said there was another way. He grabbed the taboo charm around the girl's neck. Using the magical components of the taboo, he could remove it. Although this was not his specialty, he expected that there would be no problems. He added that this was the only way he could end his unbearable slave life. Our girl's engagement ring began to crack from the boy's magic, and in the next moment, the spell shattered into fragments. The girl cried because the taboo that tormented her was finally broken. Kim Hyun-oh said, since he got rid of the spell, everything else now depends on the girl. He asked her what she would do next after getting her freedom, suggesting that she might return to her family. However, the girl replied that the slave trader killed her entire family and burned her house when he kidnapped her, so she had nowhere to go. Kim Hyun-oh said he is going on a trip. His goal was to kill every slave trader because they did not deserve to live. So he invited the girl to go with him. She thought about it for a while and then accepted his offer. The boy was extremely happy with the words he heard. He said that now the girl should consider him as her teacher. And now that he is her teacher, she should show respect when communicating and not speak informally. The guy said that they were leaving, but before that, the girl wanted to ask something else. She asked how to contact the teacher. The boy answered that his name is Kim Hyun-oh. Then the girl wanted to say her name, but at that moment the memories were interrupted, and now with a smile she stood before her teacher again. He remembered her. As expected, the girl became a star. Ju-hyeok could say that he knew her better than anyone else, but there was one but. He couldn't remember her name, and thought it was because the Labyrinth Lord had told him he would take care of his name. In the end, nothing can be done about it. The main thing is that he still remembers her. He called her a fool and said it had been a long time. Adelia was shocked because the boy dared to call the constellation a fool. The girl said that before they celebrate their meeting, she has to do something. She approached Adelia and took the relic from her hands. After that, she swung her blade. At that moment, the head of the Ventrix began to lose consciousness. She and everyone in her group fell to the floor at the same time. The girl asked Ju-hyeok if she should kill all those fools. However, the boy replied that he had another idea. It was the next sunny day that enlightened Valhalla Academy. On the face of the instructor, Kim Legan appeared a huge surprise. The teacher was surprised by the fact that the Ventric family became a personal sponsor of Kim Ju-hyeok and deposited 5 billion won into his account. It didn't cross his mind that the Ventric family would personally sponsor Kim Ju-hyeok. The senior instructor approached Kim Legan and noticed that the teacher had already seen it. Lee Sanchul said that it was really strange that the donation came now. Kim Leung suggested that it might be because of Rodill sending the 3 assassins last time, but the instructor said that it was stupid if they wanted to cover it up with money. He added that when Daiser attacked the boy, they sent sponsorship to keep him quiet. So they wanted to preserve the image of the Ventric family, but they had already given up on Rodill. Had they not done so, they would have made a noise to exonerate Rodill, but nothing of the sort was observed. The same question as to why the Ventric family sent sponsorship for Kim Ju-hyeok remained unanswered. Moreover, they assumed that the boy could refuse this sponsorship. The senior instructor said they could find out the answers to these questions if they asked him personally. They gathered in the room for negotiations and the guy immediately replied that he would accept sponsorship. Kim Lee-gong was extremely surprised by the boy's answer, but he said that he meant that it makes no sense to give up 5 billion won. He also asked if he could go already because he answered the question, but the instructor told him to wait. Due to the fact that the academy also received sponsorship, he was allowed to move into the premium dormitory. So the teacher asked him what he thought about it. Ju-hyeok replied that he is fine with everything now, but maybe he will contact him later. After that, the boy left the interrogation room and the instructor was left alone with his thoughts. He did not understand the boy's answer because he had already refused sponsorship when Adelia came in person. But he decided that if the academy does not lose anything, then it is not worth paying attention to it. Kim Ju-hyeok was contentedly pacing the grounds of the academy. He remembered yesterday's conversation with the student. The girl asked if she should just kill these fools. But the boy had another idea how to use them. Adelia was sitting on her knees right in front of the boy. At that moment, the boy turned to the frightened head of the Ventric family. He said that her constellation would not care if the boy did something to her, and asked her opinion on what he should do to her. His student confirmed that she created the Ventric family primarily to serve him so he could do whatever he wanted with Adelia. Adelia asked the constellation about the phrase all for one, which was passed down from generation to generation in their family. In an aggressive tone, the girl replied that this phrase was intended for her teacher and scolded that the woman was so stupid that she only now understood it. Adelia asked the constellation if this student was really her teacher. The girl replied that his appearance had changed, but she was able to recognize the magical power of her teacher. The guy told Adele to stop asking questions about him because, first of all, she needs to worry about herself. Jo-hyuk was very annoyed by all these people, but he also understood that they possessed power and authority. The guy decided that he would fully use them for his comfortable life. He asked Adelia if she was managing the Ventric family well. The woman replied that although she is only the vice president, it has been 4 years since she assumed the position of the head of the family. They managed to restore the strength of the family and become one of the strongest families in 4 years. After these words, Kim Ju-hyeok told the girl to continue running the family, also adding that they should support him and told her not to ask why. He threatened that if something went wrong, she knew what could happen and pointed to the constellations. The girl replied that she would personally make sure that this never happened. The figure of the constellation began to dissolve in the air. The girl told the teacher that it was time to go. The boy asked where. She explained that the space in which the constellation can be located requires a large amount of magical power. For this, a dozen stones filled with magical power were needed. Since the magic power is fading and the girl has also used her abilities, she needs to rest. The guy was surprised that even though she is a constellation, she faces such restrictions. But the girl replied that everything is fine. Just being able to see her teacher's reincarnation in person was enough for her. Kim Ju-hyeok was embarrassed by these words and told the girl to go rest. Before leaving, the girl had something else to say to the teacher. She assumed that the other student had also become a constellation, and Ju-hyeok would meet him soon. After these words, the Ventric constellation left this space. He expected that another student would become a constellation, but he did not understand how it happened. The boy assumed that all his students had become constellations and he would soon meet them. After all, he had already met two constellations, the god of destruction Barsh and his student. The meeting with Barsh was inevitable through the message box, but the meeting with the student was a coincidence. In addition, there are a large number of constellations, and it makes no sense for a guy to meet with each of them. Ju-hyeok also noticed that Barch has been silent since the boy met Guide. Barchin immediately spoke after this thought. The boy asked why he was silent all this time. The god of destruction replied that he was sorting through his thoughts, his consciousness shutting down as the boy entered the secret room. He felt Ju-hyeok leave the room as soon as he entered it. Barch also added that it was not long, but his memories came back to him. Mockingly, the boy asked if he remembered what kind of weakling he was. Barch did not like this joke. During this time, he learned the concept of a name, which the boy should already know. The god of destruction said that it was the Lord of the Labyrinth who gave him the name Barshi. After these words, Kim Ju-hyeok entered his class. The guy sat down and began to think further. He questioned Barch that the one who stole his real name and gave the name to Barch was the Lord of the Labyrinth. The god of destruction replied that the Lord of the Labyrinth had given him the name and the power at the same time so that the boy could become the master of the Tower of Destruction. Ju-hyeok asked, if this power affects a person's personality, Barch replied that when he was the Lord of the Tower, the influence from the name he received made him cruel. Now that he was closer to his original personality, Ju-hyeok wondered how the labyrinth gives and takes names. The guy suggested that it is possible because this world is a labyrinth. Lord can give and take a name whenever he wants. Barch asked what the boy meant by saying that this world is a labyrinth. Classes ended. The sun began to set behind the clouds. Ju-hyeok left the academy, at which time he informed Barch that although it is sad, it is true that the world is a maze. He remembered that the guide had mentioned that there was an opportunity for a counterattack, and they just needed to wait. And the very next day, the boy found himself in a secret room. At first, he did not even understand what had just happened to him. Ju-hyeok was standing with a tray of food right in front of the guide. She asked the boy what that shiny silver thing was in his hands. He shouted that it was a regular food tray. He was very angry that she had stopped him from eating. The guide apologized to him for not paying attention to the fact that it was lunch, but the guy sat down and said to forget about it. The girl asked if Ju-hyeok still had the ring. He said yes and held it out in front of him. The guide said they could use it now. The boy noticed that it had no effect on his stats, so how would it help them against that lord? The woman said that it's really simple, the boy needs to put it on and enter the maze. The guy asked if he should just enter the maze. He also added that now there are no natural labyrinths, and those that exist are managed by someone. The girl confirmed his words. But she also said that the labyrinth lord would soon create natural labyrinths. After that, a dungeon breakthrough and disaster will appear. The guy remembered that as soon as labyrinths appear, monsters come out and wreak havoc nearby. In his previous life, dungeon breakthroughs appeared everywhere. There was not a single safe zone in the world. After reincarnation, everything calmed down, making life much more pleasant. Ju-hyeok asked where and when the breakthrough would happen, and how big. The guide answered that it will happen in 3 months. She knows for sure that he will appear in a country called Korea. The guy answered that they can prevent it, because he lives there. However, the guide replied that she only knows the country. Here she is hiding from the Lord of the Labyrinth and the information may be limited. Ju-hyeok asked if their planet is a labyrinth, then what kind of labyrinths are found on it? Guide replied that it is the Lord who creates them. The guy assumed that the Lord was preparing to give and take names again. The girl replied that he probably thought that the time had come. By the time the Tower of Destruction appears, the Lord is preparing for a kind of adaptation of people. The guy asked if he just needs to put on the ring and destroy the maze that will appear. The guide answered yes. She also asked the boy how they used to destroy the mazes. Ju-hyeok replied that since dealing with the boss was quite difficult, he ignored them and destroyed the maze stones. Then, the maze disappeared. The girl replied that this is indeed the fastest way, but this time it is necessary to act differently. It was necessary to kill the boss of the maze with the ring on. The boy asked if there was a specific reason why he should kill him. The woman replied that despite the fact that this world is a labyrinth created by the Lord of the Labyrinth, such things as a dungeon breakthrough or a tower of destruction are not easy to create. She added that labyrinths are created by the power of names. And among the components of the mazes created in this way, the boss of the maze is the main point. After killing the boss with this ring, the boy will be able to absorb the name given to the labyrinth. The girl added that this will be the starting point of their counterattack. Ju-hyeok assumed that the number of names that this person took was clearly not a few. He asked how it is possible to count on a counterattack by taking only one name. The guide answered that the Lord of the Labyrinth will not even notice that he has lost one name, but his current goals are the adaptation of people to the Tower of Destruction. She explained that the essence of this plan was not just to steal one name, but also to quickly clear the maze. To adapt, he will start sending a large number of names into the world so that various incidents will occur. This will be the best moment for the mass absorption of names, which will be an additional strength for them. But after the last statement, the boy had a question. He asked how they would differ from the Labyrinth Lord if they were to take names. She was surprised that the boy was interested in such things, but he replied that he needed a normal reason to act freely. The guide began by saying that they would not harm innocent people by absorbing names. The Lord of the Labyrinth takes the name of a person who can become a constellation or become attached to a name without being able to be reborn. So no matter what happens, the body will be trapped. And what's more, if they use the power of absorbed names, the restrictions that were imposed on the people whose names were taken away will fall from them. The guide told the boy that if he was concerned, he could do his own thing, because in any case, he would be the only one who knew who owned the name at the time of the takeover. Ju-hyeok agreed and asked if they just need to wait for the dungeon to break. The girl replied that she would tell him the exact place and date when the time came. The guy also asked if it would be enough to destroy the boss in the maze, and she said that when the maze is destroyed, the monsters inside it die, but the ones that got outside stay alive, so the boy might need a team to see to it all. That was the end of their conversation, and the girl clicked her finger like last time. At that moment, Ju-hyeok turned back, and the people around him looked at him in surprise. Outside at that time, the sun was about to set again. The boy, saved, went home with the thought that the girl could have warned him before turning him back. He remembered what the guide had also said about the team. Before his reincarnation, the guy always went with his students because doing the work on his own takes a lot of time. Ju-hyeok was thinking about having to train his students again when he suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. Right in front of him stood Yen Lan with her arms crossed. Ju-hyeok asked the girl why she came here. Yen Lan replied that when she lost to the boy, she thought hard about the reason for her defeat. The girl understood that he was stronger than her, and that is why she lost. The boy was not impressed that it took her so long to understand this. After that, she added that she thought she looked a lot like a boy, which made him wince. She said that a person who has impressed everyone with his talent without being defeated is a rarity among adults. Ju-hyeok replied that if she thought he was like her in that aspect, which was not true at all, he considered himself a person who made efforts. Against Yen Lan replied that she used to think she was right, but now she isn't. His breaths weren't just attacks, they were the movements of a person who had come through numerous training sessions. She was furious when she lost, but when she calmed down, she realized that she had been defeated due to a lack of experience. Yen Lan then concluded that she had become stronger because of the experience of fighting the boy. After saying that, she said that she wanted to continue fighting with Ju-hyeok. She believed that one day she would be able to defeat him. The girl offered him a fight, but he said that she should not tire him with her strange logic. It was time for him to go. However, Yen Lan followed him, saying that she had come all the way from China to compete with him, and he was just walking away. Ju-hyeok said that he was not interested, and suggested that the girl should spend her time learning the family martial arts instead of molesting him. However, the girl said that she only studied proper training until the age of 6, after which she became self-taught, and in a lunar year the boy beat her. Ju-hyeok asked if the lunar year meant the period before she took control of the contractors. She confirmed his words and added that at first her family did not like it because she acted in her own way. She was forbidden to train with her family, so she asked to bring training partners to hone her skills. And as a result, adult contractors were sent to her. She was lucky that there were not many of them, so she beat them all. The guy realized that what the head of the family and the girl told him were completely different versions. Ju-hyeok admitted that the girl had talent and liked to fight, but the head of the family thought that Yen Lan was just competing with everyone she saw. Then he asked her if it was necessary for the girl to be in the White Lotus Palace. Yen Lan replied that not at all. The girl was stuck there because she was the most important thing for her family, but it didn't matter because she was stronger than everyone who entered there. However, now she believed that everything would be different because she found someone who is much stronger than her. By competing with a boy, she could become stronger without the help of her family. But he was not bothered by this. Yen Lan continued to beg Ju-hyeok to fight her. This whole story seemed rather strange to him. If the girl was in exile and was kept in the White Lotus Palace, then why was the boy tasked with getting her out of there? Although he did not know her history, he assumed that it would be better if Yen Lan was in the palace. He said to let him go, and the girl again asked if he would fight her. Ju-hyeok said that fighting here is not smart, so he ordered the girl to follow him. When they arrived at the training hall, Aaron and Soyeon were surprised that the boy was not alone. Oh Senyuk was also stressed by Yen Lan's appearance with Ju-hyeok. The boy told Yen Lan to wait for him here. He needed to change. Aaron turned to the boy, but he mistook her for Yen Lan and ordered her to wait in an angry tone. Aaron asked who this girl was. Ju-hyeok replied that she was a crazy girl he met in the White Lotus and she came here to fight him. Aaron wondered why this girl had come here. She was irritated by the words that Yen Lan had come such a long way just to fight the boy. Yen Lan noticed the girl's irritated look and asked why she was looking at her like that. Did she really want to fight with her? And Aaron said no. Soyeon guessed from the color of the girl's hair whose relative she might be. The girl was surprised that Yen Lan came all the way from China to compete with Ju-hyeok. The guy changed his clothes and they stood facing each other. He reprimanded that he had definitely said that this competition was only between them. He was annoyed that everyone else was watching them. Aaron said she was watching to make sure Yen Lan didn't do anything strange. Soyeon came to get Arin, and Senyuk asked not to pay attention to him. Yen Lan said that she was looking forward to the start as she was much stronger than last time. To these words, the boy replied that now he can fight in full force. He remembered the guide's words that he would need a team. Ju-hyeok asked her if she said she wanted to become stronger. Yen Lan said yes. So he set a condition that if he wins, the girl will become his student. But she denied that the reason she wants to become stronger is to defeat him. The boy replied that she could achieve this after becoming his student and offered to start. Yen Lan said that she hated having teachers, so she had to win. At the start, she immediately elbowed her opponent. He restrained her blow with his hand and agreed that she had indeed become stronger. Hearing the words, Yen Lan was only filled with enthusiasm. She was sure the boy had blocked her attack, but this time he wasn't going to stop her. Soyeon and Aran were shocked by the magical power that came from Yen Lan. Oh Seung-yuk admitted that the girl's mana concentration was higher than Ju-hyeok's when they were at the competition. Yen Lan rushed straight at Ju-hyeok with lightning speed. She understood that even if she only threw one punch, she had to use maximum force. Even if the boy blocked it, she would take damage. However, she was surprised by the boy's actions in front of her. Jo-hyuk also adopted a fighting stance like Yen Lan. The guy said that he likes to confront face-to-face. And now, the girl has already approached Ju-hyeok. In the next moment, their fists clashed. Yen Lan worried that she had put in the maximum amount of effort. But the boy still pushed her away. It seemed that he did not have much magical power. She realized that the boy had become stronger than when they fought. Yen Lan did not understand if she was standing in front of the same boy as before. After the girl's attack, Ju-hyuk said that he only defends himself once, and added that after that he starts to attack. With one swing of his leg, he dealt a strong blow to the girl's body. The girl was in such a state that she could not strike again. The next moment, Yen Lan lay exhausted in front of Ju-hyuk's figure. He was pleased because he had a new student. Yen Lan was lying unconscious on the floor. However, after a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. The girl got up and immediately recovered. Yen Lan was upset that she lost again. However, the boy replied that she was quite strong. He thought she would be unconscious by tomorrow morning. Yen Lan didn't understand if it was a compliment or if he was laughing at her. However, Ju-hyuk replied that it didn't matter since she was his student now. The girl wanted to offer to compete only with physical strength without the use of magic, but she understood that the result would not change. She solemnly rose and said that she would become his student. Yen Lan asked Ju-hyuk if she was now officially his first student. The guy countered that she was wrong. She was unhappy that she was not the first and asked if he recruited students when he was at school. But this was also not true. Choy Ain joined their conversation. She said that the boy started teaching her before Yen Lan, so Aaron is Ju-hyuk's first student and named Yen Lan Nya. However, Aaron wasn't Ju-hyuk's first student either, but he didn't talk about it. Yen Lan got angry because Aaron gave her a nickname. She asked if you were annoying her on purpose. However, Aaron asked why the girl was angry after calling her Niav again. Yen Lan was told not to give her weird nicknames, but Aaron replied that it was a pretty cute nickname. Yen Lan was even more annoyed that Aaron called the nickname cute. But Aaron said that it was time for Nya to go home. The girls continued to argue and Ju-hyuk looked at them thoughtfully. This view reminded him of something from his past life. Looking at them, he felt nostalgic. Even before his reincarnation, when he saw the students, he already felt this way. He also called Yen Lan a cat and told them to stop arguing. Ju-hyuk added that Choy Ain started training earlier. Then she was her senpai and told her not to be rude to her sajo. He also told Aaron to show respect to her samai. The girl was happy that he recognized her as the first student, sajo. She agreed and said that she is now a friend of Yen Lan. After that, he said that considering that they had sparred, they should go home and rest. But Yen Lan asked where she should spend the night now, because she came from China. The guy was surprised that she did not find a place for herself and came only to fight with him. She asked Solian what she should do to compete with the boy again, and she answered that she needed to go to Valhalla Academy in Korea. Hyuk was disappointed that the girl immediately came here after hearing this without thinking about anything else. He said that the academy had given him a room in the dormitory so the girl could live there. Aaron asked Kasichka if she was sure she would like it. Yen Lan was confused again that she called her that. After training, the boy returned to the dormitory. He was annoyed that he couldn't finish his training properly because of Yen Lan and Choy Ain. He now had 2 female students. Soan is focused on physical training, and she is still far from learning swordsmanship. Senyuk generally trains by himself. So at this time, he only had 2 people who could help prevent the disaster. During these thoughts, Adelia Ventric called the boy's phone. He picked up the phone and asked what she needed. She was calling to inform about the funds that the boy requested, and Adelia decided to inform him that they had charged the funds. Hyuk tells you that he checked the donation this morning and everything is fine. He also told the girl to contact the contractors. After that, he added that in 3 months there will be a disaster. Adelia was shocked by these words. She asked how he knew about it. The guy said not to ask about the source. He knew for sure that something was going to happen. The woman asked if the disaster would happen in Korea. Hyuk confirmed her guess. Then Adelia said that she would contact all the useful contractors from the Ventric family and guilds in Korea. The boy asked to keep everything a secret. After these words, Adelia turned to the boy with a request. She asked if he would be able to respond positively to her efforts when the constellation awakened. Hyuk asked if Constellation was still asleep. Adelia replied that she tried to contact her, but she didn't answer. Hyuk assumed that 1 day of rest was not enough to restore the Constellation's strength. So he said he would pass on Adelia's efforts and said his goodbyes. The next day, Hyuk went to the training hall after studying. He started his training with running. Choy Ain was also at the gym and trained with him. Yen Lan also came to training, but it was clear that even running was not easy for her. In the process of training, the boy frowned at the exhausted Yen Lan. After running, she collapsed on the floor tired. The girl asked to let her rest. She felt that she was going to die. But the boy emphasized that the girl was fine, but she screamed that she almost died. However, he noticed that the girl behaved better than he expected. Yen Lan replied that she was very serious about training. Hyuk understood that the girl's stamina was fine, but he thought about slowing down a bit. However, he heard a woman's voice greeting him. A woman entered the training hall and asked if Yen Lan had come here. Hyuk didn't know who this woman was, but she looked a lot like Yen Lan and Solian. After her words, the woman saw Yen Lan and turned to her. She reproached the girl for coming here without telling her mother. Yen Lan aggressively spoke the name of Solian Hua. The boy asked the woman if she was her mother. He thought Solian was Yen Lan's mother. After his question, she asked permission to introduce herself. She said her name is Solian Hua. She is the head of the family and is now the new mother of Yen Lan. She added that Solian, the head of the White Lotus, is her younger sister. Solian Hua found this situation strange. After all, Solian promised to contact her when Yen Lan left the White Lotus, but she did not tell her anything and sent the girl here. After saying these words, the woman told Yen Lan that it was time to return to the White Lotus Palace. However, the girl was angry that after everything that happened to her, this woman was simply offering her to return. The girl told Solian Hui to get out of here and stop treating her like a daughter. It annoyed her. However, the woman denied that everything that happened to Yen Lan was ordered by the constellation. But Yen Lan was resentful of her because she found out about it from the maid very recently, not from the head of the family. The woman replied that if she already knew, then this unimportant constellation instructed her to return the girl. She added that this could be a chance for the constellation to recognize Yen Lan and ask her not to frame her mother. Yen Lan asked her if she wanted the girl to come back now just because the constellation said so. Solian Hui confirmed the girl's guess. Yen Lan told her again, "You get out of here." She added that there are students working here, so let the woman go away and not disturb them. Yen Lan warned that this is not the White Lotus, so don't even think about creating trouble here. However, the woman asked Yen Lan if she knew why she entered here without a guard. This was because Solian Hua intended to take the girl away without making any noise. After these words, the woman attacked Yen Lan with her magic. After her attack, Yen Lan jumped back. She asked Solian Hua what she was going to do. The woman replied that it was not obvious, she was not going to hold back. Yen Lan said it wouldn't work and she wasn't going to hold back either. After these words, she quickly headed towards the woman. She asked her if she had not forgotten that she had never been able to defeat a girl. Immediately after that, she attacked Sol Yanhua with a punch. That woman stopped her attack and said that Yen Lan had indeed become stronger, and she wasn't just having fun in the White Lotus. Yen Lan replied that she had been training really hard all this time. However, Sol Yanhua said that the girl should go back and train normally. Holding the girl's hand, the woman pushed her aside. Yen Lan was surprised. She didn't remember Sol Yanhua's skills always being this good. The girl braked with her feet on the floor and immediately launched a kick attack on Sol Yanhua, but she leaned back and said that it was a mindless attack. Yen Lan told her to shut up and added that all she needed was to win. Choy Ain asked Ju-hyeok if they should call the instructors to stop the fight. However, the boy asked Aaron what she thought would happen if they told the instructor that the head of the family had caused a commotion to take her daughter away. Aaron replied that it would be an even bigger mess, and Ju-hyeok added that he didn't like this woman. Aaron agreed with him because Sol Yanhua abandoned her daughter and is now going to take her away due to some necessity. Aaron thought that this had greatly disappointed the cat. Sol Yanhua told the girls to stop resisting and just follow her. However, Yen Lan told the woman to forget her intentions. Sol Yanhua flinched back from the girl's attack. Yen Lan put a lot of power into this strike, so she expected that even if the woman blocked it, she would still take damage. However, the next moment, the girl felt that something was wrong with her. She looked down and saw that her leg was encased in ice. Sol Yanhua guessed that Yen Lan was seeing this for the first time. She said that this is the power of their constellation, King of the Snowy Depths. The woman also added that after Yen Lan returned to the family, she would have the opportunity to obtain this ability through the constellation contract. Yen Lan surmised that the woman seemed stronger than last time because she thoughtlessly used the power of the constellation. However, the head of the family replied that there is nothing thoughtless here. If you are a member of a family in which there is a constellation, then you can do whatever you want with the power you have received. She then asked if Yen Lan thought that the woman would only fight her with physical strength. One last time, she asked Yen Lan if she was going to come back, but the girl angrily shouted that she wasn't going to come back. Then Sol Yanhua told the girl not to even think about a happy return. Yen Lan was unable to react to the woman coming so close because of her frozen leg. The head of the family said that she would freeze and chop off her hand so that she would not resist further. However, at this moment, Kim Ju-hyeok repelled the woman's attack. He hoped that the constellation families would no longer interfere with him. Yen Lan was surprised that the boy decided to come to her defense. I asked the woman what she was doing at all, whether she was seriously going to cut off her daughter's hand. She replied that it was not his business to interfere in their family affairs. He remembered Jinyeon telling him the same thing when they were fighting over Choy Ain. Sol Yanhua didn't understand how the boy was able to block the attack without being frozen. She also felt that the kickback was severe. Then it turned out that he deflected her blow with magic that was stronger than the magic of her constellation. The boy told Choy Ain to take Yen Lan away from here. However, that girl denied that she could also fight, especially since the matter concerned her family. But Ju-hyeok knew that she couldn't fight anymore because she couldn't feel her leg. He told her that even though he hadn't taught her anything yet, as her master, he couldn't stand by and watch his student get hurt. The girl was glad that he called himself her master and listened to his words. She asked the boy if he decided to pretend to be her teacher because the woman decided to take Yen Lan with her. However, he said that he did not care, and their interests simply coincided. The woman did not consider this a reason for the master-apprentice relationship. Then she said that she would check how good a master he was. The boy thought that although his mother looked cold, she was just as aggressive as Yen Lan. He managed to block her strike, but it will be difficult to deal with her without a serious mana drain. At first, he decided to dodge and target the joints. He managed to escape from the woman's attack. All the equipment in the gym began to be covered with ice. Even though she didn't hit him, she still did a lot of damage. She could also just release ice. He told Seol-hui to return all the sports equipment to the academy before leaving. The woman replied that she would think about it if she lost. She directed the next magical attack at the boy. He understood that if he dodged, it would lead to more damage in the gym, but he would need to expend magical power to take the hit. Then he decided that he would break the woman's blow directly. The magic power she gathered in her hand hit the ceiling of the gym. Sol Yanhua didn't have time to recover, as the boy was already approaching her with a blow. With all his rage, he pierced the body of the head of the family with this attack. The force sent her flying several miles back. After that, she lay at his feet defeated. Yen Lan was shocked that the boy defeated the one who took the power from the constellation. Sol Yanhua said that now she understood how the boy had drawn Yen Lan here and why he was calling himself her master. However, she added that even if she recognized him, Yen Lan would go home anyway. Even if the woman did not succeed, 1,000 people would still come after Yen Lan after receiving this order. Yen Lan was in despair that no one took her opinion into account. The woman replied that whole constellations are more important, and this is the meaning of their existence. The girl asked if she would have to fight someone from her family again, even if she didn't want to. After these words, she shouted that she had had enough and she would not stand it. Jo-hyuk was very angry that Yen Lan's opinion was not taken into account by anyone, and she was in despair because of it. He asked Solian-hwa what he needed to do to meet the constellation. The boy wondered if he defeated their constellations, whether everything would resolve itself. The woman was shocked by the boy's words that he was going to defeat the constellations. She thought that he did not understand what he was saying. Ordinary people can only directly meet a constellation if it appears in a shrine. But this requires a large amount of energy, so it does not happen often. Therefore, their family did not do anything that could harm them. But the boy replied that there is another way. It is necessary to directly touch the sacred relic and be transferred to the realm of the mind. Solian-hwa noticed that even though the boy was still studying at the academy, he seemed to have more knowledge about contracts and sacred relics than she thought. She confirmed that if he came into contact with their family's sacred relic, he would be transported to the king of the snow depths. However, the woman added that although in their world the power of the constellation is limited, the realm of the mind is the territory of the constellation. Ordinary people upon entering there could be instantly crushed by the pressure of the constellation. But after all this, the boy still wanted to go against the constellation. Solian-hwa said that she herself could not allow an outsider to come into contact with the sacred relic yet. They would schedule a meeting with the constellation in a week. Until then, no one would attack Yen Lan or the boy. The woman then asked Ju-hyuk that if he loses in the mind realm and comes back here, what he plans to do then. After all, it was not profitable for them to arrange a meeting with the constellations. The guy replied that whether he loses or wins, they can set any conditions for him. But with his victory, they must leave Yen Lan alone forever. He will take care of her himself. Solian-hwa agreed and said that she would go alone today. After that, she got up and went to the entrance of the training hall. He looked at the woman with a very annoyed look, and a week later, he met the constellation. Directly in front of him sat the king of the snow depths on his ice troll. However, the events go back a few days to the dormitory of Valhalla. Ju-hyuk and Yen Lan opened the door to one of the rooms. After that, he came over and turned on the light. The boy told Yen Lan that she could live here for now. The girl was amazed that the dormitory was on the same level as the house of a wealthy family. She asked the boy if she could really live here. Ju-hyuk answered yes, although he had to move to this room first, but he asked to keep the old one and the management allowed him. Yen Lan asked the boy why he cared about her so much. She said that it was her family's business, so even if he hadn't intervened, everything would have been fine. Then the girl assumed that he cared about her because she became his student. Jo-hyuk replied that too, but he also didn't like the family's attitude towards the girl. He was irritated by arrogant people who believe that their status allows them to disregard the opinions of others. The boy asked if Yen Lan might be uncomfortable because of this. She replied that everything was fine. It was just that she was being given so much attention for the first time and the girl just wanted to thank him for it. Ju-hyuk was happy to hear such words from Yen Lan. He replied that when she came through his hard training, something told him that her gratitude would quickly dissipate. The guy also added that he wanted to ask the girl something else. He asked if her family's constellation was the king of the profound mountain. Yen Lan said no, it was the king of the snow depths. But the boy was interested in what this constellation was. The girl replied that he uses ice during the attack, but she hasn't communicated properly with her family for a long time, so she doesn't know how to do it. But she also heard that the constellation was not very interested in family affairs, and that there are those in the family who do not know anything about him. The boy thought it was strange that the constellation said to bring the girl to him. Yen Lan agreed with the boy because she had nothing special to do with the king of the snow depths. She didn't get the constellation protection like other family members, so she didn't know. Then the boy replied that he would take care of everything else himself. He advised Yen Lan to recover after her family's arrival because she would have to see the boy off that day. Then Ju-hyuk walked to the door and was about to leave the girl's room. From all the events that happened, she was overwhelmed with excitement. The boy arrived in his room and immediately started calling Adelia Ventri. The woman picked up the phone and asked what it was. Ju-hyuk said he wanted to ask her something. He said that he fought with the head of the So family today. Adelia asked how it happened. The boy replied that Solian-hwa came to take her daughter and everything ended in a battle. The head of the family asked if the daughter of the head of the So family was currently in Valhalla. He confirmed it. Ju-hyeok revealed that their school supplies were broken during this and asked the woman to deal with it. She said she would take care of it and asked if he needed anything else. Ju-hyeok asked Adelia if she knew anything about the SEO family's constellation of the King of the Snow Depths. The woman replied that she had heard that he personally does not worry about the affairs of the family. Their family does almost nothing outside of it, so it is difficult to judge. Ju-hyeok then asked if the Ventri family constellation had woken up. The head replied that she had not yet received an answer from her. The boy assumed that the constellation had not personally met the So family. Adelia asked if the boy was asking about the constellations because he wanted to quickly tell about how the woman works hard. But he replied that somehow the head of the Ventrix had loosened up and began to carry heresy. So he hung up. Ju-hyeok was disappointed that no one knew anything about this constellation. Barcha told the boy that it didn't look like him at all. He emphasized that the boy was used to rushing into battle without paying attention to who his opponent was. Ju-hyeok replied that even though he is getting stronger, his body is still weak, so it would be stupid to engage in a confrontation without knowing the opponent's strength. Moreover, the realm of the mind is his territory, which allows the constellation to fully control its power. But he immediately thought about the fact that if this is true, then why Barch is so weak in its dimension? Considering its strength, it should not be weaker than other constellations. The god of destruction said he could give him some advice if the boy was going to fight in the mind realm. He said that the power in the realm of the mind has nothing to do with the power of one's own body. The boy then asked what she was. Vircha replied that he could use the force based on the strength of the body he knew. He added that an ordinary person would not feel the difference after entering the realm of reason. But this did not apply to Kim Ju-hyeok. The boy replied that he might have understood what the god of destruction meant. All he had to do was go to the temple and overcome the constellations. A week later, he arrived in China to the So family. All the family members lined up in front of the head and Kim Ju-hyeok with Yen Lan. Sol-Yan-hwa said she thought the boy would run away, but he came anyway. Hyuk said that he is not that kind of person and asked if he can touch the sacred relic now. The head of the family told him to follow her. Hyuk said goodbye to Yen Lan, saying that he would be back soon. She looked at him intently. Sol-Yan-hwa opened the entrance to the room in front of them. In this room, there were huge mountains of cold snow. Ju-hyuk didn't understand why the room looked like that. The head of the family that pulled out a small box from under a pile of snow. She said that after she returned from Seoul, she thought for a long time about what to do with the boy if he lost. The woman said that while thinking, the idea came to her to make him a slave of their house. The guy said let him do what he wants and give him a glove. She held out the gauntlets from which the magic emanated. The boy took them from the hands of the head of the family. After that, he found himself in the mind realm of the King of the Snow Depths. Constellation asked the boy who he was. Ju-hyuk answered that it will be called when the constellation itself introduces itself. Ju-hyuk stared at the boy and tried to remember if he had seen him before. He understood that this boy was definitely not his student, but he looked quite familiar. The So family constellation asked Ju-hyeok who he was. He assumed that Ju-hyuk was the person who posed a threat to the SEO family. The boy replied that a similar constellation knew him, but he did not, and offered to exchange names. Constellation said, unless the boy survives his next attack. The boy understood that it would be a long-range attack. A huge number of sharp pieces of ice flew straight at the boy. The King of the Snow Depths expected what would happen next. He was alarmed by what he saw in front of him. Kim Ju-hyeok dodged his long-range attack. Suzeria was surprised that the boy managed to evade. He knew that this attack would not be able to be dodged with a normal jump, and most likely the boy was using magical power to increase the range of his jump. Constellation said he would give his real name, but he forgot it after being locked up here, so he'll give the boy his nickname. He continued that he was known outside as the King of the Snow Depths. As he approached the boy, a blizzard began. Followers called the king God of Chaos, and those who were afraid of him call him the Snow Demon. Combining the two titles, he became known as the Snow God of Chaos. The boy replied that his name was Kim Ju-hyeok. After the boy introduced himself, the Snow Demon said that he would remember that name. After these words, the boy was surrounded by a barrier of ice. He assumed that the Snow Demon had cut off his path to retreat with the ice. The next moment, he was about to attack Ju-hyeok. The Snow Demon directed a stream of ice at the boy's feet. Ju-hyeok understood that it would be unpleasant to deal with this with his bare hands. Then the boy reached for his side to get his sword. The Snow Demon saw this and recognized this sword. Ju-hyeok carved a wall of ice in front of him to protect himself from the next attack. For a moment, the Snow Demon was wary of the boy's actions. He thought it pointless to use his own flight against his attack. The snow demon then told the boy that all the ice in that place was under his control. However, after those words, Ju-hyuk immediately came close to strike. He swung at the king of the snow depths, but the king stopped his sword. He said that it was a good idea to use the ice to repel the attack and get closer. But the boy didn't have enough strength. However, with confidence in his voice, Ju-hyuk told him not to jump to conclusions. He asked the snow demon if he really said that he lacked strength. He offered to hit the demon once and see if the boy had enough strength for it or not. The boy approached the constellation to attack. After this blow, the king of the snow depths was carried several meters back. Ju-hyuk asked him if he had been punched for a long time. The snow demon remembered who this magic-soaked attack and this sword could belong to. He asked Kim Ju-hyeok if he was a martial arts god. The boy replied that his students had given him this name, but the snow demon was not mistaken. The king of the snow depths remembered that although he did not know the martial arts god very well, he was able to personally see his power 300 years ago. He began to recall events that happened 300 years ago. Once he was attacked by a huge group of monsters. At first he managed to overcome them quite well. However, it was a huge army that he could not handle alone. Then the snow demon decided that he would take as many monsters with him as he could. However, something saved him from such a fate. It was then that the god of martial arts appeared before him. The god of chaos wanted to ask why he came and why he stood between him and the monsters. But then the boy swung his ink-colored sword. And after that, all the questions of the snow demon disappeared. Only fear remained. He remembered the magical power he felt from him then. The guy may look different, but this was definitely the god of martial arts in person. Ju-hyuk said that if the breakfast demon didn't attack, he would attack himself. He replied that he had always wanted to fight the god of martial arts, the chaos. God said he accepted the boy's challenge. He was going to show everything he was capable of. At that time, Yen Lan was waiting in the reception hall. The girl noticed that someone was watching her. A huge number of human shadows could be seen from the windows of the doors. They all looked straight at the girl with a creepy look. It was because of this that Yen Lan did not want to return to the So family. She remembered Ju-hyuk's request that the girl recover before her family arrived. If it wasn't for Kim Ju-hyuk's request, she wouldn't have come here. Yen Lan asked what they needed. Did they really want to fight her? However, the girls replied that they had heard that the girl had returned from the castle and just wanted to see her. Yen Lan replied that if they just wanted to look at her, they could go to those people behind the wall. Choy Ain said that there must have been some misunderstanding and wanted to apologize. The girl was extremely surprised by the words of apology. Seo Pei said that after the girl got into Bakryo's castle, they had a fight, so they didn't have time to talk. The girl said that although it is a bit late now, she apologizes for leaving Yen Lan behind. Yen Lan was surprised that after so many years they had come just to say this. She said that they are saying this only because they are scared, because the girl has returned. Choy Ain said that although it looks like a forced apology, they really had no choice then. She added that their mother did not allow them to meet the girl. So Ain then admitted that it was their mother who did not allow Yen Lan to train. The girl said that she always thought that her sisters abandoned Yen Lan because they were jealous of her. So Pei replied that they were a little jealous of her, but they were more proud of her. She justified this by saying that it is nice to have such a strong representative of the So family. And although they adhered to this opinion, their mother called them. And then Sol Yanhua forbade Yen Lang from training. The reason for this was that the girl could become a threat to them in the battle for the place of the next head of the family, because all the elders would choose her. Therefore, they had no choice and had to accept the exclusion of Yen Lan from the family. However, Irin added that their mother was wrong about one thing. Neither she nor Pei wanted to become the head of the family. After she provided that it wasn't that they didn't want, but rather that they shouldn't want, Yen Lan asked what that meant. Then Lady Solyan intervened in their conversation. She herself offered to tell the reason why none of the girls should have become the head of the family. At that time, the Snow Demon and Kim Ju-hyeok continued their battle. The god of chaos continued to attack the boy with ice shards. However, in the next moment, Ju-hyeok was right in front of him. But the Snow Demon synthesized the following fragments of ice. They flew straight at the martial arts god again. He was already annoyed by these constant ice attacks. He asked the Snow Demon if he was going to continue to annoy him with such petty attacks. Constellation took this as the boy's request for a big attack. Then a stream of icy air poured out of the magical snowflake. Ju-hyeok was surprised that his opponent had such attacks in his arsenal. The Snow Demon said that he was going to completely freeze the boy, but he was able to evade it. He did not expect another from the god of martial arts. The guy said that he was embarrassed by this praise. He understood that this boy is already different. If he was so strong in his past life, then Ju-hyuk would definitely remember him. Ju-hyuk assumed that this boy had crossed his limit in the realm of mind. And because of this, he became much stronger than in his past life. Ju-hyuk said he wished he had met the boy sooner. The snow demon asked what he meant by these words. The god of martial arts replied that this is how he praises him. The snow demon was satisfied with his opponent's answer. However, he said that only one compliment is not enough for him. Then a magical ice fist gripped his hand. The god of chaos said that he intended to defeat the boy. Then, with all his might, he directed an attack at Kim Ju-hyeok. The boy was also preparing to deliver a corresponding blow. Attacks reached opponents lightning fast. After her, the snow demon said to take away his words. After all, his attack was not even close to winning. A moment later, Ju-hyuk was standing in front of the SEO family's sacred relic. Sol-Yan-hwa thought that everything would pass faster, but the boy was using strange magic, so maybe the constellation was just playing with him. However, looking at the boy, the woman was extremely surprised. She expected that only his mind was damaged, but somehow the boy looked too normal. Jo-hyuk turned to the head of the family and said that he defeated their constellation. At first, the woman thought he was joking with her. However, a screen appeared in front of her with a message that the king of the snow depths was expressing his sincere respect to Kim Ju-hyeok. She couldn't believe that this boy had really conquered the constellations. The woman thought it was impossible that some student could defeat the guardian constellation. Jo-hyuk said that if she doesn't believe, she can ask her constellation again. He approached her and reminded her that they would stop touching Yen Lan if he defeated their constellation. With an ominous expression on his face, he added that they would have to change this condition. He entered the room and told Yen Lan that they could go now. Ju-hyuk saw the girls near her and asked why they were all gathered here. Solian said that she did not expect the boy to come here. Ju-hyuk replied that he didn't expect to meet her here either. Yen Lan asked if everything came well. The guy said he would tell on the way. He was very stressed by all these looks behind him. It was already dusk outside. Ju-hyuk and Yen Lan were on their way from her family's palace. The girl said that considering how quickly he came back, the boy most likely lost. She added that it must be difficult because he did not have divine protection and he personally had to compete with the constellation. Yen Lan asked what conditions Sol-Yan-hwa set if he lost. He replied that she said she would become a slave to the So family. The girl asked what happened now that he will serve the So family. Ju-hyuk thought about her reaction. He didn't even know if she should speak. The girl said that she should have stopped him. Her sister and aunt told her that Sol-Yan-hwa put her life on the line for the position of head of the family. Since childhood, Junoff wanted to become the head of the family, and her sister advised her to take control of her greed. But even after she became the head of the family, her greed did not subside. The woman wanted to remain in this position for the rest of her life. She considered even her own children a threat to her position. In Yen Lan's case, the head was wary of the girl's talent, so she isolated her using her family and sisters for this purpose. She added that besides, their family's guardian constellation had the same thoughts, although the girl did not even want to become the head of the family. After these words, the boy replied that he wanted to hear what the girl's thoughts would lead to, but he still decided to say that he had defeated their constellation. Yen Lan asked if he was joking, but Ju-hyuk replied that he doesn't joke about such things. He asked if this all started because their constellation ordered the girl to return to the Blue Lotus. The guy added that, judging by her words, the constellation did not want to rule the family, so he personally asked the Snow-Eye Demon about it. Ju-hyuk slapped him to bring him back to consciousness. He said that he was worried about one question. The boy said that he heard that the constellation summoned Yen Lan and asked what he did it for. The Snow Demon replied that the current head of the So family asked him to do so. Her youngest daughter should receive his patronage but continues to refuse. Therefore, the woman thought that maybe her daughter would listen to the words of the constellation, so he gave this order. Jo-hyuk said that he thought that last time the constellation ordered to give up Yen Lan. However, the god of chaos said that this was the first time he had heard of this. He did not even know that the youngest daughter of the head was named Yen Lan. The guys were surprised by the constellation's answers to these questions. With a malicious look, he told the snow demon that the head of the family was just using him. Through lies and deception, the head of the family used everyone in the name of her interests. The girl was angry because Sol-Yan-hwa used both the family and the constellation for her own benefit. This woman ruined her whole life just to become the head of the family. Ju-hyuk added that he told the star to cancel the contract. Yen Lan didn't understand what kind of contract it was. The guy explained that it was a contract that the constellation made with the head of the family. Her contract with the king of the snow depths was broken. A woman will not just lose the position of the head of the family, she will, in principle, become a nobody. Yen Lan replied that the boy shouldn't have gone so far for her. In the next moment, she thanked the boy very much for everything he had done for her. Ju-hyeok replied that since the problems with Seo's family were resolved, they could concentrate on training. At this time, an unknown figure was watching the boy from around the corner. She turned to her lord and asked if she should continue to follow Kim Ju-hyeok, but he told her she would rather find an enemy of that man. A group of robed men gathered in a secret vault. The purple-haired girl asked why they were all gathered here. The guy next to her assumed it was because of a challenge from the Constellation Lord. The girl asked if the Constellation had ordered them to kill Kim Ju-hyeok, why they suddenly decided to look for his enemies. The man opposite said it had changed its mind. Then she asked who was the first to receive the order and begin to carry it out. The man with the skeleton mask replied that he was. She didn't understand what kind of person this Kim Ju-hyeok was and who was their target now. The man with the skeleton mask replied that he was Ju-hyeok, a very strange guy. He had been following him and learning him little by little. However, he didn't manage to get any useful information. The only thing he managed to find out was that the boy grew up in an asylum and doesn't know who his parents are. The man could not find anything more about the boy. This information was provided to him by a search firm that he trusted, so it is definitely reliable. The man added that, after that, he continued to watch and wait for the Constellation's orders. Then, Ju-hyeok defeated the strongest member of the So family and the head of the family. After Kim Ju-hyeok defeated the So family's guardian constellation, the order was changed to search for his enemies. Then a semi-shameful purple screen appeared in front of the man. On it was the question of whether the sacred stone was ready. The man replied that he was ready. Then the members of the organization took a bright purple stone in their hands. A handful of such stones lay on their table. Constellation asked if they managed to find Kim Ju-hyeok's enemy. The man in the skeleton mask said that there are 3 organizations that have some form of animosity towards Kim Ju-hyeok, namely the Wenrik, the Samsol Alliance, and the Devotee Organization. The Samsol Alliance and the Devoted are sinister organizations, and the Ventriks are a prestigious English family, and in their case, they had an unexpected relationship with the boy. It seems like there was some kind of agreement between them after the Ventrik attack, so it's impossible to tell if they're enemies right now. The girl added that although no steps have been taken yet, there is news that the Baekjeon thief group has also targeted Ju-hyeok. Constellation said she would give them a new order. It ordered all of Kim Ju-hyeok's enemies to be killed. A new day came and the boy immediately went to the gym. Erin texted her boyfriend that she needed to get home to pick up something, so she would miss today's practice. Ju-hyeok thought that if it was important, it would be nice if the girl brought something like a sacred relic, since it is possible that the Choy Ain constellation could be his student. After he conquered the constellations in the So family, he checked to see what relics they had, but he didn't find anything special. Considering that the Tower of Destruction was coming soon, every student was important, and the delay was serious. Remembering that the White Lotus community also had sacred relics, he thought that perhaps he should go there as well. However, at that moment, someone's voice addressed him. Black Cat was standing at the entrance to the gym, addressing the boy. The boy guessed who it could be, but still asked the man who he was. Black Cat asked if they could talk alone. He agreed to the offer and approached him. He told the girls to spar with each other until he returned, and they were clearly not happy with this request. They began to argue among themselves, but the boy only liked it. He went out into the corridor and stood opposite the Black Cat. The man informed Ju-hyeok that he had arrived from the market. The guy replied that it was quite obvious, but isn't anonymity guaranteed in the market? He added that if he started coming to the academy so freely, wouldn't it hurt the reputation of the market? However, the man replied that he had only come to deliver a message to the boy. After that, Black Cat handed Ju-hyeok an envelope. He asked if this letter was for him. Black Cat confirmed this. After that, the man added that this letter was sent by the real owner of the market. Ju-hyeok asked if the constellation behind-the-scenes ruler was the true ruler of the market, and the man said yes. Black Cat asked the boy to read the letter and come to the market if he could answer it. He also reported that, in addition to the boy, the letter was delivered to several other people, and the star needed someone who could read the letter. He didn't know the content and meaning of the letter, so if Ju-hyeok understood what was written in the letter and wanted to answer, let him come to the market. The man said that the constellation was waiting and said goodbye. Barch asked the boy if it was really a letter from the constellation, and the boy began to unfold it. The god of destruction asked what it said. He didn't know such signs. Kim Ju-hyeok replied that he needed to get to the market. The characters used to write this letter were invented by him.